James Wood singled to score the automatic runner in the 10th inning to help the Nationals beat the Pirates 8-7. With that win, the Nationals split the four-game series with Pittsburgh. Next up, Washington hosts the Giants for a three-game set starting tonight. Of course, you can tune in to listen live right here on 106.7 The Fan. And amid questions about the future of Live Golf, CEO Scott O'Neill told TNT Sports that the league has financial commitment to finish the 2026 season. Live Golf has 8 remaining tournaments this season, including 5 in the United States. And Duke guard Caden Boozer is returning for his sophomore season. Industry sources tell CBS Sports that a transfer had been on the table for Caden, who's the twin brother of soon-to-be NBA-bound Cameron Boozer. From the Crop Make at 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia and points north, south, east, and west. We are out west. I don't know. We are live. Raspberry Falls Golf Course, Country Club. What do we call Raspberry
Golf course.
Raspberry Falls Golf Course.
Open to the public.
We are out here for the Santana Moss 89 Ways to Give golf tournament. For those that don't know Santana, he's truly one of the best folks on the planet. He is just – I covered him as a player. I've gotten to know him in the years since. And the Barstool guys always joke, is he a better person than he was a football player? And Tana is. Yeah. I don't know how well you know him.
No, he's great. Yeah, I got to work with him at NBC4 when there was the Redskins Roundtable show. And just a wonderful guy. Credible, high intelligence, both on the field and off. And this charity is a great charity, and this is a great tournament out here. And I know why B. Mitch said, I'm not working today, Zabe. You got to get in there for me because it's well run. They got a pizza truck. They got free cigars. They got free shots. I mean, it's, yeah.
Yeah. So Steve Zabin, obviously.
Hi, JP. How are you?
For B. Mitch today. We'll probably hear from Brian at some point. B. Mitch is playing in the tournament. I tried to find him in the brief period of time. I was kind of walking around saying hello to folks, and I was told he's out there grinding on the range.
Oh, come on.
I know, B. One, it doesn't take a genius to understand how competitive Brian Mitchell is.
Does he grind on the range?
He'll go and hit balls for a solid half hour, if not more. Right. Whereas I'll show up 6 minutes before a tee time, hit 2 wedges, the driver wants, maybe a putt, and then hit the beer cart. Right. Like that's kind of my standard pre-round getting ready. That's why I'm a 15 and B's whatever he is, a 6 or something. It's going to be a fun day out here. I got to see – it was cool. I saw Larry Michael for a minute. I saw Fuad from Paisano's Pizza. There's going to be a great crowd. Did you see, like, the stack of Bentleys? I don't know what those cars were at the little circle when you walk in.
There are vehicles. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
where did you park, by the way?
Out in reserve parking out in the field.
I got the same field parking.
Like it was the old Kemper Open. You know,
I'm
the field. I can't believe it.
I was expecting the field to be flat.
No.
And I have like a 4-wheel drive car. I'm not too worried about. I was not going slow enough and hit a fairly large hole. Everything was fine, I think. I hope. But I definitely hit more of a bump than I expected to.
Well, you might have run right over a fox den. You know that this course, Raspberry Falls, is all themed around fox hunting.
Sure.
Which is, a staple of the aristocrats out here in Loudoun County.
How much further out do we have to get till it's like the true aristocratic?
You got to go south. You got to go south to Middleburg.
Yeah. Okay. Is that still Loudoun?
Yes. Okay. Middleburg is Loudoun, and it's the big snooty money. There's an even snootier place to Middleburg called Upperville.
Okay. That sounds snooty.
Now, there's a golf course I want to get us on, JP, in Upperville. It's a private course.
What's it called?
And when I say private, it's not called anything. It's part of the J.P. Mellon estate.
Okay.
And
the Mellons had some cash.
And the Mellon estate has not only their own airstrip that I've been told is large enough to land and refuel a 737.
737?
Yes, that overbuilt. But I once got a free helicopter ride from a guy. It's a long story, and we flew over this course. I go, I don't know what course that is. And he said, yeah, that's the private course at the Mellon Estate.
Wow.
It's not a private country club.
It's just a dude's course.
It's an 18-hole course owned by the richest of the rich that is manicured perfectly. I believe Len Shapiro years ago wrote a story about it because he was able to get out there on it.
Oh, wow.
But that's life goal.
That's,
I'll work on that, and when I get the hook, I'll call you.
You see those on Instagram, these, like, private, individually owned golf courses.
Right.
Apparently there's one in, like, Anne Arundel County, too, or something.
Okay.
You see them on, like, Zaire Golf or something. And, I mean, but seriously, especially if you're watching on Monumental Sports Network, that two-shot, like, look out behind us.
Oh,
I've
glorious.
played Raspberry a number of times. Willie is the GM out here, is a tremendous dude. And my favorite part, when you get out here in Loudon, or if you play any of the, like, Frederick courses up in Maryland, when you get these elevation changes and they start putting the tee boxes up, like, what is the one –
Number 3 out here has
where
a
you're
spectacular,
way up and you have to, like, it's a solid poke to get
like
it out there.
It's like an 80-yard drop from up on the hillside. It's pretty incredible. I found the story for you, okay? It's called Heronwood.
Okay.
Len Shapiro. Remember Len from Post days?
Yeah, sure.
No, America's toughest tee time. Few golfers even know of Heronwood. Fewer have even played it.
Wow.
No more than 25 golfers have played it since it opened in 2007.
That's cash. You know what I wonder? Like the Battle of Loudoun County at this point is
server farms,
right? You've got
versus
these old
developments,
old money horse farms on the western or southern edge.
Yeah.
Versus, I mean, drive down the toll road and it's nothing but cranes building new data centers.
Data center.
And honestly, that data center fight's coming everywhere eventually. But Loudoun's kind of the tip of the spear.
I wouldn't say it's coming to Moco or Fairfax because there's no good land. Like it's all been developed down. No cheap land. Yeah. In Fairfax, there's no room to put a new bagel shop.
Right.
Basically, And I grew up in Fairfax County. Loudon has the land, but that's eastern Loudon. It's coming west, but there's still a lot out west where there's pretty much nothing there.
Because you're a McLean guy.
Yes, sir.
Is McLean all Fairfax, or is part of it Arlington?
No, it's all Fairfax.
Okay. Yeah. I never knew that.
Well, the outer reaches of it tickle Arlington.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we've had a good kind of Virginia geography discussion.
Yeah, right. Enough of that. Let's get to the key issues of the day. Like Alex Ovechkin. Is he or is he not going to be in Caps uniform next year?
Dude, so obviously there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with the Ovechkin thing. And I wanted, I don't pretend to be a Caps expert. I am a Caps fan, first and foremost. And I am firmly in the Ovie gets to call his own shot. If he wants to come back, he should come back. And I think ownership is in the same boat. So I think ultimately the decision makers will allow for that. But with football, I rely on my own knowledge. I talk to people. I base things myself, right? With hockey, I know people that are in the hockey world. So last night and this morning, I made some calls to try to get some more information about this because I think we're almost presented as there's a inner turmoil within the organization about what to do here.
It seems that way.
What I was told by multiple people on both coasts of the country, that's incorrect. Is there maybe some differences of opinion? Yes. But, dude, I said this yesterday. If Pierre-Luc Dubois doesn't miss 50 games, they're in the playoffs.
Well, yeah.
If their third highest paid player missed 50 games.
If the dumb rules for shootout points were different,
right,
they'd be in the playoffs.
And I think we're trying to make this an indictment or the theory that I think is incredibly flawed is that Alex Ovechkin, the team's leading goal scorer and point scorer, is somehow holding them up. No. He was the reason they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I checked with people on the agency side of this. If you want to make the salary cap argument surrounding Ovie, okay. I was told this is a, quote, piss poor free agency class.
Yeah.
So it's not like the answer ain't coming through the door and Ovie's holding it up.
And I don't think he's going to ask for so much that it's going to cripple your budget. Not from what I've seen and what I've read. I think it's weird because I think that this is being overthought to a large
100%, dude.
Way overthought. Now, when Ovie said up there at the podium in Columbus, I think, honestly, I'm pretty sure it's not my last game, and then goes on to say, I hope it's not my last game. I have to make a decision to see where we are. The team, family, obviously, family's going to support me. Like my wife and kids already asked me, Dad, are you staying or not? And I tell them, we'll see. Yeah, they're excited. Okay. He said, though, that even though he's going to be an unrestricted free agent July 1st, he said he wouldn't play for any team other than Washington.
Good.
So
I don't want him to play for any other team.
So that, in essence, to me, JP, says he's telling the Capitals, if you want to retire me without a proper send-off against my leanings and wishes, you can do that, which is a hell of a burden to put on the team if they were looking to move in that direction.
I just don't think they are.
So then why doesn't the team make why don't they send out a bat signal that says, oh, yeah, we're going to have him for another year, unless he wants two, unless he wants more money.
Yeah.
Unless there's something that's making the team hesitate. Because if it's one more year and if the dollars are anywhere within the ballpark of reasonable, it's a done deal. Write the check. Let's have the presser tomorrow.
I think part of it is Alex wants to take his time, right? Like he said repeatedly, I'm going to talk with my doctors.
But
now,
this doesn't sound like he needs time. This sounds like he's ready.
It's his family, right?
Oh.
I mean, that's what he's saying.
But he said the family were, excited. He says,
right.
We love the city. They love the team. They love the boys.
But he's saying they want me to come back. He's not saying I want to. Like, he is. He also has young children. You had young children once. My kids, you know what my daughter asked me for Christmas? My youngest daughter for this past Christmas?
Taylor Swift tickets?
No. She wanted a baby sister or a new dog. Jeez. Like, kids want lots of things. I didn't explain to her that was medically impossible and it wasn't time for a dog. But, kids can want lots of things. You know what I'm saying?
How old is your daughter?
Then she was 6. She's now 7.
That is adorable.
She wanted a baby sister or a new dog.
That JP is both adorable and terrifying all
Totally.
at once, because all you want to do as a dad is to make your 6-year-old sweet little girl happy. And she's asked you for 2 things. One thing that is financially not feasible. The other one, which is medically impossible.
Yeah, we went to V-Town. That club ain't getting back in the bag, right? So, but my point there is, he has young children. They love it here. That's terrific. That doesn't mean he's ready to.
We're reading tea leaves, and I did not read in the tea leaves and agonizing by Ovie about his body or his motivations or anything else. I read sort of I'd like to.
I think he did put the pressure onto the team side.
I think he did, which is interesting, because if the team was sort of like, oh, boy, he wants to come back. God, I thought he was leaving. That is an odd dynamic. Would you not agree?
Yes. But I weirdly think, I don't know if this is happening, Zabe, but I'll ask the question, right? It seems like there is an attempt, whether it's an attempt to frame missing the playoffs on Ovechkin, and not by the team, I would say, but by some media and then some people maybe within the team, got to get younger, got to get faster, all these things, right? And Ovie is not younger or faster. He was the team's leading goal scorer. He was their
32 goals, 32 assists.
Leading point scorer. And they have some really talented young guys. But the way it was explained to me, if you're going to try to get a star player, like last year they made a run at the dude that ended up signing with Carolina, right?
Yeah.
They made a run at Panarin, who went to L.A., I think.
Right.
They didn't get those guys. And if we're really doing an autopsy on this season, I don't know enough on this topic. I was at do you know Fred Smoot in the building? What up, Freddie? You got to come hang with us at some point.
No, Fred doesn't like to talk. He's very shy.
How are you, buddy? We are good, man. You want to hop on right now? Give us your Ovie take. Here's what I know about Fred. You get him while he's available.
Get him while he's hot.
What's up, fellas? What's good?
Hello,
we're good,
hello,
dude. We are good.
Y'all
talking Fred on TV.
Y'all talking Ovechkin?
Yeah, dude.
Yes, sir.
All right. You talking the greatest of all time. You talking goat's meat.
But we're talking, Fred, about just how a team's interest is often different from a player's interest. Oh, B. Mitch is here.
B. Mitch is holding a pizza.
Look at that. Paisano's Pizza Truck.
Oh, let's
Look
go.
at that.
Let's go.
Let's go, indeed.
I will get one. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah. The thing is, Freddie, is that when a team has their eyes set on moving on, if an athlete's like, I want to stay, it creates an awkward situation.
It's called the Dare Green effect. At what point can you push him out the door?
Oh, God.
And you cannot push him out the door. You got to let him ride it out.
Remember when Marty tried?
Yes.
Did he make it to Oklahoma drills?
And Darryl was like, this is going to be my last year. Then they fired Marty,
and
he goes, I'll see you next year.
Yes. But that's what it is. I think they got to just let Ovechkin ride out into the sunset on his own terms.
Yes. I agree.
I think that's what they're going to do also.
So, but what's the delay? Why is this hard?
The season ended 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Like, to suggest it's a delay is a media fabrication.
Fair enough.
The season, literally, their season ended Tuesday night. It's Friday.
I know, but they've had months to sort of size this up.
But he had never said anything close to as definitive, which wasn't even definitive, about wanting to be back. He said his family wants him to come back.
Well, he going to come back. Come on. He's one of these guys, he can't live with that hockey. Right. Let's just be honest. Like, he just cannot just walk away from that game.
It's going to be hard.
And let's be honest. Like Dale Green, he's aging well.
Hell yeah.
He's still one of the best goal goals.
He was their best.
Yes. So what are you replacing him with?
Exactly, dude. Like, we live in a microwave society where everybody – think about – like, next week's the draft, right? If you look at interest on social media, television viewership, whatever, you realize the NFL draft would be the second biggest sport in America after the NFL. If you broke it out into its own existence,
TV ratings.
like TV ratings, pixels, social, anything, right? College football will be after the draft.
Yeah.
And you know what's going to happen by Thursday at midnight? There's going to be mock drafts for 2027.
Yes.
And like,
I'll let you read those.
Right. With Archman and all of
Right.
it.
But we live in a world where people constantly want to know what's next.
Yeah.
And I think we're doing that with Ovie when we shouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, the season ended Tuesday night.
Do y'all no. Do you remember a time before Ovie? Because
it was different.
It was different.
We would not be leading a show
with
Ovie. Right.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, like, let his era play itself out. Let him be the decision maker in that.
Can I ask a far more fun question?
Yeah, do it.
Did you and Ovie ever have a night out?
I have not had a night out with
Oh,
Ovie.
man. Wouldn't that be legendary?
But I have ran into him, and he's a vested drinker. So
he's from Russian stock.
Yes.
He's a solid man, too.
He shows his background, all right?
Right, exactly.
Fred, how's your golf game? What are you going to go out there and do today?
It depends on the day. And today is my birthday, so it's going to be
it really?
Happy birthday. Most definitely.
How old?
47.
47.
Well, I got Benjamin Button's disease, so I'm getting younger. So
You're
27.
not getting quieter.
So 27. So I should swing them good out here today, JP.
It's your birthday, dude. Enjoy yourself.
Well, put it like this. The first, I'm going to say 4 holes, 5 holes, I should be sober.
Okay.
I'll take the under.
Now, everything after that, just let it play itself out.
What I haven't seen the bar. Is it who's sponsoring? You got a little bit of everything? Tequila?
Of course, Tanner loves Tito's. This is go-to right there.
Talent loves Tito's.
Tana loves Tito's.
Tanner loves Tito's, so Tito's most definitely there. But for me, I'm more of a whiskey bourbon guy.
Attaboy.
All right, so you can find me with the basil hating all around me. So I'm going to have a good time. Like I was always taught by a long line of alcoholics in Mississippi.
Oh, boy.
That your drink should have a first and a last name. So I drink Jack Daniels.
I like that.
I drink Basil Hayden. All right, so first and the last name. I don't drink anything with one name.
I like that.
So I don't drink Tito's.
Right. He drinks
drink
Wild Turkey.
Yeah.
And, full name whiskeys.
Can I
Four
ask you
Roses. All right.
Jim Beam.
Yeah, Jim Beam.
I have a question for you, Zabe. The last time I was hanging out with Fred in a non-work capacity, I ordered a martini. I think it's completely acceptable for men to order a martini.
Not grown men.
Fred does not. Where do you land on martinis?
I know guys who are big martini guys. I'm not because the shape of the glass triggers me because it's always on the verge of spilling.
Really? Thank you.
And I'm just man, that's making me nervous.
Like one little twitch.
One little twitch.
And it's all over your head.
Yeah, I don't need that.
This is the same guy, JP.
This also happened.
That shared a steak.
I like sharing steaks with other men.
Steaks
are too big, dude.
No.
Yo, Glenn from DC Prime is here. Glenn, can I please just have an 8-ounce ribeye?
No.
Like, I don't need a 24-ounce tomahawk.
Yeah.
No.
I need 10 ounces tops.
At no point do you say, hey, dude, do you want to share a steak with me?
Hold on. Did they feed each other the bites with their forks crisscrossed?
It's a high-end restaurant. They cut it up for you.
That would be out of control.
No. JP literally He went to the side and said, "Hey, dude."
It's a high-end restaurant. They slice it up for you.
No. Yeah.
Yes.
He sliced the steak and he shared it with another man. and me and B.
With the
Mitch,
martini.
Yes, and me and B. Mitch was just flabbergasted.
Didn't James Bond drink martinis?
Yeah.
He
So
did.
so that come on, you can't say that James Bond's drink is not
But
acceptable
his was
for men.
shaken, not stirred.
Okay,
All right?
fine.
That's
fine.
all I'm saying.
Hey.
JP has been brought up on many charges before. This is nothing new. This is nothing new with JP.
Hey, I have to ask you, Fred. Did you hear about the big Mississippi news story this week?
What's going on in the SIP?
So here's what happened. In the UK, they polled Britons where they thought Britain's standard of living would be compared to the 50 U.S. states.
Yeah.
And the poll said that Britons thought they were about the seventh richest of all the American states.
All right.
The real number is 51st. And they're behind Mississippi, proud Mississippi, who's 50th. And your governor tweeted at the whole UK saying, as we say down here, bless your heart.
Hey, I knew we were going to have the last word. I knew that's Mississippi. We were going to have the last word.
Yes.
Take that, Bridget.
Take that.
Fred, thank you very much, dude.
Anytime,
Appreciate
fellas. Y'all.
Hey, happy birthday, man.
Hey, man,
Happy
appreciate
birthday.
that.
If you see Fred Smoot today,
Oh,
wish
my
him a
God.
happy birthday.
Fred Smoot on his birthday at a charity
Yeah,
golf
on
outing.
Blue skies is
Free
going to be a day
booze.
right
Like,
there.
look out,
Yeah,
man.
for sure. All right, quick break from us. We got a lot going on. We are at Santana Moss 89 Ways to Give golf tournament out in Leesburg, Raspberry Falls Golf Course. Beautiful day. If you're out here, come say what's up. We got to get into some NFL draft. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley.
Wide receiver Zay Flowers believes the change in head coach will change the Ravens' health issues. On an episode of the Fourth and South podcast, Flowers claimed that the tough practices by former coach John Harbaugh led to more injuries, especially by the end of the season. Asked how the players managed that type of workload that was put on them, he replied back, "We don't." And with some timely hits, some shaky defense from the opposition, and some extra work and extra innings after they blew a lead in the bottom of the ninth, the Nationals put it all together to get an 8-7 10-inning win over the Pirates to split the series in Pittsburgh. They travel back home tonight to open up a 3-game set with the Giants. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan, live at Raspberry Falls Golf Course, Santana Moss, 89 Ways to Give charity golf tournament. It's going to be a fun day. Sweet Lou Holder in the building. If you missed any of what was a wild 5-minute conversation with Fred Smoot, I recommend, however you ascertain your content, whether it's podcast or YouTube or whatever, listen to Smoot talk.
Oh, yeah. It is always a buckle-up ride.
Zay brought in a British-Mississippi comparison that I wasn't prepared for, but I thoroughly enjoyed.
Isn't it funny, though?
That it was funny.
Like, Fred loves his home state.
Rightfully
but Mississippi gets crapped on a lot. However, Mississippi has moved the needle on education remarkably, and that story's been told. So they're doing some things down there.
You know what?
As long as you don't mind the heat, there are nice places in Mississippi. It's just so hot.
I have a friend that owns a very popular tavern in Oxford where Ole Miss is. And his favorite line is, "At Ole Miss, we redshirt Miss Americas." So they're doing something right.
Exactly.
I want to put a pin in the Ovie discussion because I do want to circle back to it because there's a lot of discussion about, they missed the playoffs, how do they get better? And I feel like we're leaving out one huge part of that discussion, and we'll circle back to it. Because I do want to get into some NFL draft stuff. We're less than a week now. We're 6 days from the 7th overall pick, right? Like this time next week, the calls will be screaming about they took this guy, they should have taken that guy, whatever, right? And I think a lot of the fan base, has become enamored by Jeremiah Love. Do you get that sense?
Oh, there is no doubt. When I saw a compilation of Jeremiah Love hurdles that he had executed in college, apparently they outlawed the move in high school. He was so good at it. He is such an incredible, pure prospect, specimen, player, flashy. He's the shiniest object in the draft that can be had by somebody who's not picking 1-1, because that's Mendoza.
Right.
And so I get the shiny object theory.
I think Love might almost be a shinier object than Mendoza. Maybe not, because he's a quarterback coming off an undefeated season.
Arguably he is. But I discount the running back position so much. I wish the days of LaDainian Tomlinson and Priest Holmes and Adrian Peterson still existed, JP.
Yeah.
They don't.
I'm with you. I think, for me, if you're going offense at 7, it should be wideout. I think from a roster construction standpoint, wideout is a far greater need. Adam Peters had a lengthy press conference yesterday, and my colleague Mitch Tischler asked him, do you have to draft for this season or for the next numbers of seasons, which was a very fair question, and the answer is both, right? Yeah. With the 7th overall pick, with a top 10 pick, you got to nail the pick for right away. That kid's got to be able to play. That's not a developmental pick.
He better be playing right away.
And I think if you're looking at right now what they need and what do they need over the next 4 or 5 years, a rookie contract control, the wideout position, you've got Terry this year, no questions asked. You get beyond that, you start looking at cap numbers, guaranteed money, things get a little more interesting. They did, I'd say, raise the floor of the receiver room by signing Diami and Van Jefferson. If you consider the floor of the receiver room last year was Chris Moore and Robbie Chosen.
It was mangy.
Right. Now the floor has been raised, but you've got Terry, Luke, Jalen, Van, Diami, Traylon Burks too. Like last year they tried to add. They went and got Debo. It doesn't seem like Debo's coming back, but I think, one, you can add for this year to be better this year, to give Jaden more options for this year. And then if you look out, who's your top receiver in the 2028 season? That's a question. You know what I mean?
I understand the appeal and logic of a wideout like a Caleb Downs at 7, and I do believe that the NFL – Carnell Tate, excuse me. I believe in the value and the need for multiple weapons at wide receiver, that you can never have too many. That said, the defense is such a glaring hole that there is no affordability, in my opinion, just one man's opinion, to go away from defense at that number 7 pick.
It's interesting you say that, because I was, on my phone last night, and this soundbite from Ian Rappaport on the NFL Network evening show, which honestly, dude, if you're a football person, that insider show NFL Network does, I think it's good? 7 to 8. Okay. Really good. It's not hot takery. It's like insight. But this rap sheet audio last night stood out to me, because I feel like there's been so much conversation around Love and maybe Tate or even Lemon or Tyson, that rap sheet kind of brought exactly what you just said, Zabe.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance they get younger, and I would also say there's a decent chance they get better. At least their fans hope. And so much, Mike, of the focus of this offseason was doing all that on defense. Last year's Commanders' defense was not what you were looking for. Ended up obviously making a ton of staff changes. Obviously, this now for Dan Quinn and his unit on defense becomes an unbelievably important situation. So I would not be surprised, no predictions, but I would not be surprised if the Commanders say, who is the best defensive player on our board? We will just take him. Now, a couple potential options for them at number 7. Caleb Downs, the really, really good safety from Ohio State. People talk about his makeup like it is just crazy. I would say Sonny Styles, off-the-ball linebacker here, big rangy dude, also from Ohio State. Another one where people love their makeup. They just love the way they are wired. As they are looking for a new linchpin of the defense, you'd have to imagine both these guys would potentially be in the conversation. And then Ruben Bain, the defensive end from Miami, likely to be on the board at this time. The short arms have gotten a lot of conversation, but he is a big, tough, burly, physical football player. Do the Commanders go here after adding so much of the edge in free agency? They're going to have a lot of options and a really, really good draft spot.
So that's Ian Rappaport, one of the most plugged-in guys across the NFL. And Rap Sheet's making – I think he said the quiet part out loud. This defense sucked. Oh. And yes, they were relatively aggressive in free agency. They added a lot. Right. But that doesn't mean you necessarily should be done.
No, I would go under the assumption that – no matter what you've added in free agency, you still need a lot more. To me, the defense is a open wound that you'll bleed out another season if you don't tourniquet it. So, therefore, if it was me, I would rush every asset and resource to that side of the ball. And it's going to hurt, because there are some potentially juicy weapons offensively you'd love to add, if only the defense, JP, was – 18th in the league, not 32nd or whatever they came in at.
The only reason this defense wasn't last in every statistical category
is
this stat is amazing. The last time the New York Jets had an interception,
I saw that, yeah. Rory
McIlroy had not won a Masters.
He's won 2 Masters since their last pick. Yes.
So
if not for the Jets' ineptitude, then the Commanders would be even worse.
And they were worse in a lot of categories. They were 32nd in a number of categories.
It was like 31-32 as I looked at it.
The only one that bailed them out was takeaways, because the Jets are completely incapable.
Exactly.
But I found the names really interesting that he specifically mentioned in Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, a pair of Ohio State studs, and then Ruben Bain, the Miami stud. I think whatever uproar existed for 3 or 4 days there surrounding Bain, I think has dissipated. I think that's just pre-draft cycle nonsense. I think the only thing teams will care about with Bain is if they feel he lied or didn't tell them the truth in interviews. What the event that occurred, that I hope everybody's okay. The league will move on from events that have occurred.
The woman that died, right? Okay, but yeah.
But like,
I know
from a league standpoint,
I know
guys get drafted with stuff all the time.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Like, I wanted to know when the news came out. I was just like, whoa. Okay, this was sort of quiet, and nobody really knew about this.
But you know what I thought about with that, Zabe? Traffic accident, a woman passes away, there's a court case. That's all public record.
But it
like,
never.
That being quiet is on the people that cover Miami football, or like that's
True.
all public.
It should have been flushed out at some point, but as I understand it, JP, it never went to trial. So it kind of got dismissed at a lower level where it might not have been popping up on a regular court docket. You also have to monitor various jurisdictions to see who's on it. I just wanted to see, once I learned about this, I'm like, okay, is there more to it? And nothing more shook out. So I'm fine with him taking Bane. You know, I want a guy who's a disruptor, who is a wrecker on defense, and that's what he looked to be, short arms notwithstanding.
Yeah, I think for me with Bane specifically, the tape is what's important.
Yeah.
Not the arm measurement at the combine.
The measurement didn't bother me, but then I saw a couple photos, and I was like, oh.
You know what?
Like, I hope that's not a Photoshop because, yeah.
I'm trying to think. So I was sitting next to David Aldridge yesterday at the Adam Peters press conference. When's the last time you looked at a photo of Ruben Bane?
Just last week when somebody brought up his short arms, and knowing how the internet is.
Does this picture, this is a very specific, does he kind of look like Lando Calrissian right there from Star Wars, from Billy D?
I'm not going to make that jump.
I don't know, the mustache.
I think Lando's a little lighter skinned overall, and a suave, debonair,
certainly
intergalactic fella.
Yeah,
that Lando Calrissian. Yeah,
I don't know that they're definitely going defense at 7, but I think what Rapp is saying should absolutely be a part of the conversation. That the defense is god awful, and if they can add a true blue chip player on that side of the ball, it helps a lot.
I don't think there's anyone that would make me disappointed next Thursday night.
I agree.
Other than a trade down.
Let's pull on that thread when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7. We're live. 89 Ways to Give golf tournament. Santana Moss's charity. We saw Tana Man hit his drive. This is the first hole right here behind us, right,
Yes,
Dave?
sir.
We saw Tana hit a pretty solid drive, went down the right side. Stallion, our spotter, said he carried the bunkers on the right side there. So that maybe Tana up on the green by now, or they may be on to 2.
They're playing the very forward tees. I'm not going to brag about him carrying those bunkers.
He's a football player. It's his namesake tournament. I'm going to say he hit it well.
You know, I've known Smoot like you forever, and I've never seen his action.
I look forward to seeing it.
Have you ever seen his action?
No.
Do you think it's any good, or is it just NBA or NFL players flailing away action?
I think it will depend. Now, Fred said for the first 4 or 5 holes he plans on being sober. Now, this is a shotgun start, so we don't know where Fred is starting.
He should shotgun some beers. Get to PBL, as I call it, proper beer level, and then you're flying just right.
Got to dial the knobs.
Got to dial it in.
You said something interesting before the break. In the last segment, we played an interesting clip from Ian Rappaport saying, you know, the Commanders are going to have a ton of good options defensively, and it would make a lot of sense to take the best defensive player there. He mentioned by name Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, and Ruben Bain. You said you won't be disappointed in any outcome next Thursday night with the 7th overall pick. So that could mean Tate, Love, Downs, Styles, whoever, as long as it's not a trade back.
Right.
Why?
Because I have come to believe, right or wrong, but it's just my belief. I've come to believe that too many people with the NFL draft become enraptured with process and strategery. And so, therefore, the notion of we could just scooch back, we'll get some extra picks, which we desperately need, and we'll get a guy who could be every bit as good as a guy we get 7 or 8 spots higher. And in theory, on paper, I understand that. But I keep coming back to this one simple notion. You ain't that smart. They ain't that smart. Nobody's that smart to be able to really nail all of that just right. The NFL draft is still the ultimate crapshoot. And the only way to win at the game is to have more tickets, more picks, and to be picking as high as possible. Because the cream of the crop, generally speaking, is agreed upon in those first 10 to 12 picks. And then there is a drop-off. Right. And right now the Commanders are in the high-rent district, and they have a chance for a nice filet mignon player. I would just like to not overthink it and take that guy and not try to do some jiu-jitsu of, well, we moved down, but we like this guy a lot as well. That's my thinking. Does that have any resonance with you? Don't overthink it.
I think it has merit.
Okay.
I think – I always joke that I don't even know how cottage they are anymore, but I always say there are multiple cottage industries making people pay for research to tell you how complicated football is, when ultimately most of the time it boils down to offensive and defensive lines are how you win games. Like the same premise that Newt Rockne coached still applies today.
Yes.
But whatever. Buy your subscriptions to Advanced Analytics Services.
Right.
I tend to agree with you here, and I think Peters tends to agree with you. For him to say yesterday, more likely than not, we're going to make the pick at 7. Now, could that mean there won't be the offers we want? Sure, that could mean that.
Right.
But it also means, I think, they have a lack of talent.
Yes.
And the guy the chances of hitting an all-pro type player are higher at 7 than they are at 16 and 44.
Right.
And though the draft value chart would suggest 16 and 44 adds up to a little bit more than 7, the chances are undeniably higher at 7 of getting a stud. And I think what this team needs more than anything, and regardless of position, to your earlier point, are studs.
Yeah.
Like
more studs, please.
Yeah. And it's not lost on me that the Rivera administration celebrated the trade out of Chris Olave that landed them Jahan Dotson, Sam Howell, and Brian Robinson. And there was a brief flashpoint where that looked like they won, right?
Yeah, sure.
The opening month of Sam Howell's starting career here, it was
right.
like, oh, man, they might have found something. Wow.
Yeah.
But as time played out, as I always say, there's a lot of football left. Like,
yeah.
I mean, none of those players are on the roster.
Yeah.
And even the trade with Philly out of the pick that landed Cooper DeJean in Philly that netted Washington, Samerstill, and I think Luke McCaffrey. Like, I think you could look at that right now and be like, wouldn't you rather have DeJean? So trading out,
right,
gaining more picks does not always equal the answer you want.
Yeah. There's a caveat to my notion of don't overthink it, and that is if you're at, say, 1, 2, or 3, and a Stupidville offer comes in, then, yes, it would make sense to trade out of 1, 2, or 3. I don't think Stupidville walks in the door at 7 from another team.
Something has to drive Stupidville, and this draft doesn't have Stupidville drivability.
The only potential Stupidville driver would be Jeremiah Love.
Right.
And if some other team is super horny for him behind us, then I could see it. But I don't think he's lasting to 7. I think there's a chance somebody leapfrogs with a bunch of stupid picks to get to 4 or 5. In fact, I'd love to see what the betting over-under is on Love's position, because I'd bet the under.
I wonder if White Brian can find that, or maybe Stallion. That's interesting. White
Brian hates gambling. He's sworn off it. I believe he's Amish. He would never know that number.
White Brian is a fervent gambler. Do you know what his unit size is?
Dime? 1,000?
No, like a dime.
Like
10, 20.
10 cents.
White Brian, you said
actual 10 cents or a dime as in gambling dime like 1,000?
He recently upped his wager. I think he's now betting 20 cents per play. Is that right, Dubby?
They actually let you fire in
Speak
wagers
up.
of 10
I've gone
or
back
20
down to
cents.
10 cents. We had a rough couple beats there.
You rough couple beats? Couldn't pay your electricity bill,
How much is in your account? Like $3?
$9.94.
What platform? FanDuel or DraftKings?
DraftKings.
Okay. Have you ever gotten a message from DraftKings after firing a 20-cent parlay that says, bro,
call 1-800-GAMBLER?
No, I'm thinking they would get a message like, bro, come on, 20 cents.
We've had this discussion,
but God
he's being responsible.
A, this is responsible, but B, this is the genesis. This is the embryo of what creates a monster down the road. It starts at 20 cents. I'd imagine every guy who's betting way too much money started at a very low number.
Nobody go anywhere. Adam Rittenberg, senior college football writer for ESPN, has a really interesting article about some sleepers in this draft because Washington doesn't have a lot of picks, so they got a hit in the 6th round. We're going to talk to Adam Rittenberg next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Guardians rookie left-hander Parker Mesnick lost his no-hit bit against the Orioles, did a leadoff single in the ninth inning. The league went through the entire 2025 season without a no-hitter, ending a 20-year streak of at least one no-hitter per season. So the streak lives on, and same with the Guardians, who haven't thrown one in, well, quite a while. And the college football season could officially begin earlier in 2027. The NCAA announced that the Division I Football Bowl Subdivision Oversight Committee, world's longest name, had recommended the elimination of Week 0 from the calendar and officially gave teams 14 weeks to play 12 games. That decision still needs to be finalized and implemented in 2027. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
For those watching on the YouTube stream, you just got to see.
Don't watch.
You got to see Steve Zabin dance. Zabe is feeling.
It's not dancing. It's
you're vibing.
Old white guy, fist.
I think you're vibing, Zabe.
Vibing. Yes.
Zabe is vibing, and you know why? Because it's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby.
Oh yeah.
Scotty's.
Cha.
DMV made, super smooth, loved everywhere around the DMV. We might have to track down some Scotty's Vodka before the day is out. I also just got offered, listen, anytime somebody walks up to you and says, would you like oysters and caviar? Say yes.
You had some oysters right now.
Like 3 minutes ago. My guy right here, King Street Oyster Bar. They were terrific. So go by King Street Oyster Bar. I know there's one in Park Potomac. Or if you're out here at the golf tournament, it's right by the first hole.
I've never had an oyster.
Ever? Oh, Zabe.
It's not my thing, and I like seafood, but that's one thing I can't do.
I do have to tell you that B. Mitchell Finley is brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. Speaking of Rude, excited to get on the Rude guest hotline and welcome in Adam Rittenberg to the program. Adam's a senior college football writer for ESPN. Adam, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time for us.
You bet, guys. Thanks for having me on.
So appreciate you making time. And there was an article you wrote maybe earlier this week, maybe last week, I think earlier this week. So much attention in the draft is paid on the first round, top 10. Washington has the 7th overall pick, so that obviously is commanding a ton of our attention. But I loved the article you wrote where you spoke with a number of college football coaches about guys that are going to go Saturday. We're talking 5th, 6th, 7th round picks, guys that are going to make a big impact. Maybe it's Friday night, wherever these guys may be drafted. Tell us kind of what went into your process.
Right. Yeah, no, it was a fun piece to put together because, there's different ways you can come up with sleepers. And, certainly some people say, well, these guys are all Power 4 starters. How can they be sleepers? But in the draft context, they really are. These are picks that will have value according to the college coaches, depending on where they go. And, like you said, many of them will be day 3 guys, maybe even, free agent types, possibly late day 2. But yeah, it's just, hey, who's a guy on your team that wherever he gets picked, he's going to sort of outperform whatever value the team's put on that particular draft selection. And you try to get a mix of different positions. And there's some big names on this list. I mean, Diego Pavia was the Heisman Trophy runner-up and certainly a guy everybody knows about if you follows college football. But some of these other names, other than the fan bases, I think are important to know because you might start to hear about them as we get closer to the draft. And certainly once they're drafted and then they get out and they have a chance to perform, we could be looking back and say, wow, that coach was right about so-and-so. He really was a great value for this particular NFL team that selected him.
So some of the guys that I found really interesting on the list, in Washington, they need to add at wideout. And you have a player on here that I had tagged just in scouts I talked to, Chris Bell. out of Louisville.
Yeah.
And I think he could end up going second, third round. He's obviously coming off a big-time injury, but what do we need to know about Bell?
Well, yeah, he's one of those that, in terms of the range, I think you're right. He could certainly be a second-round pick, in large part because people can look at his size and the production that he had when healthy and say as soon as he does get over this knee injury, he can be a very, very valuable piece to our offense. And so he obviously was with Jeff Fromm at Louisville, who was not the number one wide receiver throughout his career, but really worked his way into that position last year. And, as the piece notes, another coach in the ACC said, he was the best receiver in the entire conference. And when healthy is certainly a top, 60, 70, 80 pick. And so I think that's what really is going to be his evaluation. But in terms of a size standpoint, he is an imposing figure at, 6'2" and around 225 pounds. Again, just needed that opportunity to be the number one receiver and was really thriving in that role until his injury. But overall, a really productive player in an NFL-style offense who has worked with different quarterbacks, and I think will be a valuable piece to whoever drafts him.
All right, so when it comes to trying to figure out who could be a sleeper this year, I always like to look backwards and say, okay, what happened on this guy, and this guy that turned out to be a really good player? You want to play the game of trying to go, okay, well, here's what they missed about so-and-so, because some of these guys I had forgotten. Kittle, 5th rounder. How do you miss on that? What was the thinking on him coming out? Max Crosby, 4th rounder. How do you miss on that? Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant.
Right.
Like, there are some big misses. Where do you think the misses come from? Are they baked in biases against guys regarding size or their position they play or whether they're going to fit in a scheme?
Yeah, it's really all of those things, like an undersized receiver or, right now there's so much value placed on length at the defensive back position. So if you're an undersized corner or you're a short safety, how are you? I mean, it's kind of laughable to see people talk about Caleb Downs. Well, he may fall out of the top 10. It's like, bro, are you watching Caleb Downs? I mean, that dude is absolutely one of the best defensive players that I've seen in college football in the last 20 years. So yeah, you can talk your way into not taking him at 3, 4, or 5, or 6, and then watch him just really kick your butt for the next 15 years in the NFL. Like that's what's going to happen. So yeah, no, it's all those things, and I think it really speaks to the fact that there's different preferences in personnel departments, and there's different authority that maybe a personnel guy has or a GM has rather than a coach's voice. One example, and I'm kind of a Bears guy here in Chicago. Like when the Bears took Kyle Monangai, I'm like, that gets to be a great pick because I watched Kyle Monangai and covered him throughout his time at Rutgers as a really productive college running back, and lo and behold, he's a backup to DeAndre Swift, and maybe will be starting one day. David Montgomery is another running back who, again, a lot of us thought at the college level, once whoever got him, wherever they got him, they were going to have success, and that certainly was the case with the Bears and then the Lions now. And I know he's moving on, but yeah, there's a number of guys, especially certain positions, safety, running back. Some of the linebacker positions that aren't valued as much as, say, pass rusher, quarterback, a wide receiver, defensive end.
Right. See, if it was me, Adam, as a scout, I would always look for explosiveness at any position. Like in the case of Terry McLaurin, who was a 3rd-rounder, sleeper, partly because Ohio State overstocked at wide receiver, didn't get as many touches or looks as he might have otherwise got. That first game in Philly, when he was exploding past people, it was one of the most electric things. And my lasting thought was, who the hell missed on this explosiveness with this guy?
Right.
How do you feel about my explosiveness theory?
Yeah, that's definitely a trait that I think I would also value. It also just depends on what type of team I have. Who's the quarterback that's throwing the ball to him? What type of offensive structure is in place? Who's the play caller? Are they going to feature the things that he does well in ways that maybe other teams won't? So I think once you get past the obvious players in this draft, and we all know who they are, they're getting talked about quite a bit in that top 15, top 20 range, then it really becomes, the fit and then the traits that certain teams, coaches, GMs, and others are going to value more than some of their competitors.
Talking with Adam Rittenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Adam's a senior writer of college football for ESPN. You can give him a follow at ESPN Rittenberg. Earlier in the week, he wrote a really interesting piece about talking with college coaches about who some of the sleepers are going to be in this NFL draft. And, Adam, just there you mentioned David Montgomery and Kyle Monangai as running backs coming out of college that you thought really could burst on the scene. Both those players did. Monangai, was really good for Chicago this past season. Saw David Montgomery's been good in Detroit for a while, just got traded to Houston. In Washington, I'm not speaking on behalf of fans. That's a dangerous order, right? But a lot of fans seem very enamored by Jeremiah Love with the 7th overall pick. Who are some running backs later in this draft you think could be highly productive that you don't have to spend a 7th overall pick on?
Right. Well, I would start off with Jeremiah's teammate, D'Adarian Price, who may be the second running back off the board, but could also be like the 3rd, 4th, or 5th. And he's a guy that was an All-America kick returner. Came to Notre Dame with a lot of expectations, had an injury, and then obviously you're playing alongside Jeremiah Love. It's hard to get touches, but he comes in without a lot of tread. Is a fresh player, which I think is important now, especially given how many teams are using running back tandems. So I think he's somebody who I would look at as well. And then there's some versatile players. One guy that's in the sleepers list, Jonah Coleman from Washington, was able to follow his career at Arizona, and then he followed Jed Fish up to Washington. He's a guy that was productive both as a runner and as a receiver. He was durable, didn't have a lot of injury issues really throughout his career. So I think that's an interesting one. And then Emmett Johnson from Nebraska was a little bit more of that traditional featured back for a Nebraska team that was really trying to emphasize the run. It worked at times, and I think he did everything he could with some of the limitations around him to be a productive player at running back in college. So I think those are some of the guys you look at. But again, I wrote a piece about this a few weeks ago, guys, that so many NFL teams are looking at that position through the prism of we need a tandem. The Saquons and the Derrick Henry types, I think those guys are going to be eventually fading out because you're just seeing so much more value in, hey, can we have two guys that we have ready, and if one of them falls off or gets injured, we still have somebody else that we can trust in to get it done in big moments.
Interestingly, Washington kind of hit on a guy last year in the 7th round in Bill Krosky-Merritt. I forgive me, I don't know if this is a story you've written every year, but what would you have thought of Bill this time last year?
I don't think he was in my list last year, and it wasn't a guy that I looked at it in depth, but certainly that's a great point, right? He's coming from he's obviously with Arizona a little bit in his career, but he was really coming from a different level,
right.
and was off the radar. Was maybe more of that true traditional sleeper type of player, but what a find, right? That's really what the draft is about. I mean, that's why certain teams make the playoffs every year, is that they're really, really good at this part of the draft. You certainly have to hit on your first-round picks and your top 10 picks because of the value that's placed on those positions, and rightfully so. But you also have to be really good and elite in that late day 2 into day 3, and being able to find some of these value guys that end up being starters. Because, most fourth-round draft picks do not have starter grades on them. But as you noted at the first question today, so many NFL starters were 4th and 5th and 6th round picks. And so that's who you have to find if you want to be a good franchise.
I'm curious, talking with some scouts that I know, I've heard repeatedly about the depth at the corner position, specifically in this draft. Who are some of the DBs that made your list?
Yeah, I mean, that's such a important position, every year, especially the corners, but the nickel corners, and I had quite a few safeties on this list as well. Let's see. So Cole Wisniewski from Texas Tech is a name that, Joey McGuire, who has a lot of the top defenders on the board, including David Bailey, who should be the first defender off the board at defensive end, but also really that entire defensive line, and Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker. But he identified Cole as someone who really will be a good value wherever he goes. Zakee Wheatley, who is at Penn State, who was kind of a big name during the playoff run in 2024, just has a knack for the ball. It was always, either forcing takeaways or involved in takeaways. And so I think he's someone with pretty good size who would be of interest. And there's obviously some corners and some nickels as well. But, Jaden Kennedy from Oregon was someone who Dan Lanning identified, their head coach. He was kind of a nickel corner for Oregon, a little bit shorter of a player, 5'10", but has a couple of years of starting experience. Was at Oregon and then Ole Miss before. Was at Tulane to begin his career. So he's somebody who I know Dan, pretty good endorsement there if he's telling you that he's going to be a good value in the draft.
All right. Do you believe in shopping at the brand name stores when all things are equal? Alabama, Georgia, Michigan.
In the right years, I do. But I also think, again, in this context, we're talking about sleepers. We're talking about the guys that aren't obvious. Two programs that overperform in the NFL draft every single year are Utah and Iowa, and that's why scouts.
Utah and Iowa.
Yeah.
Iowa offensive linemen. And their corners.
They have a lot of linemen.
And
weirdly,
tight ends.
Iowa corners are good too.
Yeah. But both, obviously, you mentioned George Kittle. Total sleeper from Iowa. In hindsight, was clearly underused by the Hawkeyes at the college level.
Because they don't throw the football.
They've had a number of those guys. Sam Laporta probably wasn't used well enough at Iowa. Look at what he's doing in the NFL. Utah, the number of offensive and defensive linemen. They've had a number of running backs that have had success in the NFL. I was just there earlier this week with their new coach, Morgan Scalley. But watching their practice, it's like, okay, they're going to have dudes every year in the draft that might not be talked about as high school recruits, but are going to be talked about entering the draft. So, yes, you certainly can't ignore Ohio State and Georgia and Texas and Oklahoma and some of these traditional places that produce a lot of NFL players, Clemson. But you also have to look at like where are the places that are sending guys that get in the 4th, 5th, 6th round, and all of a sudden we're talking about them as Pro Bowl type players.
I love it. Utah and Iowa are like the outlet malls of NFL talent.
Yeah.
Costco.
High quality merch,
right?
With a lot less price on them.
Adam, I wanted to sneak one in here, and I'll let you go after this. I watched a lot of Texas Tech, so I actually really like that kid Wisniewski you included in your article. And I think Bailey's going to go number 2. I think he should go number 2. If I was a GM, he'd be the first dude I drafted in this draft. I think he's going to be a double-digit sack guy for a decade. But the player I loved most on that Texas Tech defense was Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker in the center of all of it. Is he a Friday night guy probably? Like, where does Rodriguez go?
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting because, production-wise, he's off the chart. And if he does end up slipping into Saturday, you really have to look at the position and say, hey, this is just not a valued enough position to use a 3rd-round pick, and enough people felt that he just wasn't. You obviously were Sonny Styles and the performance that he had at the combine. It's a different type of traits guy than a Jacob Rodriguez, even though Jacob Rodriguez did a whole lot more from a production standpoint. And certainly last couple of years at Texas Tech. So I'm fascinated to see where he ends up because again, you watch the games, you watch what he did for that defense, even when they weren't a Big 12 title contender, and it was really impressive. But he's not a elite pass rusher. He's not a cover corner. He's not a guy that's going to make catches for you in the red zone to score touchdowns like some of these wide receivers are going to do. And so I would think he'll be a Friday guy, but again, because of the position, it's a little bit harder to predict.
It's funny. I remember when the Skins drafted John Bates, and I watched the first week of training camp, and I said that dude's going to have a 10-year NFL career. And I feel like wherever Rodriguez ends up, he's going to be the same dude. That dude's going to be a monster on specials. He's going to be first in, last out. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Adam, really appreciate you making time, dude. What I'd like to do is, if you're cool with it, maybe we follow up with you the week after the draft and see what you think of the guys Washington got.
Absolutely. Let's do it. Looking forward to it.
Thanks so much, man. Appreciate the time.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, that is Adam Rittenberg, senior college football writer for ESPN. You can give him a follow at ESPN Rittenberg. Really cool article about some sleeper picks available later in this draft, talking to college coaches. I'm going to tweet that out if anybody's looking for it. Good stuff right there. I kind of want to keep the NFL conversation going. I want to circle back to Ovie. I also want to make sure we get in the Nats game yesterday because that was an important win for the Curly W's. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. You've heard B. Mitch and Finley talk about our friends at Orsman Automotive of Virginia for years. They've been taking great care of myself and for Brian and our families for a number of years. I've bought 4 or 5 cars from those guys. Well, they've been doing it for over 100 years in the DMV, and when you're doing something that long, it means you're doing something right. They've got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia. All the makes, all the models you're looking for. They got quality, certified, used vehicles. You can check out their website, orsmanva.com. But above everything else, beyond the great deals, the great selection, the great financing, you get the Orsman Lifetime Edge. That keeps the customers coming back because they take care of you like they take care of me, they take care of Brian, they take care of you like family. In fact, one of the Orsman family just had another baby girl. Congratulations to the Corin Golds. Seriously, I've been buying cars from Orsman for a decade. You should do the same.
The San Diego Padres are nearing a deal to be sold to a private equity billionaire, per reports. The deal values the Padres at around $3.9 billion. That is the highest valuation ever achieved by a Major League Baseball team. The previous record, of course, $2.4 billion for the purchase of the New York Mets in 2020. And ESPN asked 10 anonymous scouts from around the league to each serve as a decision maker for a team picking in the top 10. Rules of the mock do not allow trades. So for this mock, the Commanders select Sonny Styles out of Ohio State. But the anonymous scout said that if he could, he would have traded back this pick. From the Crop Nightcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I love a blue sky day. I mean, if anybody's watching us on the YouTube stream or on Monumental Sports Network and you get to see the background.
It's beautiful.
You know, Zabe, a lot of times people are like, man, you work all the time. And I try to remind them, like, we're not out here picking coal. You know what I mean? Like,
you're not on a roof swinging a hot tar mop.
Right.
It's radio, for God's sakes.
Yeah, Drab had this line that has always stuck with me. IJR. It's just radio. We're just two dudes talking about sports.
IJR, huh? That's so funny.
We just had Adam Rittenberg on the line, and senior college football writer for ESPN. And I thought his recent piece, that credit to Stallion brought it to my attention. I said I was going to tweet that out. I'm going to do that now. Is about the value picks later in this draft. And this isn't a great draft. Next year's the great draft. That's going to be here in D.C. That should be really cool. I don't think it's an accident that Adam Peters traded away a bunch of picks in this draft, specifically to get Laramie Tunsil. I don't think that was an accident at all. But still, you're going to have picks. You're going to have kids that probably make this team, and you got to nail the picks. And in Rittenberg's piece, he talked about some of the running backs that are available late in this draft. Stallion, you're probably ride or die for the other Notre Dame guy, not just Love, but the dude that might be number 2 off the board.
Yeah, a lot of buzz about him now. They're saying, this guy might be every bit as good as Love.
Yeah, I don't know if Stallion's mic's on.
You know what? On running backs, it's tough.
That's what I want to ask you, dude.
Yeah, you find guys later on that are just bowling balls.
They just drafted Bill. Like, this just happened. They got a 7th-round guy.
How much do you believe in Bill?
How much do I believe in Bill and what role?
As him being more than just a guy.
I don't think in the NFL you have.
That matters?
Dude,
he's enough of a
Speaking
guy.
of the NFL, look at this guy. LP. What's up, dude?
Oh, wow.
Logan Paulson.
In the flesh.
Throw the headset on. Hell yeah.
Don't you dare walk by it and not give us
we'll
few
give Logan
words,
his own camera, or do you have a camera for him? Okay.
It's
cool.
okay. It's already set right
I don't think Logan expected us to throw a headset on him, but always a pleasure to get to talk with the former Washington tight end, Mr. Logan Paulson. What's up, dude?
What's up, man? How are you? Everything good?
Do you golf?
No, not really. I'm
not
here
really.
just to support a buddy. I've golfed a couple times, not as much as you probably.
I bet you'd be better than me within a week of taking it seriously.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, when it comes
and that's
to
not a dig, but
it's factual.
That's just me putting my athletic ability to a task.
Yeah,
which outranks superior in short time.
If Logan and I stand next to one another, it's not a hard thing to figure out who's going to be better at most athletic endeavors.
Do you golf a lot?
Don't answer that as your attorney.
Thank you.
As I like to say, it depends on who you ask.
I don't golf as much as good golfers.
Right.
I golf a decent amount.
How about like compared to B. Mitch? You golf about the same as B. Mitch?
No.
B. Mitch is
he golfs like every day, right?
He's probably playing 4 or 5 times a week.
Yeah, no,
I probably play a full 18, like a dedicating time to play a full round of golf 3 times a month.
Okay.
Now I'll go to the range or I'll play 9.
Yeah.
I kind of scoot out there. It's interesting you walk up because we're talking draft.
Okay.
Before we get there, though, I do want to ask you. I thought in a lot of the videos the Commanders have rolled out since the uniform change, the part that stuck with me most was Revo.
Oh.
Was Jeremy Reeves talking about I love having this back.
Yeah.
Because Reeves played for the Redskins. Like, he knew what the old uniform was, and it clearly meant something to him that isn't going to resonate with other folks because they didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
You played for the Skins.
Yeah.
You now work for the Commanders in a lot of capacities. What do you think of the uniform reboot?
Yeah, man. I think I've never been a fashion person.
That's
know what
so
I'm saying?
weird.
Yeah.
I would have guessed.
Who would have thought I come up wearing what I'm wearing, right?
I mean, are you wearing boots and cargos right now?
not quite. But
That looks
close,
good. He looks like a golfer, by the way.
Close enough. But so I think the thing that was most impactful for me seeing this was like understanding what it meant to the community, like getting people coming up to you and be like, man, this is so important to me because like I used to watch this team with my grandparents.
Sure.
This is the colors. And being from LA, we don't have a team like that.
Right.
There's not like a football team or a basketball team that's been around like that has that kind of
Maybe the
continuity.
Lakers, right?
But even that's like, it's so fair weather in LA, like
Yeah.
to have a fan base as large and as diverse and as comprehensive as this one, and then people just to be like getting emotional about the jersey, I thought was incredibly cool that the ownership was able to kind of identify something that was important and meant something to a large swath of people and get back to that. And it was special to see that and kind of be a part of it and kind of finally realize for me what that burgundy and gold meant to people.
That's cool.
I mean, the team won 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Like, this is not an insignificant franchise in the landscape of sports.
Yep.
And I would dare say there's never been another team that has won 3 championships that ever just changed their name and their logo.
Yeah.
For the reasons behind it, which you can get into. But the point is, that's the team that people my age, Logan, grew up loving. And it was a hard thing to accept for a lot of people. So it was nice. I think they've really done a nice job on the way they've brought it back. And my theory is, JP, you gain ground whenever you can, like an advancing army, and then you wait.
Right.
They've gained ground, and they're now just going to sit
Yeah.
up on the ridge top, and we'll see where the landscape goes from here.
I thought, so Mark Klaus, Commanders team president, business side, right? Not football side, but he runs all things business. He ultimately headed up this endeavor, right, to get the uniforms back to where they were. And Klaus was kind enough he joined us in studio for a half hour on Wednesday when they launched the new uniforms. And I did ask him, hey, the spear is going to be really well received. Was there any thought of putting the spear onto the burgundy helmet? And what he said that I thought was really smart and I think will appeal to a lot of older fans is we're on a journey. And part of that journey is going to see what we can bring back from our heritage at what time.
Gain ground, hold ground.
I don't think we've seen the last of the spear. I think when they go to RFK, maybe you relaunch another. They're also, the NFL's now rolling out a 4th uniform per team.
Oh, wow.
Rivalries.
Yeah, so I very much, I know a lot of folks want the old logo. I don't know that the old logo ever lands on a helmet. I think when you get to RFK, there is a way to have maybe not a statue, but a thing on a wall of the old helmet that is both tastefully done and honors the past.
By the way, Klaus being in studio for a half an hour tells you how much better this administration is than the last.
Sure.
Because you know damn well the previous clowns would have never done anything that was truly in a partnership with anyone in the media.
Right.
And that he willingly said, hey, it's important for me to come on down, talk to you guys, and give you the time and to say, here's what we were trying to do. That's great. That alone gives me a lot of hope right there.
For sure.
But the whole arrow going through the W debate, I'm sure you and B. Mitch went over that.
That debate is not for me. I could not.
When I heard about that, I said, oh, my God.
People got too much time on their hands.
Just stop already.
We have Logan Paulson joining us, though. And cool to ask you about the uniforms, somebody that played for the Skins. But I'd be crazy not to ask you with the draft coming up because I know what kind of football scout you are. I know the way you watch the game. And Zabe and I were having an interesting conversation, right? There's a lot of discussion about Jeremiah Love at number 7.
Sure.
Bill, last year, 7th rounder, went for almost 1,000 yards from scrimmage as a 7th rounder that was in a timeshare most of the season. Went for about 900 yards, 8 touchdowns. I do not think Bill is an NFL feature back. But I think he's a hell of a part of a committee. And I think there are really good running backs going to be available rounds 1 through 7 in this draft to add. I like Rachaad White that they signed in free agency. Where do you land on Love, who's undeniably a great player, but that position has changed in importance across the league over the years?
It's for sure changed in importance, and I think you alluded to it really well there, like with Bill being picked up in the 7th round. I do think it's important to understand the context of this running back class. I think there's probably 4 dudes that are like dudes, and everybody else is kind of a role-playing kind of guy, right? And they can obviously develop and mature at their own rates. But I do think that's the conversation here when you're talking about a blue-chip running back specifically. You're talking about a guy that is, 6 foot, 212 pounds. He ran a 4.3. He can catch the ball like a receiver. He runs routes like a receiver. And I'm not just kind of hyperbolically saying that. Like, when you watch him run routes, he's got that skill set. And so you kind of say, like, well, what kind of offensive juice would he bring to the offense? And is that worth the value? And ultimately, it's a dollars and cents conversation when you're talking about a running back in the top 10, right? Because you're saying, receivers are making $40 million. The number one back in free agency is making something like, $17 million, $15 million bucks. So it's not that much of a discrepancy. But I think you just got to say, like, is this guy that good? And I would argue yes. I think when you talk to most people, with Love, they say that he's the number one.
A little windy here.
Player.
No breezy.
Number one player in the draft. And I think that's not. And I think when you look at it, you say good players got to get drafted, because ultimately in the draft you want hits.
Right.
And if it's going to be a hit and you're that confident in it, let's swing the bat.
Yeah. Who is your favorite defensive player in this draft?
Man, I think for me it's probably Sonny Styles. Obviously converted safety from Ohio State, plays linebacker now. I think prior to the combine, I was in love with him. I really liked the player. I thought, like, the movement skills, the instincts were great. And then he tests the way he does, and he's only been playing linebacker for 1 year. And you think about the way that linebacker and NFL defenses are going now, and I think he's a perfect fit, right? He doesn't have to come off the field. He can play multiple spots in the defense. He can line up at the edge. He can line up off ball. He plays a little bit of nickel for them at Ohio State, and he's a good enough athlete that can get it done. And so I think given Durante Jones and what they did, or what he's coming from with Flores in Minnesota, like, it's perfect, because he can cover a lot of grass, he can blitz, and again, he's just going to grow and get better. He's such a puppy, such a baby. Just feels like the right kind of fit.
I like Styles a lot. I think he'll be gone, honestly. I think Styles to the Giants at 5 seems like such a natural fit for Harbaugh.
They may be horny to undo the Saquon Barkley thing by getting Love. I've heard that.
Who's your favorite wideout in this draft?
I think it's Carnell Tate, but I think this wideout, like, he's the guy that's like the number one player, obviously. But I think when you look at, like, just other people with different skill sets, like, I love, like, Elijah Surratt from Indiana. I love Omar Cooper Jr. as a slot player, right?
What do you think of Lemon?
I like him a lot, but again, I think he's probably predominantly a slot player, and I think he reminds me a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown, just in terms of body type, kind of how they compete, how they run routes. I know that's like people don't like that comparison for whatever reason, but that's what I see.
They have that similar toughness, in your face attitude, I would say.
Yeah, and they are hyper aggressive, and I think that the thing that gives me confidence if he were to come here to Washington is that David Blau has seen how to utilize that skill set very acutely, very closely in Detroit. So I think it's a really good fit, and if they were to go that way or trade back and then pick him up, I think that'd probably be the way I see that going.
Can a slot guy be your number one receiver? So-called number one?
I mean, don't look any farther than like Cooper Kupp or JSN, right? I mean, those guys were slot guys in college, and then they kind of developed into more in the league, and it's so much like with that Z position, because you're off the ball, we can move you around, we can get you good matchups, we can play in contest formations, and because of his physicality, I think he brings some of that to you, right? And so I think, like, everyone says, like, what's a one receiver? Like, shoot, if you look at San Francisco, there's weeks where George Kittle's the number one receiver, right? It's all about matchup and finding the best way to exploit that matchup. And with Mekhi Lemon, he gives you some of that flexibility. Now, I have questions about him being able to play the perimeter, which is why Omar Cooper Jr.'s got like a slightly better grade for me, because I think there's a little more inside-outside flexibility. But those are the types of conversations teams are having,
Joined now by Logan Paulson. You can catch him on the Take Command podcast with Grant Paulson on the Odyssey Network. Catch him on a whole bunch of content via the Washington Commanders YouTube page. You said something that I wanted to circle back to, that you're not a golfer, but you just came out here to support a buddy.
Yeah.
We're obviously out here for the Santana Moss 89 Ways to Give golf tournament. Tana's one of the best humans I know, and I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about why you get invited to a zillion things. This is something you're going to make a point of because Santana's that dude.
Yeah, and I think it's like, the event, whatever you want to talk, it's really for Santana, right? Like, it's because Santana's such a quality human being. He does these events all the time. He's trying to give back to the community all the time. Like, I think about how gracious he's been with me. Like, I was an undrafted rookie, and he treated me like everybody else. And now that I work with him every day, you see kind of the quality human being. He doesn't really see, let's say, class in the same way. Like, I get the same what's up that you probably get. You know what I'm saying? I think that's something that, because you've been around a lot of famous football players who aren't that way. And so I think the accessibility, the kindness, kind of how he's thinking about the community, he thinks about his impact, Like he's a special dude, so I felt like I had to come out and say what's up.
Well said there. Thank you for the time, brother.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. Good to see you, everybody. How's the Twitter going? You said you're going to get into it. You don't get into it.
It's going better. I mean, I've tweeted once in the last couple of weeks.
Attaboy.
Right? Yeah, it's coming along, right?
Boy, well, next visit, I want to hear about this reticence. This Twitter reticence from Logan Paulson.
Logan is too smart, too intellectual to engage in the world's lowest common denominator that is Twitter.
In the cesspool of idiocy that is
Now,
Twitter.
he's an Instagram guy. Logan and Tana, you can find him on Instagram because Instagram's way more fun.
Instagram's way less combative.
Totally.
People don't even read what you write on Instagram.
No, they just look at pictures.
Look at the pictures.
Stallion's got nothing but, what do they call them, thoughts on his Instagram page. Nobody go anywhere. We'll be right back.
the set, kicks, delivers, swinging a ground ball through the hole at base hit right field. Green light for Bebas around third. Here comes the throw by Reynolds to the plate. It is offline, not in time. Bebas across the plate with a head-first slide on a go-ahead run-scoring single for James Wood, driving in his 15th run of the year. And here in the top of the 10th inning, once again, the Nationals have the lead. It's Washington 8 and Pittsburgh 7.
Yeah. Very good win for the Washington Nationals yesterday. After dropping the first 3 to Pittsburgh, they stole a win on getaway day. 10th inning, you just heard the call there of the game-winning run. They were able to close it out in the bottom of the 10th. I think CJ turned a double play. We were just talking about the Nats. They are, we're almost 20 games into the season, right? And baseball is certainly a marathon. We're all aware of that. They're only a game under 500.
Yeah.
And Stallion said they're good. I said, no, they're not. Then he said they're fun. I agree with that.
They are fun. Here's the thing, though. This is the toughest stretch for them. And they're 9-10. They are a scrappy, young, good offensive team right now. The bad, it's the pitching. And it's, very bad.
It's bad.
So it's a tale of two stories right now.
They have a better record right now than the Red Sox, than the Blue Jays. You know what I mean? The Mariners were in, the ALCS last year. They have a better record by a game than the Mariners and the Astros, who just cheat all the time. I think it's okay to be encouraged by the new approach from management, specifically with the bats. And specifically, they're trying to generate matchups all the time. And that's something we did not see Davey do. Davey just had a lineup and rolled it out.
Well, it's they're stacking their lefties at the top. Let's say there's a right-handed pitcher tonight. You're going to see CJ up in the lineup. James Woods up in the lineup. They're playing that data ball where you kind of see nowadays.
Yeah, because they got a bunch of young dudes running the org now, which makes sense.
Yeah, and that's how you should be doing it in 2026. Yes. And so the things that they are doing, it's okay, I can see why they do this. And so everything is making sense as far as the offense goes. The pitching is a different story. The pitching, people like to complain, with Blake Butera. Why do you go to the bullpen and grab Orlando Rebalta? Why do you go to Clayton Beater in this situation? Who else do you go to, man? Who else do you go to at this point?
Well, bullpen management in today's game is one of the most, debated topics out there. Why do you go away from a starter who's on a low pitch count through 7? Well, we got a setup guy for the 8th, and that's his role, so we want to let him do it.
They also just don't push starters anymore.
They don't push starters, but even when you have a chance to kind of steal a day of rest for your setup guy because your starter has gone effortlessly through 7, they love playing it by the book. They really do. They're this is our 8th inning guy. This is our 9th inning guy. We're going to paint by the numbers.
Absolutely.
But there's no dipstick for arms. You can't stick the dipstick in there like it's an oil tank and go, okay, how many you won't know until guys start raking and the ball's leaving the yard. And you're like, crap.
I just realized, Zabe, and this is on me, left hand up, I'm going to move this Diet Coke bottle of water and Fritos out of the nice television shot here.
They're not paying us.
The people
are absolutely not paying us.
They appreciate that.
Do you ever see the old Bear Bryant press conferences on YouTube back when he coached at Alabama? They would always have a Coca-Cola.
Well, Saban did that too.
Well, they still do have that endorsement where they put it right up there on the podium because it's a paid endorsement.
The best. Do you remember when Peyton won the Super Bowl with the Broncos?
Yeah, and he said, shout out to Budweiser.
Because he
had distributors.
Times. Yeah, I think he has a few.
Yes.
I love that for Peyton Manning.
You like that?
The world's biggest stage, and he's just taking advantage of it.
I was cringing, going, are you serious, man?
Dude.
But hey, that's Peyton Manning.
So I was
always doing business.
I bet
somewhere Doc Walker smiled.
I found this. I was shocked by this. I was on a number of airplanes over the last couple weeks, and I watched this movie called Is This Thing On? Did that make your radar at all?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm gonna need help with the name. The tall, funny dude was in Arrested Development. I think it's Arnett. Could that be Will Arnett?
Yes.
That dude. So it's Will Arnett.
Oh! I did see this. I want to see it. It looks like a wild, uncomfortable ride.
It's good, dude. It's good.
Where he's a guy getting divorced, losing his mind, and using stand-up as therapy, and people in the audience are like, oh, my God, you can't say that.
So, dude, you'll get it's funny, it's uncomfortable, it's a little heartwarming. But if you're actually going to see, I have a kind of a spoiler. Do you want me to spoil it or not?
Spoil it.
Okay. Well, for the folks at home that may or may not see this, I don't know.
Plug your ears.
Yeah, whatever.
It's not like you're giving the ending.
I'm not giving the ending away.
Train spotting.
Right, but there's a cameo in this. So you mentioned he's going through a divorce.
To Laura Dern?
Yes, he's going through a divorce with Laura Dern, and Laura Dern is going out on her first date post-divorce. And the couple was married 20 years. They dated for 5 years prior.
Yeah.
And you see her getting ready, and then they're at this restaurant in New York, and the shot's on her, and she's talking to the man, and then the camera goes to the man, and it's Peyton Manning. And he's acting. Like, he's not being Peyton Manning.
Oh, really?
He's a volleyball coach named Laird, and it was
Did he do a good job of it?
He did a fine job. Like, the acting wasn't bad. I wouldn't necessarily say it was great, because for me it's like, dude, that's Peyton. Like, who the hell's Laird? Like, it was more my brain wasn't like, I see Will Arnett as this character, I'm able to establish that in my brain, but seeing Peyton as Laird, it was just so bizarre. And I love, until my loudmouth started talking about it, I hadn't seen that anywhere. Like, if the makers of Is This Thing On, the producers, the directors, the money people behind it, they could probably highlight a little more, like, oh, Peyton makes his, to me at least, his acting debut in this thing.
Yeah.
But it was interesting.
No, Peyton Manning is talented.
Sure.
And comfortable in his own skin, has an incredible sense of humor. I remember the SNL bit.
Sure, he was
about
great.
the fake United Way commercial where he's yelling at the kids, beating him with the football, like, come on, catch the ball. And I just died. That's when I realized he's really talented. But, yeah, I'm going to have to check it out. Is This Thing On?
That was a hell of a Nats segment, boys. When we
Yeah,
come
it was very
back,
good.
Tony
Go
Pauline
Nats,
joins us.
9 and 10.
This sports update is brought to you by Fully Mechanical. According to a report from The Athletic, on the eve of the 2026 NBA playoffs, LeBron James still does not know if this is going to be his final year. James hasn't made up his mind about his future, and retirement remains a, quote, real possibility despite yet another strong season. Multiple sources said that James may forego a farewell tour. Speaking of, Washington Capitals star Alex Ovechkin said he's pretty sure that Tuesday's season finale at Columbus won't be his last game. Ovechkin said last week that he would decide on his future in the offseason. He needs to still talk to his family and members of the Capitals. Yesterday, during a press conference with the media, he reiterated that he had not spoken to general manager Chris Patrick about his future. When your HVAC strikes out, call Fully Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, as well as Leesburg, Virginia. We are out at Santana Moss's 89 Ways to Give charity golf tournament. Great cause, great dude. A lot of fun out here. Beautiful weather, nice breeze. Steve Zabin sitting with me. B. Mitch playing golf out there somewhere.
I need a score update on B. Mitch right now, or B. Mitch's group, because I'm sure it's a scramble.
Text B. Let's get an update there. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Always happy to celebrate a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. And right now I'm happy to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend Tony Pauline, one of the best draft analysts out there. Tony, what's up, dude? How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks for having me. And you forgot to mention Moss was an outstanding receiver in the NFL as well.
Absolutely. He could play outside. Later in his career, moved inside. And just a great dude, great teammate, and a hell of a football player.
And delivered one of the greatest nights ever, the Miracle in Dallas.
Absolutely.
Just spectacular.
So, Zabe, I'm going to ask you this. I have paid close attention to Tony Pauline leading up to the draft for a number of seasons. And do you know what made me a Tony Pauline believer?
I bet you he had a hit on a guy that nobody else was talking about.
He was the only dude in 2018 to say Deron Payne to the Skins. And you nailed that, sir. And I have stuck with that ever since. Tony, what do you got on this draft, dude? We know what's happening at 1. What the hell happens after that?
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre. I think we know we have a pretty good sense as to the players that are going to be selected in the top 10. It's just the order. And, I mean, it really starts at number 2 with the Jets. A lot of people think, including myself, the pick should be Arvell Reese. There's noise that they could take David Bailey. Then you got Arizona, who also wants an edge rusher. The Titans with Robert Saleh. You would think defense, but there's a lot of noise out there about Jeremiah Love. So, it's going to be kind of exciting. I think, the Giants now, it looks like, could be Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs is 1. Sonny Styles is 1A. So it's going to make for a very interesting evening next Thursday.
Is there anybody that is expected to go in the top 6 that might fall that would make the Commanders do a serious double take on what is on their board?
I don't think David Bailey's falling. I don't think Sonny Styles is going to fall. I think if Sonny Styles is there at 6, I think the Browns will look to trade down for a team that wants to move up to get Sonny Styles.
I've seen the Browns trade down. Where is this coming from? You're not the only one that says this. I'm curious.
I reported it last week. That they would like to move down a couple of slots because they feel like they're in no man's land at 6. They want Spencer Fano to play left tackle. They don't know if they can take him at 6. They really don't believe Carnell Tate is worth the 6th pick of the draft. So if they can move down a few slots like they did last year, get some extra choices, and then get the player that they want that fits a need, that's a perfect plan for them.
So if they're in no man's land at 6, are the Commanders in that same no man's land, or is it different because of their needs?
No, I think there'll be good players there for the Commanders. I mean, would they consider Mansour Delane there with the need at cornerback? Would they consider Reuben Bain there because of the need at edge rusher?
Yeah.
If Jeremiah Love falls down, as I said earlier this week, I mean, that's a player that they really covet. So I think the Commanders are actually in a very good position, you could say, because they have a bunch of needs. But I think it's also a situation where the needs fit the value at that selection.
Okay.
So, Tony, you had a report earlier this week, and everybody should check out your work. You can give Tony a follow at Tony Pauline, Pauline. You had a report earlier this week how much the Commanders like Jeremiah Love. I was in Ashburn yesterday for Adam Peters' pre-draft press conference where he said more likely than not we're going to stay at 7, make the pick. Assuming they stay at 7, do you think it'll be Love? Do you think he gets there? Do you think Washington pulls the trigger on a top 10 running back?
I mean, Love would have to get past Tennessee. Love would have to get past the Giants, which I think is a possibility. And yeah, I mean, why not? They've gone with running back by committee. You want to make Jaden Daniels, more lethal. You want to get him back to where he was as a rookie. You got to give him more weapons. And Jeremiah Love is not just the guy you hand the ball off to. He's an exceptional pass catcher out of the backfield. He's also a terrific blocker. So, you got to protect Jaden Daniels. Jeremiah Love can do that on those blitzes. So I think he fills a variety of roles. You've got the franchise quarterback. You want to improve the franchise quarterback and strengthen him by helping protect him and giving him more weapons. And even though he's a running back, Jeremiah Love is a weapon in a variety of ways.
What makes Styles so good?
Versatility. I mean, number one, the athleticism, the size, the growth potential. Former safety, a guy who's an off-ball linebacker that covers a tremendous amount of area. He's great in pursuit. He's terrific in coverage, has no problem running downfield with tight ends or running backs. You can use him in man coverage. You can use him in zone. Not a bad blitzer. People say he's not a good pass rusher. Really wasn't asked to do that at Ohio State, like Arvell Reese wasn't really asked to, because they play a 4-man front and they get a lot of pressure up front with those 4 men. So I think the thing with Styles is he's an incredible athlete who's a developing football player who has tremendous upside and the bloodlines as well. So Styles is a good player now that could be an exceptional player 2 or 3 years down the road.
Is there a comp of a former safety moving to linebacker that you can cling on to say this guy did it?
I mean, Urlacher.
Not to the level that I expect.
Yeah, I was going to say Urlacher is one of them.
But he was even bigger. So and that was a completely different time. I guess that would be comparable. But even with Sonny Styles, I think when you compare the two, I think that Styles is the better athlete.
Yeah, I know this. I love guys that run.
Yeah,
guys that run, especially at that position. I can see Styles just erasing plays from all over and all different angles, which is a great thing. Linebacker's not as sexy as it was, 15, 20 years ago, but guys that put ball carriers on the ground, pretty useful.
And the thing about Styles is he's not just 40 fast; he's football fast.
Right.
And people get all tied up in knots because they see these great 40 times at the combine. Styles is fast on film. You knew that beforehand. Maybe you didn't expect him to run a 4.46 at 244 pounds, but man, he is fast when the equipment is on and when the helmet's on his head, and he's got to run down ball handlers.
Probably because he's diagnosing a beat quicker than guys, right? Football IQ.
Like I said, the bloodlines in that family help a lot.
Talking with Tony Pauline here from Essentially Sports. You can give him a follow at Tony Pauline, kind enough to join us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Tony, I want to ask you a little bit about the receivers here, because you mentioned Cleveland might want to move back. Peters in Washington has talked about maybe the desire to move back not being matched with the actual opportunity to move back. What do you make of this receiver class? College football receivers have gotten to be so damn good. I believe the proliferation of 7-on-7 and spring football and stuff has really helped with that. But this receiver class does not have one of these true alphas. There's no Marvin Harrison Jr. There's no Jamar Chase. What do you make of these guys that'll go in the first round but that don't necessarily have the same scouting and evaluations as some of the studs of these past 2, 3, 5 years?
I like the receivers in this year's draft, especially at the top. I think there's excellent depth. I think there's I think these guys are going to take a bit of time before they become true number 1 receivers. I think they're mostly like very good number 2 receivers. I think any receiver that's selected in the top 10, as far as I'm concerned, is going to be overdrafted. I mean, most of these guys deserve to be from picks 12 on. And it's not just the first round. I mean, everybody concentrates on Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson and Mekhi Lemon. Yeah, and I know the Commanders have a limited number of picks. You'll be able to get good receivers in the third round. I mean, you top of the third round, maybe Chris Brazel of Tennessee's there. Jeremy Bernard of Alabama could be there. Ted Hurst of Georgia State. You're going to be able to get a good receiver in round 3. So you don't have to reach for one at the top of round 1 when you can get a real good athletic developmental receiver that may just take a little bit more time before he's NFL ready, but has a tremendous amount of upside.
Two guys I like a lot. You mentioned Ted Hurst. I think if Ted Hurst, played at Georgia instead of Georgia Southern, he's probably a first-round pick. And then Chris Bell was an absolute monster. Now he's coming off the knee injury. What do you think of those two players?
I like Chris Bell a lot. If Chris Bell hadn't gotten hurt, we're probably talking about him as the 4th receiver in the draft and another first-round receiver. The thing with Chris Bell is, if you're looking to win in 2026, I don't know if you're going to take Chris Bell. Chris Bell is a guy that, even with the injury, even the fact that he's ahead of schedule physically, I don't know how long it's going to be before he's in football shape. But I think if you're a team that's, hoping to win in 2027, 2028, maybe you're looking at Chris Bell somewhere in the top part of round 2. Ted Hurst, he's a big, long receiver. He's got sure hands. He was incredibly productive. He didn't look like he was out of sorts during Senior Bowl practice. And then he goes to the combine and he runs a 4.42. And that's important because Ted Hurst was considered a 4.55 guy. And when he goes and he runs a 4.42, he has that innate speed. It's just a matter of coaching him to transition that speed onto the football field. 6'4", 206 pounds. He plays big football. He's got soft, reliable hands. Love his upside. I know that the Philadelphia Eagles like him in round 2. So if there's a trade made on draft night for A.J. Brown, Ted Hurst could be gone to the Eagles in the second round.
What is the consistent difference between teams, Tony, that do the draft well versus teams that just bungle this thing year after year? What's the major difference?
Teams that bungle year after year are always looking for quarterbacks. I mean, you look at the top of the draft, the Arizona Cardinals, the New York Jets, the Cleveland Browns. I mean, they're always looking for quarterbacks, and they're always expending, a lot of early draft capital on quarterbacks that never pan out, and it comes, and it's a vicious circle.
Are they reaching? Do you think at quarterback because they're so starving for a guy?
I think when it comes to the quarterback, it's as much they don't have proper coaches in there and proper people to develop the quarterbacks. I mean, listen, we could have said the same thing about the Commanders for all those years, right? They finally got the right staff in place. They got the right culture in there. They took a quarterback with the second pick of the draft, and the guy looked like a winner right from the get-go. So I think, they reach because of need, and I think the hard salary cap makes these guys, the first-round picks, a lot more expendable now than, selections 15, 20 years ago. But I think it's more an organizational thing. It's no coincidence, the Kyle Shanahans, the Andy Reids, we go on and on. The same people are able to develop quarterbacks while the franchises like the Browns, like the Jets, like the Cardinals are always searching to get a signal caller either from the draft or a veteran quarterback that they can't get to play up to snuff.
It's going to be a really interesting draft. You talk about the quarterbacks, right? Quarterbacks get overdrafted. We all know that. Luckily for Washington, this isn't a debate we have to have.
Thank God.
For far too many years, we had really bad quarterback debates. Talking ourselves into EJ
Colt Brennan.
Yeah, exactly. But Tony, I'm curious with the Ty Simpson discourse, where do you think he actually ends up going?
I think he's going to be a late first-round pick. I think a team drafting him in the late first round, maybe the Browns with that second selection. I don't think the Steelers are going to take him. Could roll the dice on Ty Simpson. I think a team, as I reported today, Arizona could trade. We go back to Arizona and Cleveland, right? Those teams that always need a quarterback could trade back up into the bottom part of round 1 and draft Ty Simpson. I mean, there are a lot of things to like about Ty Simpson's game. He's accurate. For the most part, he makes good decisions. He's got a decent arm. And there are some things to be concerned about. I mean, he only started 1 year, which is well known. My concern about him is he actually played better football in September and October than he did in November and December. Yeah. That's always a red flag for me. So it's a situation with Ty Simpson that if you draft him, you better be very patient with him. He's an overaged prospect, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing at the quarterback position. You hope that it brings maturity. I do think he is a lock first-round pick. I would be surprised if when Thursday night is over, he is still on the board and available.
I tend to agree with you there. Talking with our friend Tony Pauline here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC equipment in the DMV. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Tony, I'm curious. I asked you about the receiver position earlier. What do you think of Lemon out of USC? I like him a lot. I think if Washington was to move down, maybe from 7 to, say, it's 16 with the Jets. I don't know if Lemon's still there, but I would love that kind of pick. What do you think of him as a pro prospect?
I like Kyle Lemon a lot. Doesn't have great size. He's under 6 foot tall, just over 190 pounds. But he plays big physical football. I mean, he wants the ball. He basically battles people, comes away with the contested grab, runs good routes. Sort of a bigger version of Jordan Addison, if you will. A guy who doesn't separate through great speed, but he separates through great route running. Fundamentally sound the way he extends and snatches the ball out of the air with his hands. I just like his ferocity and really the way he attacks and the way his competitiveness. I would agree with you. I mean, I think the Rams are a perfect spot for Mekhi Lemon. I think it's a great system fit, and they need a receiver. But I think Mekhi Lemon, if he's able to stay healthy, is going to be a real good wideout on Sunday.
For sure. Any surprises you think coming in this draft? I know there's a ton of buzz about the UCF edge rusher, I believe. Does he crack top 20?
I would be shocked if he's a first-round pick. You're talking about Malachi Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence.
Big athletic guy out of Central Florida. Showed well at the combine. Didn't have great production. Really cheesed off a lot of people at his pro day. People went to the pro day to watch him work out, do position drills, and he stood on the sidelines in sweats and did absolutely nothing.
At his own pro day.
Yep. And that really left the.
Why?
I know teams.
I sat out my own pro day.
talk to his agent. I don't know why. I mean, I saw that with DeJuan Jones a couple of years ago to Ohio State. Just stood on the sidelines, wouldn't get measured, wouldn't do anything. And really, these guys need to know the lead up to the draft is the most important job interview of their life. Okay, yeah. Because these teams are going to spend hundreds of thousands, if not tens of millions of dollars, and that really turn a lot of people off. I think if there is a surprise first-round pick, keep an eye on Keelan Rutledge of Georgia Tech. He's building a lot of steam. People feel that, unlike Emmanuel Pregnon of Oregon, who I like, Keelan Rutledge can play the right guard position, the all-important right guard position. He brings that mentality. He's a guy who goes hard. He's also smart. He's a little bit of everything, Keelan Rutledge. And Chris Johnson, the cornerback from San Diego State. A lot of people think that he is definitely going to be a late first-round pick. Over 6 foot tall, athletic, didn't seem out of sorts at the Senior Bowl. Tested well at the combine. He's got a high upside. Depending on what Seattle does, they need a cornerback. They like those bigger, physical, athletic cornerbacks. He fits the mold.
I read about the San Diego State corner from Essentially Sports in your column this morning. Tony, thank you for the time, dude. We'll be paying attention over the next week.
Thanks for having me. Enjoy the draft.
All right. Tony Pauline, Essentially Sports. Give him a follow at Tony Pauline. Now, Zabe, I want to switch gears. Earlier this morning, we were talking Ovie, and you said, why haven't we heard from leadership? Why haven't we heard from the Caps? Why haven't we heard from ownership?
Let me qualify that. I was saying that based on what I heard from Ovie, reading the tea leaves, and as long as he's not asking for multiple years, I don't know why they haven't already said, yeah, we're running it back for one more year.
Well, we just heard from Ted Leonsis. You'll hear from him when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Padres are close to being sold to Jose E. Feliciano, Clear Lake Capital co-founder and part of the Chelsea FC ownership group, and his wife, Kwanzaa Jones, for an MLB record price of $3.9 billion. That is the highest valuation ever achieved by a Major League Baseball team per the Wall Street Journal. The deal is expected to be announced in the coming days. And Ravens wideout Zay Flowers spoke about the Harbaugh era during an appearance on a podcast. While the receiver has a lot of respect for Harbaugh and credited the coach for the team's success, he also said that his physical practices likely led to the team being more injured compared to the average NFL team. New skills, better pay. Your next career move starts at PGCC. Continuing education classes online or in person. Enroll now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Like a waterfall. You familiar with this song, Zabe?
I've heard it, yeah.
This is a banger, man.
I cannot name artist and title.
I believe this is Calvin Harris. Is that right? It is a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday out here in beautiful Leesburg. If you're watching a Monumental, one, shout out to Paisanos. The boys all just got a gang of pizza. It's very, very good.
What a lovely thing, a little miniature pizza in
Yeah.
a box just for
And
you
they're
and
fresh.
your
They're making them right there.
Right, just for you and your belly. Get in my belly.
And what a beautiful day out here at Raspberry Falls.
Look at the Simpsons.
Seriously, if you're watching on YouTube or Monumental, it's just phenomenal out
I
here.
call that Simpsons skies.
I like that.
Because the
Like
opening credits
yeah.
of the Simpsons with the puffy clouds. It also dawned on me because we had a couple hot days.
Mm-hmm.
Today is cooler today, but yesterday and the day before were like summerish. But here's the thing I realized about summer. We get the summer grays, JP. The summer
the
haze.
Yep.
And the skies are gray, and that leads to further depression when it's also 95 and humidity of 169. So the fact that we've got blue skies, springtime blue skies, warmth, clouds, green, trees blooming left and right, the pollen is out of control.
Yeah.
But that's a price we pay.
Sure. Numerous celebrity spottings all day. Do you know Ryan Yoakum? Ryan Yoakum celebrity spotting.
His head's swiveling around right there.
Yoke runs all of the Commander's in-house content programming.
Oh, nice.
Really good dude. Known Yoke a long time.
Nice. I have a fun fact for you on the draft if you got a quick second.
Sure.
It is to my quick research, there's been virtually no second-round quarterback who's been worth a bucket of spit other than Jalen Hurts, and it took a while for him to get there, or Drew Brees back in 2001. Meanwhile, the actual trail of utter trash.
The trail of tears in the second
trail
round.
of trash, not even tears, just trash. It's unbelievable.
Montana was a third?
Yeah, well, I didn't go back further than
Okay.
01, but in the last 25 years.
That's a good chunk of time.
In the last 25 years, any team that says, you know what, this guy probably worth the second round, no. Chances are that player is not worth even a second rounder. Remember Kyle Trask out of Florida?
Yeah, I watched him at the Senior Bowl.
Second rounder, complete waste of a pick by Tampa. Will Levis, as I call the Netflix quarterback, because he looks like a guy with his handsome looks like you would cast in a Netflix show about football.
Will Levis.
But he plays like a guy who's an actor, not a quarterback.
He plays like a guy that eats bananas with the peel off.
Absolutely terrible. Drew Lock was a second rounder. Trash. Christian Hackenberg in 2016 for the Jets never played a down.
I thought he was
and he was
terrible,
a second
and he was
rounder.
terrible. Do you
Okay.
remember that famous clip on the sideline with the Jets where he missed the net?
Yes.
He was throwing and missed the net?
Yes. Deshaun Kaiser out of Notre Dame,
yeah.
was a second rounder in 2017. He played briefly for the Browns and then the Packers, and it was like every time he played, you're like, stop playing him.
Yeah.
He is so bad. You got names like Brian Braum and Chad Henne, Kevin Cobb, John Beck, Drew Stanton.
Mike Shanahan
Jimmy
staked his professional reputation on John
stood
Beck.
on the table for him. Right.
Whenever people scream that Shanny should be in the Hall of Fame and you can make an honest case, you can. I just bring that quote up.
Jimmy Clausen, Pat White, Kellen Clemens, Tavares Jackson. The list goes on and on. There's a couple in there. Geno Smith took a while. It was a long, winding road, but for a long time was a total bust. Jimmy Garoppolo kind of turned into a decent guy. But for the most part, if a quarterback doesn't wow you enough,
they get overdrafted anyway. So if you're not willing to take them in the first, it probably is telling you
should
something.
probably skip it, because I'm telling you, if you were to take, instead of all those guys, the best lineman available, you'd have done way better.
Right.
Just like picking a mutual fund. So I don't know, Ty
I'm
Simpson.
just glad to be out of the quarterback abyss conversation.
Thank God. Let's hope for a long time.
Yeah, totally.
This is a huge year coming up for 5.
It sure is.
Huge year. But I would say that, if Ty Simpson's a first rounder, okay. But if he's like on that edge of late first, early second, I would say look out.
The highs at Bama with Simpson were really high.
Yeah.
He was quite good, and I believe his camp is selling it as playing through an injury in the second half of the year when things went downhill. I'm not sure that's accurate. It could have been that they played better teams and teams kind of figured him out, but we'll find out.
I can't believe he didn't stay, JP, for another year at probably $9 million in a transfer portal, because that's what he would have garnered.
But you got to wonder stayed in college.
Yes.
Who
He
knows
said
who Bama was bringing in, but he would have had a market to go
Oh,
somewhere else.
no, the market for him a dozen places was $7 to $9 million.
Yeah, sure. It's crazy.
I would have stayed one more year, but I'm good for him. I hope he does well.
So I want to do a few things here. One, shout out to Paisanos. Love the pizza. Fuad's here somewhere. Maybe we'll see him coming by later.
It's a truck that makes pizza.
Dude, the food
What a
here's been
wonderful
phenomenal.
thing, yeah.
We had oysters and caviar from King Street. Those Founding Farmers donuts were phenomenal. I had a Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit for breakfast. We've been eating like kings.
There's cupcakes in there as well.
Someone.
Bye-bye diet.
Today's not a diet day. We were walking back from the pizza truck. We were, legit stopped, accosted by a dude. What did the dude say his name was? Gerald?
I think so, yeah, Gerald.
I don't know his name. But he said, "Do you guys like barbecue?" And it was Ryan, myself, and Terrence McLaren.
Is this America?
And I was
what kind
like,
of question is
we
that?
were like, yeah.
Do you like barbecue? Nah.
We were like, yeah, we like barbecue.
I'm a dude. I hate it.
He said, well, you got to get in my golf cart. And I was like, well, I have to get back on air, but maybe Terrence could go. He said there's a brisket being served on the 15th hole. That's the best brisket he's ever had. And they sent a golf cart to the 15th hole to get us brisket.
15th hole is not close.
So it may be a minute before we get the brisket.
Okay. By the way, that sounds like a stranger danger scenario. Never accept a golf cart ride with somebody offering barbecue.
He's working at the bar station there, so he's involved with the tournament. He didn't just show up. I'm very intrigued by the 15th hole brisket.
Oh, now I want to have that brisket.
So we will when it arrives. All right. Now we do
never
have some
count
news.
your brisket till it's in your mouth.
You're correct about that.
I always say that.
Obviously, the biggest sports story in the country is the NFL draft, and it will be probably for this week, next week, and
do you
the weeks
feel
following.
like it's as buzzed as it's been in the past?
No, because there's not quarterbacks.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
No, it's
not. At least there's Mendoza who will not attend, which puts a little bit of a bummer on the proceedings next week in Pittsburgh.
I hope it speeds up the first pick.
But they did shorten the first round by a couple minutes. But at least it's not as miserable as the Eric Fisher draft when he went to Kansas City. That lineman, was that Eric Fisher?
Yeah.
But so the biggest story is the
biggest story in the country is the draft. I think you can make the argument that right now the biggest story in D.C. though is this Ovechkin situation.
Yep.
I'm not sure anything ever beats football, and being a week out from the draft, I'm still not sure the Ovie situation is bigger than the draft. But it's at least it's a strong number 2, a 1A. And we've all been talking about the Ovie situation. Ovie's comments earlier in the week, I believe you have those ready for us, right, Strober? So I want to hear what Ovie said at Locker Cleanout Day about coming back for next season.
I think, be honest with you, I'm pretty sure it's not my last game. I hope it's not my last game against Columbus. And how I said, I have to make a decision, to see where we at. The team, family. Like obviously, family gonna support me, like my wife and kids. And kids already asked me like, "Dad, are you staying or not?"
So that's Alex talking, I think, pretty frankly, earlier in the week about his future, and it remains unknown. And we hadn't really heard much from Cap's leadership or brass. There was not the pomp and circumstance of a truly great elite all-time players retirement tour at the end of the season.
Right.
We have now heard from Ted Leonsis, owner of the Capitals, owner of the Wizards, owner of Monumental Sports Network, where you can watch the program right now. Ted took to Twitter within the last 20 minutes or so, I believe. No, this was this morning, forgive me, about 3 hours ago. I'm going to read it in full. While it's disappointing to see the 2025-26 season come to an end earlier than we had hoped, I could not be prouder of the resilience our Capitals players displayed throughout the year. One of the most encouraging aspects of this season was the progress of our young players, several of whom made their NHL debuts. We believe strongly in the foundation we have in place, and our emerging talent will only continue to develop and strengthen our team in the seasons ahead. As I shared last week, we will fully support our captain. He ats Ovie, Alex Ovechkin. And
good use of handles there, Ted. Very savvy of you.
And give him the time he needs to determine his playing future. I want to sincerely thank the Penguins organization as well as Sidney Crosby. Our final home game of the season, the 100th matchup between Ovie and Crosby, will forever hold a meaningful place in our organization's history. To our fans, thank you. Your energy and passion are the heartbeat of this franchise. I look forward to seeing you back at Capital One Arena this fall. Ted has now said, as I shared last week, we will fully support our captain, Alex Ovechkin, and give him the time he needs to determine his playing future. What do you hear,
it's a fairly boilerplate statement from Ted, and I think it leaves open a lot of possibilities. I just don't know why it's so complicated where it's not like he completely sucked and it was limping through the year, dragging Ovie along, where he's missing huge chunks of games. He's got 7 goals. I mean, he's 32-32, and he sounds like he wants to come back. It seems like it should be an easy thing. Now, I'm fascinated by what's happening, though, quietly behind the scenes.
I think the people surrounding him want to come back.
Who's that?
His family, right? I mean, he said, the boys are asking me.
I think he wants to come back.
I think he doesn't know yet.
Oh, really?
If he wanted to come back, why wouldn't he just say it?
Why do you?
Or do you think he wants to be wanted?
When he said, I hope it's not my last game, that to me seemed like a clear signal of, I still want to play.
That's fair. There is some Palace intrigue surrounding this, right? I do think it's interesting. If Ovie wants to be back, he will be back. I firmly believe that. I think Ted will bring Ovie back in a second. And then they get to do what'd you say earlier, the Rolex in every town, right? Like he gets the proper send-off.
He may have to negotiate with them on, look, I don't want it to be a big deal everywhere I go next year. Can you help me in making it less of a big deal?
Don't you think part of his reservation is that? Because
yes.
I was on the chase, right? Like when he was chasing down Gretzky, I covered all those games for NBC4.
How was he in that situation? Was he okay? Was he bristling? Was it not his deal?
He understood the enormity of it and understood what that came with. But I think was also happy he was over. I think his teammates were happy it was over.
Right.
And I think that there's some real fatigue from that.
Okay.
I want to open the phone lines up. We've heard from Ted. Ted says we're going to give Ovie all the time he needs. Do people think there's friction here? I think there can be balls up in the air without friction. We'll take calls. Zabe and I are going to kick it around, and the brisket man has arrived.
Brisket has arrived.
Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Don't forget, B. Mitch and Finley proudly brought to you by Rude HVAC. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC equipment and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. You got about 13 days left for that deal. That's a good deal. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. Sitting here with Steve Zabin, enjoying brisket, enjoying pizza, enjoying oysters. We're living
I'm
the
not
life.
enjoying it. You're enjoying the oysters.
I did enjoy it.
You guys try to bully me into having an oyster. I'm like, I will not be bullied.
The oyster discourse in the text thread between Zabe and Stallion was hysterical.
Well, look.
Stallion tried to assert himself, and Zabe immediately Dikembe'd you.
Let me say this. Stallion had excellent producer instincts because he's like, what? You've never had an oyster? We got to do one. And you already had it slotted in for a segment. You're like, 11:45, we're going to do it. So that was great instinct by you as a producer.
But you're not doing it, though.
Hell no.
Why not? Why not?
Because it's disgusting.
But have you tried it?
I don't need to try nothing.
Have you tried char-grilled or fried oysters?
No.
Okay, so it's just an oyster
I don't want to
totality.
eat it. I don't want to eat anything that you have to slide down your gullet. Anything you have to sneak past your taste buds, like, I don't get it. Like, what is great about it? You kind of taste them?
No, you taste them.
It's salty,
sure.
it's slimy, it's fishy. And then it's gone.
I understand
and then
folks
it
don't
sits
love
in your
the
stomach.
texture, but everything sits in your stomach. That hot dog you just ate sits in your stomach. The pepperoni pizza
Not
you
for
just
long.
I'm not here to bully Zabe into oysters. I enjoy them. I think it's cool if you don't. You remember Sherry Burris, worked at Channel 4?
Yeah.
Sherry, total sweetheart, Wisconsin girl. She had this phrase that always stuck with me. She said, don't try to yuck someone else's yum.
Yeah.
And,
I've heard that.
like, you're in.
That's a perfect
You
thing.
don't like them? Cool.
So
I like them.
So what is
It's like me in pro wrestling with Rooster. I don't care, but he's into it, so enjoy it.
Right. So there, I was going to say that I can eat tuna out of a can just with a fork, and that is considered insanely disgusting by a lot of people.
Not disgusting, but I need some mayonnaise or some relish or something.
I can do that. Now that doesn't make
dry to me.
Well, you get the tuna and oil. You get the old Star-Kissed.
We used to eat. My dad used
chicken of the sea, baby.
My dad used to pull out just a tin of sardines, and we would just eat
now
them out of the
sardines
tin.
is an
I
even
was a
higher.
child.
Sardines is an even higher level of stunt food, as I call it, because you have to deal with a little tiny array of bones afterwards.
Yeah,
which is a bit nuts.
How do you handle anchovies on a Caesar salad?
I don't even have anchovies.
But like if you're at a fancy place and okay, I don't mind them.
Yeah,
they're just salt bombs. It's just a bomb of salt.
Yes.
Zabe,
to each their own.
Zabe and I have a remarkable ability to get incredibly off topic. I did want to circle
Can
back.
I say one more thing about the Ovie thing?
Yeah, that's where I was going. I thought you were going to say one more thing about oysters.
Yeah, no, I'm done with the oysters. First of all, you have probably already gotten on record as to what you would like with Ovie, yeah? With you and Brian?
I want Ovie I want whatever Ovie wants.
Okay.
He's earned that right.
If Ovie wants to come back, you want the team to find a way to bring him back, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
I do.
Yeah. I am firmly on that square as well. It sounds to me like he is willing and ready to play. He needs some space and time, which is fine. But if the Capitals can't work out a way to bring him back off of this year and for everything he's meant to the franchise, then shame on them. I mean, these players are so rare. We have been gifted a one-of-one gem and have enjoyed him for 20 years. Like, find a way. This is all going to end. This is all finite. It comes and it goes. Don't tell me about we need to move on to the younger guys. Don't tell me about, well, we need to save money for, free agents. Figure it out, because eventually in a year, Ovie's gone, and then we're sad. That's my stance.
I don't know if you've ever heard me discuss this. I have this theory. This used to happen a lot, especially like before we had kids, where my wife would know, all right, all my college buddies are coming to town this weekend. And Friday night, we're going out to the Pug, and it's going to be a late, ugly night.
Yeah.
And she would get mad at me in advance for what she knew was coming, right? The mess of a human I'd be coming in Friday night at 3 a.m. reeking of cigarettes, right? And I landed in this place with her. I said, let's not be pre-mad. If what you fear is going to happen happens,
there'll be time to be mad later.
Right. Then we can have the discussion. So that's where I'm at with the Caps. I'm not going to be pre-mad about the Ovie situation getting bungled, because I don't think it will.
Yeah.
And dude, the other thing, I mentioned this earlier, and I think it at least bears discussion, okay? We're having this conversation about, the Caps have all these good young players, and there's a lot to be excited about. I agree with that. And then there's this, they got to get younger and faster, and is Ovie the problem? Is Ovie holding them back from the future they want to ascertain?
I cannot see that.
I don't see that either. For me, if we're trying to diagnose how you missed the playoffs this season, which it seems like is something we're all trying to diagnose, in a league where, the majority of teams make the playoffs, I think, the third highest paid player, Pierre-Luc Dubois, missed 50 games. I don't think that gets enough discussion.
Right.
But people will point out they lost both games to Vancouver. Vancouver's the worst team in the league. They talk about the shootout losses. Why is there never a discussion of coaching? You lose, and I like Carberry a lot. He's an engaging dude.
Right.
And I think his first year here, they overperformed when they got the 8th seed and got boat raced by the Rangers. Mm-hmm. You lose, Zabe, when I finally arrived at the radio station the Monday morning after the Commanders laid an absolute egg in Minnesota, and I got delayed on my airplane, I was very pissed off by the time I got to the radio station. But I got there, and my immediate words, that's a fireable game. I do not believe Josh Harris was going to fire Dan Quinn in that moment, but he would have been validated. Like, that would have been a valid call. After that game, in that situation, coming off a bye week to lose 31-0, that's a fireable game.
It was so bad.
You drop 2 to Vancouver, and you can't win in shootouts, and there's no discussion of that? I like Carberry. I don't think he's going anywhere. I don't think he should go anywhere. But, like, when we have all this Caps whispers about what's going on over there, and do they want to get rid of Ovie and they can't? Like, all this, like, we're making it so Ovie-centric when I think the conversation needs to be far broader.
Hockey coaching is weird because I don't understand.
And I want to be clear, I'm not advocating to get rid of Carberry, but I think the conversation needs to be much broader.
No, it's quite possible he's not doing that great of a job. I'm out over my skis to even pretend to say yay or nay on that. I know this. I remember when Bruce Cassidy was here, and he got fired, shortly into his second season. I thought, well, he'll never coach again in the league. And then you look around, you're like, oh, he's still around? They got fired this year with, Vegas, but they were rolling with Vegas. They just wanted to shake things up. So I don't really know what is or is not a good coaching job. But
I'm not sure I do either.
Right, but this could absolutely be part of it. Another thing about the whole missing the playoffs, I didn't think that as a Stanley Cup champion in the last 10 years that this franchise was just a happy to make the playoffs team. So, yeah, maybe you made the playoffs on the last rung. Is that good enough necessarily?
That's another fair point.
So I just think, and as far as, Ovie being limited and as a two-way player and defensively, 32 goals is 32 goals. That's production. It still matters to put the biscuit in the basket, as Locker likes to say. And so if you decide to go on without him, you now have a 32-goal production hole that has to be filled by somebody.
Production
holes. That's not as necessarily easy as people think.
Stallion once didn't have sex for 16 months. That's a production hole. He filled it eventually.
Nobody
go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
ESPN asked 10 anonymous scouts from around the league to serve as the decision maker for a team picking in the top 10 in their latest mock draft. For this mock, the Commanders select Sonny Styles, a linebacker out of Ohio State. The rules of the mock did not allow them to make trades, but the anonymous scout did say in his report that if he could have, he definitely would have traded this pick back. And 6:45 p.m., the Nationals open up a 3-game set with the Giants here at home. They're coming back from a 7-game road trip where they went 7-2 against the Brewers and the Pirates. Zach Littell's on the mound for Washington against ace Logan Webb. From the Crop Makeup 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
You're up.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Live, Leesburg, Virginia, Raspberry Falls Golf Club, Santana Moss's 89 Ways to Give charity tournament. Just a beautiful day out here in Leesburg. They're taking great care of us, feeding us. Plenty of
overfeeding.
Yeah,
us,
dude.
I must
They just
say.
brought King Street Oyster Bar just brought another batch of oysters with caviar on top. Whatever you're looking for, they got it out here, man. It's been a tremendous day. Coming up in about a half hour, our buddy Barstool Nate's going to join us. Excited to talk to Nate Dogg, get his take on the new uniforms and get his take on the Alex Ovechkin situation. Zabe, you said you had a news update.
There's this all within the hour. File it under, well, that didn't take long. The Association on American Indian Affairs called the Commander's logo update, quote, disappointing and inappropriate, adding, we are not your mascot. I'm like, really? The team called its new alternate logo, which features a spear and an interwoven W, a powerful joining of past and present. However, this one particular group, the Association on American Indian Affairs, doesn't even like the spear, even though the spear has been used.
Roman.
It's been used by a number of different armies historically throughout the world and world history. So there you go. It just proves that those who are committed to being offended are going to stay offended no matter what. So just keep that in mind whenever the logo talk comes up again. They're still mad about this. There's no feather. God forbid there had been a feather on it, they'd lose their mind.
I think the lack of a feather is quite intentional.
And it was still not enough.
I mean,
according to this group.
Right. I'm not going to besmirch the Association on American Indian
Well, it's
Affairs.
their opinion. That's fine. That's their opinion. But I'm just saying the efforts to both get something a little bit closer to what once was in a roundabout, sensitive way has not achieved that desired goal of not making anyone mad. They're mad.
Yeah. Here, in the world we live in, there's always an opposition group. So no matter what you do, right? And the folks at the Association of American Indian Affairs, I'm sure they have lots with which they should take issue with our country and with modern society. There's plenty, right? My family, my father's family is Northern Irish Catholic. And if you're familiar with the Troubles at all, the Northern Irish Catholics, depending how you view things, were either the oppressed or the troublemakers, right? Going back in some time, right? And my father grew up in those times. He was in Scotland. All that stuff was still happening. The religious persecution in the UK and in Ireland is well documented. We don't need to get into it. But one thing my dad always said about the Troubles that always stuck with me, there's money in fighting. There's money in being the opposition. There's money in not supporting something and telling folks, you've got to give us more cash to continue fighting this fight.
Yeah.
And I just can't help but notice I go to the Association of American Indian Affairs website, indian-affairs.org. Front and center, Zabe, you tell me.
Protecting sovereignty, preserving culture, educating youth, and building capacity.
And what is that button?
Donate today, yes.
So I'm not suggesting this isn't a sincere opinion by these folks, and it's warranted because
I'm sure they would argue that this is part of their overall mission in addition to providing schooling, clean water, housing opportunities to Native Americans.
It's
that
to
is
protect
part,
their
it's-
image.
It is part of it. But, I mean, again, I went through this when you were gone last week with B. Mitch. I was like looking up previous spears in other armies historically, Greek, Roman, you name it. And I was learning about medieval weaponry and other such stuff. And so I was like, well, yeah, they could incorporate a spear, not have it have a feather, and be on safe ground.
They've created this storyline of a commander, and if you go to the website, go through their social media, they've very carefully and selectively cultivated something that is Roman, Greek kind of mythology, kind of gladiator, kind of Game of Thrones style.
The shield as
that
well.
allows them to have this spear, and it absolutely reconnects to the old logo. I think our government, much like social media, we tend to hear from the 10% on edges, on opposite edges of any topic.
Sure.
That's who tends to be the loudest.
Yes.
But I think the 80% of the rest of us kind of all have a pretty similar prism of life.
Yeah.
I don't think things are that different for most folks, but we hear from the 10% on the edges, right? Like how many, if I open the phones on this topic, we will have someone call in and say, I'm friends with a Native American from Oklahoma, and they love the logo. And that's great.
And then the next caller
will be
the exact opposite.
Right. And here's what I know. In my travels.
I fielded those calls during the peak of this argument.
Sure.
In which there was that study that was commissioned by the Washington Post, which actually cost a lot of money. It was a big survey, over 1,000 people. And it turned out to be kind of a dud because it didn't seem to have the results everyone assumed it would. And that sort of really quieted things down.
So you can argue a few different things, right? You can argue.
I'm not arguing anything, by the way. I'm just calling balls and strikes that the team went to great lengths to avoid any kind of offense, and it still didn't work with at least one group that is invested in being oppositional no matter what.
So speaking to the great lengths the team went to, we had Commanders team president Mark Klaus join us in studio on Wednesday, and we asked him about kind of the evolution of this spear getting back to the helmet.
Yeah, so, obviously no secret, right, that the spear has found its way back into certain elements that we've been doing. But where it started from was really in this same idea of how do we look back at the heritage of the team and think about things from our past that could also be relevant in today. And the spear became a really obvious opportunity because, one, it's instantly recognizable from the past of the Redskins. People know that icon. They recognize it. But it also can live in the Commanders environment we've been building, which is kind of this combination of the movie 300 and Game of Thrones and a little bit of Roman Greco in there. And the spear lives in that world as well. And so it became what we felt was a great device to kind of connect these two generations together, make it relevant to what we're doing today, but also a clear nod to the past. So as we started to utilize it last year in different things, we also listened closely to how the fans were reacting to it. And I think for many, it was a great trigger to our heritage, but also I think people like the fierceness of it. And I got to tell you, when you see it on the helmet, right, both of those points forward on the front of the helmet, it's pretty fierce. And we like that and like the integration of it.
So the organization went to great lengths to create this storyline ethos of a commander and distancing it from Native American imagery.
Yeah.
I think if there was a feather, it would obviously be problematic.
Right. Romans did not put feathers on their spears.
I am not going to dismiss, right? I'm not dismissing
anyone's anything.
Like, I've traveled enough with this team. I've seen real protests by real Native American groups. I've seen hundreds of, and probably in Minnesota, thousands. I've also traveled enough with this team. I'll never forget being in Seattle and seeing this group of Native Americans that were Seahawks fans, but all had the Commanders logo. A number of them, I'm not going to say all, but a lot of these folks had the Commanders, the old logo, as like necklaces in different team colors, but they loved the logo. They loved what it represented. So, like, there are people on all sides of this issue. The team has moved forward, and the Association of American Indian Affairs certainly warranted in their opinion and what they think they are doing to validate their membership. But I'm just moving forward. I'm on to Cincinnati.
Very much so. Although I will say now, the whole thing about the spear not going through the W in a proper way that is actually possible, I wish they hadn't pointed that out. Because now,
what does that even mean? I'm looking at it right now.
Well, because
you can see it on the screen.
Okay, because it should pierce through that third W panel. It should pierce through. It shouldn't come to the edge of this, JP. So it should, if it's coming this way, it should pierce through the middle of that flat side of the W, of the taco holder, as I call it.
Sure.
Instead, it's a line that starts at the edge. I wish I hadn't been told that, because now I won't be able to unsee it. It's also remarkably level, so there's no curvature. It's not angled upwards, even a degree. It's a very level, flat line through, and it has no 3D shading. It has no secondary trim color. It has no tapering of the back end of it. It's very rectangular. It looks like a very simple logo. And, people have logo philosophies in sports. I'm not a graphic designer. You see what the Rams did with their change? They just got rid of one color on the LA. They made themselves monochromatic, all yellow, when it used to be yellow and white on their logo. And people are saying, how much did your design firm charge you exactly for that change? So it's all personal preference. I do think that the alt black looks pretty hot, although it looks to me the helmet is almost a dark gray. Is that my eyes deceiving me?
It's not
midnight black?
It's not the glossy finish.
Okay.
I think it's more matte. Now that you've pointed out the spear thing through the W on the helmet.
Oh, boy.
Well,
now you won't be able to unsee it either.
No, I was going to say the opposite, frankly.
Oh, okay.
You illustrated and explained that very well.
Did I?
I'm still not sure what you're talking about.
Well, then I guess I failed then.
No, my barometer of things that I care about.
I know.
You know what I mean? It's not there for this. Does the spear cross the W at the correct angle, or you know what I get what you're saying from like an illustrative standpoint. I just don't care.
Me personally, I think it's a proper logo now for a helmet in the NFL. And I would love to see it on the regular helmets, but I know why they're not doing it, because it's still not their primary mark.
I think they do it eventually. I very much.
No, they're going to get to it.
By the time they're playing games at RFK, I think it's just the spear. Right. I don't even think the W exists.
Right. There is in sports merchandising and wearables, the primary mark is the most important mark for your franchise, so it has to be treated with a kind of a deference. And if they're going to get off of this primary mark, the taco holder, then they've got to do it in a way that is not sort of haphazard.
Dude,
but they're getting there.
Dude, I think Josh Harris, the primary owner, the dude who put his billions on the table, Mitch Rales, who was the second most owner.
Yep.
These are two billionaires, self-made, from the D.C. area, two Mo County boys. They probably hate the W too.
I think they do.
If we have truth serum, eventually they're going to get this to be what they want it to be. There's a process.
You know what they hate more than the W is the name Commander.
Sure.
The fact that was left.
We all do.
Well, okay. See, this is what has been fascinating to me as somebody who has reinvigorated myself into the discourse on this stuff. That I had no idea that the name failed to take so spectacularly. That the name became such a dud. I kind of thought the name had become begrudgingly accepted. I was wrong.
You know when it had? You know when nobody was worried about the name? Week 13 of 2024. When they're wondering if they could maybe sneak in and win the division.
They cared less.
Nobody cared an iota in Detroit in the divisional round.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But now there seems to be a hatred for it that is genuine. Commanders. There seems to be leaving it off.
Portion,
leaving that
I don't
word
think a majority.
Leaving that word mark off every single stitch of jersey you have, never mentioning it, is to me a significant thing.
When they were winning Super Bowls, the name of the team wasn't anywhere on it. So, pull up Doc Walker or Riggo. It doesn't.
Okay.
Snyder put. So eventually they had the Redskins stitched on the jerseys below the NFL logo on kind of the chest plate.
Yes.
But that was not during the Super Bowl era.
90. Let's see. I was looking up when the name actually came on. Yeah, there
Like
was some of those
if you pull up Darryl Green against the Broncos,
correct,
like the name's not on the jersey. So maybe it was absolutely an intentional thing to not have Commanders on there. But if they're as the story they've told is we're going back to the Super Bowl era uniforms, the name wasn't on it then either.
The good news is that the old stuff sucked because it had too much going on.
Dude, there was no uniformity to the uniforms.
No, it was 5 different things.
And it was I say this, I've said this a number of times. To identify players, the point of uniforms in sports is so you know what player is what. When there's a penalty or a good play or whatever, from the press box, you could not identify names and numbers.
Right, because they had halftone colors inside the numbers, which these design nerds go, oh, isn't this cool? And they're looking at the jersey when they design it up close on a laptop. They're not sitting in the press box trying to identify who made the tackle.
And I know nobody cares about the media, about those in the press box that can't see.
But you as a fan at home should care because you want to see on TV.
What's more important, the coaches and the scouts sit on the same level as the media.
Yes.
The booth that you see on TV where the guys calling plays or calling the defenses, that is 99% of the stadiums I've been to on the same level the media sits. We all go into the dining hall at halftime at the same time.
To me, the basicness of this new.
So if they can't identify, it's actually hurting the football product.
To me, the basicness of the new old uniforms is beautiful unto itself. The simple striping on the legs, the basic numbering without any funny business with special textures or halftones or anything like that. That's great because truly the original burgundy color, which is more like a brick red, with the white and the gold is a pleasing tricolor combo that hits your palate. Hits my palate, JP.
There is beauty in simplicity. And
amen to that.
And they figured that out. I'm not sure I would call him a simple fella, but my friend Barstool Nate is going to join the program next. I want to talk to him about Ovie. I want to talk to him about the new Commanders uniforms. Also, Zabe, I've now watched this Rams new uniform rollout. They've done nothing.
They took out one of the colors.
Congrats to them. I don't get it. But,
somebody charged them money to do that.
They're going to charge fans lots of money. You want the new Stafford jersey? We got a fresh one for you. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley live at Santana Moss 89 Ways to Give Charity Golf Tournament, Leesburg, VA.
The new Commanders logo featuring a spear has drawn criticism from Native American organizations and prominent people in Native American communities. The black uniform has drawn criticism thanks to the alternate logo on the helmet, which the logo features the Commanders' W logo, but with the spear running through it. While the spear seems to be a reference to the team's former name, the Commanders claim the logo was meant to symbolize the tip of the spear. The Washington Commanders' decision to update their logo is disappointing and inappropriate, to say the least. That is a quote from a statement provided to USA Today from the Association on American Indian Affairs. They also said it's time to stop repeating this cycle and listen to Native peoples who have been clear, consistent, and unwavering on this issue. We are not your mascot. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Coming on after us, Grant and Danny will be live right here in Leesburg, VA, Raspberry Falls Golf Club for the Santana Moss 89 Ways to Give charity golf tournament. Beautiful day in Leesburg. It's going to be funny if seeing some of these guys go by us here. We're between the 18th and first holes. And if some of the fellas sit down with Grant and Danny, I think they may have had a few by the time they sit down. So they'll be frosty. That'll be must-listen radio or YouTube streaming, however you acquire the content. Fired up right now to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend Mr. Barstool Nate from New York City. Nate Dogg, is it lovely in New York like it is here in Leesburg?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on this radio program. It is lovely up here in New York City, and I wish I was outside with you guys.
Dude, it's been great here. We got to talk to Logan Paulson. We may get to watch Fred Smoot hit a driver here in a minute, which could be pretty darn entertaining.
Oh, we'll go live for that.
Yeah, we might. We're going through breaks.
Go live for that one.
Nate, I was texting with you last night. What I really wanted to talk about, and you could pick the order. I want to ask you about the unis, the new Commanders uniforms, or the new/old Commanders uniforms, and I want to talk to you about Ovie. Which order do you prefer?
Let's start with the unis.
Okay, what do you think?
They're good. They are exactly what I think everybody should have expected, going back to the old school colors and the helmet. I thought there was a little piece of me that thought they would move away from the block W and maybe do the script, like the raise hell script that they have as their Twitter banner. I was a little surprised that they really said the block W is our branding, because I don't necessarily love it, but I don't hate it either. And I think the uniforms look great. I think the spear on the black helmet looks great. And I think they're just doing the best they can given the circumstances, moving away from just the old rebrand to this new but old clash, which is very, very hard to do. You see a lot of teams try it, and it always falls flat. I think as far as it goes, I think they did the best possible job. I'm happy with it. I just hope we can all move on and never talk about helmets, jerseys, name ever again.
Oh, that's naive.
Nate.
You know, Nate, that the nerds, and I'm one of them, will always find a way to talk about uniforms.
You just told me you also have uniform fatigue. Conversation fatigue.
No, I did not say
fatigue.
that.
No?
How
no,
can
that's
you
not
not
me.
have fatigue? It's been nonstop for 20 years of this nonsense, and it still goes, and you still get all the replies on Twitter, bring back the old name. Look, there's people complaining today about a spear on the helmet. It will never end. I'm over it. We have Jaden Daniels. We still have this awesome football team. We have a new stadium being built. We have so many great things going our way. I never want to hear about a helmet ever again in my life.
All right, but you want the team to look good, though.
Dude, they can go out there wearing ragtag, moth-eaten overalls. I don't care what they wear. I care about the football team. I care about seeing a Super Bowl in my adult life and going to the Super Bowl and catching the confetti while Jaden Daniels accepts the Super Bowl MVP trophy. That's what I care about.
Dude, I don't know this answer. Are you old enough to remember 91?
No, I was born in '88. I have zero memory.
God, you're 7 years younger than me. That makes me feel very old.
Well, you're ancient and disgusting. Yes, that's
Thanks,
correct.
buddy. Appreciate that. So I'm with you. Listen, where I've landed is like I'm comfortable with where I am. I think you nailed it with saying they did the best they can. I really think they have done the best they can for now. I think there will be more changes. Mark Klaus said to us, we're on a journey, and we'll see what else we can bring back from our heritage. I think there will be more elements of the heritage. I think when we get to RFK in 2030, it might look different again. The W might finally be gone. It might just be the spear.
And you know what?
I'm happy with what they've done.
There's the segment of fans that will never be satisfied unless we go back to the old name. And I have zero time or patience for that brand of fan at this point. We got to get over it. You just got to get over it. It's so painstakingly annoying. So many good things have changed. We have a great new owner. Our new owner is so good. He's pumping $100 million into an absolute dump over the next, 5 years, just so it's somewhat enjoyable to watch a game in the worst stadium of all time before we move into the greatest stadium of all time. Let's talk more about that and less about the old name. The old name is not coming back. Please, I beg you to get over it.
All right, so who do you want at 7? Let's pivot to that.
Sure.
Pivot.
Nate, can I tell you something real quick, though? Hold on.
Yes.
Just a quick 20-second timeout. Because we are at the Santana Moss Charity Golf Tournament, we did not know this would happen, but Fred Smoot's group is approaching the tee that we're next to, so we're going to be able to watch Fred hit a driver, and we are going to have Zabe narrate that.
Okay, yes.
But so if I do interrupt you, that's why. Yes. Don't be offended by that.
All right,
I feel like
so let's get into pick number 7, Nate, and we'll pop in for live coverage when we have a moment.
Look, we're in such a great spot at 7 because someone electric and game-changing will be available at 7. Will it be Sonny Styles? Will it be Jeremiah Love? Will it be Carnell Tate? I don't know which one it will be, but we are going to get a game-changer at 7 that will immediately impact this team and make this team better on day 1. And, you don't want to be in the spot where you need this game-changer because you want to win games, make the playoffs. But we are very fortunate that we have a franchise quarterback, and we're about to get a franchise linebacker, wide receiver, safety, running back, whatever it is that we're going to get. That player will immediately make this team much better, and I am very fired up for that.
So I land in the same place as you, Nate Dogg, both on the uniforms and with the 7th pick.
I didn't hear who Nate wants, though.
That's
who do
I
want?
Yes. Oh, here we go.
I think we need to go wide receiver.
Hold that thought.
Okay, hold that thought. What
Fred
do you mean by
is
that?
stepping to the tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fred Smoot currently on the first tee here.
And it's his birthday.
Fred
Smoot on his birthday.
And he is 7 Tito's and sodas deep right now. He's
a bourbon guy. He told us he's a bourbon guy.
Listen, it's not terrible action.
The swing doesn't look bad.
It looks like he needs more width on the backswing there to me, JP.
Why? He's re-teeing. I'm not really sure why.
I think he was going to be standing on a snail and didn't like that, so he's going to readjust here.
Zabe, can you zoom in there? Is he wearing golf shoes or is he just wearing sneakers?
I'm zoomed in iPhone to 24X, which is all it gives.
Here we go.
Okay, and I'm recording because this is going to social media. Oh, that looks like a really weak flip right there.
Oh, Fred! Fred hit a dead shank, dead right into the bushes. Dead shank, dead right into the bushes. That will be all over social media in just moments.
Shank-a-lank!
Oh, Fred, I'm sorry, buddy. Happy birthday.
All right, so wide receiver, Nate?
I think we need to go wide receiver. Besides Terry, I think our wide receiver room is as bleak as it gets. I don't think bringing back De'Ami Brown is truly the answer to our wide receiver struggles. And if you can get a game-changing wide receiver at 7 like Carnell Tate, I think you got to do it. Just you need to give Jaden weapons to throw the ball to. At the end of the day, what good is a franchise quarterback without a franchise wide receiver? Pair those two up, both Buckeyes, and just let them ball out. I would love to go wide receiver at 7 if Tate's still there.
So I think wide receiver is the greatest position of need. I don't know that Carnell Tate mandates that he must be the 7th pick. And I circle back to what you said a moment ago. I don't know who they're going to get at 7. I know they just have to nail the pick. Whoever they get at 7, whether it's Downs, Styles, Bain, Tate, Love, whoever it is, they got to nail the pick. Has to be an immediate major contributor and a potential all-pro.
Have to play 17 games? Maybe not start, but play 17?
In a 17-game slog that is the NFL season now, for me, for a quality season, is going to be 14-15. It's just so long for these guys not to get nicked up and have to miss a game.
Nate, how many games should that 7 pick, if they take it, whatever position it is, play for it to be success?
I don't fully understand the question. As many games as the guy can play, right?
No, I mean, I'm just saying if he doesn't play all 17 games or 15 of 17, was it a bad pick? Because JP's saying this guy has
things
to.
Can happen.
Okay.
Out
saying
of the
this guy's
player's
got to
control.
contribute right away.
Yeah, I want a contributor. Nate, we're going to run out of time, and I apologize that Smoot's shank off the first tee took some of our time. I want to talk to you about Ovie, though. Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You give him a follow at Barstool Nate. Read his work, Barstool Sports. Where do you think this Ovie thing is? Where do you think it's going?
I'll say I was very much under the impression this was going to be his final season. It seems to me, and this is just my best intuition, that the final couple weeks of the season, with everybody not nudging him out the door, but acting like he was done, and then the Caps missing the playoffs, I think it kind of fired something up inside of Ovie to be like, oh no, Ovie's not done yet. Ovie has more in him. He was our leading scorer. He played all 82 games. To find a 30-goal scorer in the NHL is hard enough as it is. To find one at 40 years old who can play all 82 games is nearly impossible, and that's what he did. Can he play on the defensive side of the puck? No, not really. But if they can manage his minutes and he wants to come back, absolutely you welcome him with open arms. He's Alexander freaking Ovechkin. I flipped on my opinion on media day with how he was talking and how he hopes it's not his last game.
You and I talked, Wednesday night? When did we talk?
Yes.
One night this week we talked, and we both kind of were like, it might be done.
Yeah, I think he wants to come back. I think, obviously, the Caps are going to say if Ovie wants to come back, by all means, you're Alexander Ovechkin, you can come back. I'm sure there were days during the season when it was a slog and they were playing back-to-backs when he thought maybe he couldn't do it anymore. And then it really seemed like something changed inside of him where he's more fired up now to come back than I originally thought he was. I think he comes back, plays 15 minutes a game next season. The Caps make a big move, maybe bring someone in, because we need a scorer. You can't have 41-year-old Ovie as your leading scorer. People talk about Jason Robertson from Dallas might be on the move. Maybe we make a huge trade for someone like him or Austin Matthews, and they really make a push for the Cup next year because the goaltending's there. The core with like Hudson and Little Pro and Big Pro and Tom Wilson, they're still here, Chikrin. This team is very good. Tom Wilson said it yesterday. We're one big piece away from a Stanley Cup. Maybe Ovie comes back. We make the huge trade to bring in a big scorer, and we really, really, really make a run for the Cup in Ovie's last season. I could see 100% that happening.
Well, and didn't Ovie's play get a lot better once Hudson came up? Like, once there was like another kind of dynamic player out there?
Yeah, I mean, for so long he has been the corner piece and the centerpiece of the team, and even though he was the leading scorer, it would be very helpful to have, someone like Lil Pro, someone like Hudson who can help carry that load. And once Hudson came up and with his skating ability and playmaking ability, it definitely helped Ovie's game and it helped open up Ovie's game. And a full season, if we had Hudson for the full season this year, we'd be talking about the playoffs right now, without a doubt. We were one little piece away. Even though his team was very good, over 90 points, more regulation wins than most of the league, this team should be in the playoffs. By happenstance, we're not. If we had Hudson the whole season, we're over 100 points, we're in the playoffs, and we're not talking about this right now.
You're a hardcore Caps fan. You watch every night. I brought this up earlier with Zabe, and I'm just curious where you land on it. Like, we're having this kind of autopsy of the Cap season that did not result in a playoff finish, right? In a league where the majority of the teams make the playoffs. And we're all aware of how narrowly the Caps lost it. Should there be some discussion of Carberry?
Oh, God, no. Heavens, no.
Okay, but they lost twice to the worst team in the league. I know when an NFL team loses to a terrible team, you talk about the coach.
So Carberry, I think, is a top 10 coach in the NHL. I think He has inherited a very weird team that's rebuilding and getting younger on the fly. I mean, we traded John Carlson at the deadline while trying to make the playoffs. It's a very weird dynamic.
I like Carlson.
And
I'm not suggesting anything should happen there. It's just it seems like there's a subset of folks that are trying to blame the playoff miss on Ovie, and that doesn't track to me.
It's not on Ovie. It's not on anybody. It's a very odd season for the entire East, especially the Metro, where it's extremely tough, extremely good teams. The West was an abomination to hockey, and just a few little. I mean, we lost our Pierre-Luc Dubois for a big chunk of the season, and it was very difficult to replace his productivity.
Right. Your third highest paid player missed 50 games.
Yeah, I put very, very little on Carberry. Very, very, very little.
Thank you for the time, bro. We appreciate you.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Have fun out there.
All right. Give him a follow at Barstool Nate. When we come back, we're going to make some bets. Grant and Danny are here, getting some pizza, getting some oysters. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We are wrapping things up from Raspberry Falls Golf Course. Beautiful day in Leesburg, Virginia. Great cause out here. 89 Ways to Give. Santana Moss's charity golf tournament. A friend of the program, a friend to all Redskins, Commanders fans, Fred Smoot, celebrating his birthday. Zabe and I are set up right behind the first tee. We got to watch Fred tee off on one. If you missed that shot, check out the B. Mitch and Finley Twitter, and you should put that on Instagram too, Stallion. Zabe, how would you describe that tee shot from old Freddie?
Unhinged.
Yeah,
would be the word I'm
the
looking for.
The practice swing looked all right too.
He is also not fit for duty at this point of his birthday.
It's his birthday
at a charity scramble where the booze is flowing. I wouldn't expect him to be fit for duty, but let's just make sure he gets home safely from somebody else's vehicle.
There is they got food, oysters, brisket, pizza.
Yeah.
They got booze. They got cigars. It's a good day. We have not seen Brian once. Have you seen him?
No.
I didn't even see him beforehand. I saw Santana, and I saw a number of.
No, we saw him. He popped up here.
Oh, that's right.
Remember,
He popped up when Fred was sitting with us.
Fred was here.
You're right. Yeah. So I want B. Mitch, who's been playing golf now for a number of hours, to show up with Grant and Danny and say hello. I'll be listening for that.
Absolutely. Come by and check in, for God's sakes.
Dude, I thought of something that's kind of funny. Do you know the first time we met, Steve Zabin?
No.
You were doing a remote. This is you and Andy. So, I mean, the radio I grew up on was the Junks, Tony, and you and Andy. And you and Andy, so I've been buddies with CJ a long time. And when you guys had remotes back in the day, CJ would let some of us come along and drink on the 980 tab, which was always awesome. You guys were doing a remote. I don't even know if the bar is there anymore.
Oh, God.
Outside of what was then probably maybe even MCI Center, if not Verizon Center. The Irish bar in the back room.
Yeah. I remember that one. Yeah, the Irish bar.
And I was so excited to meet Zabe.
Oh.
That's
I hope the transaction went okay.
It was cool. Yeah, you were very cool.
Appreciate it. Yeah. I always love coming on with you. It's good. I'll be on for B. Mitch, I think, in 2 weeks.
Okay.
B. Mitch is going on a golf trip, so CJ
he's going
said.
to Arizona end of April, maybe?
Yep.
Because I'm going on one, too, in the mid-May.
Yeah, you're going to Bandon. I want the full report because I do want to go there. It's
travel.
Takes 2 years in advance if you want to get a group to
So
go
that's
there, and you
why-
got to enter a lottery now.
That's why I jumped on it. So it's not even my guys. It's a bunch of Army Navy guys had
Cool.
this trip, and then a dear friend of mine, Cisco Espinel, is good buddies with this guy Sean Ward, who's the Army Navy guy that had it set up, and they just had a slot. So they had
that's perfect.
The trip is planned. We have our tee times. I was like, yes, I will jump on that.
My life goal is to be the golf trip plus one. In fact, I should start a website, Golf Trip Plus One.
I mean, I'm still paying for it, but it's just all the legwork is done.
I would literally, my whole life would just be, if you got a golf trip with some guys, because I know I'll get along with guys. Guys get along with guys who play golf.
You talk about sports and beer.
Yeah, right.
Talking with the guys is easy.
Right. Like, you know, every golf trip always has, at some point, one dude who ejects or lets you down at the last minute. You got to fill it.
Yeah.
You got to fill it for the formats. You got to fill it for the rooming
for the
and everything
matches,
else.
Yeah. All right.
I could be that guy.
Apparently, Strober's never heard me say this. Let's make some bets. All right, White Brian. The hot dog hat won't be given out today because we're remote. Who gets it, though? Who had the worst bet last night?
It would have been me or Jeff. Both of our teams lost by 1 run.
Okay. What is the biggest sporting event of the weekend? Is there? I'll probably watch.
I'm looking at tonight. I'm looking at tonight's NBA games.
Are we in playoffs yet? Or are we still in play-in?
No, this is the last of the play-ins.
Okay.
Hornets Magic is your first game on Amazon Prime. Magic is plus 3.5 at home, and the Suns are minus 3.5 at home against the Warriors.
I'll watch the Warriors.
The Warriors were dead to rights, and then the Clippers just decided to go full Clippers, as they always do. And Steph Curry went crazy at the end, which is what he's good at doing. I got to believe the Suns will take care of business. Minus 3.5. So you heard it here first, is the Suns minus tonight for a healthy but responsible amount of money.
20 cents. Can we do a quick bit and just convince B that he owes us one hot dog hat, and just tell him his bet from today would have gotten him the hot dog hat and he should take it?
I agree. We're all in on that.
We try that on Monday. Now Brian is known as a rather cantankerous fella and might fight back.
Oh, yeah.
I think we got to try anyway.
Right.
When do the hockey playoffs start?
Saturday.
Okay, so we don't have
I think
puck
Saturday.
tonight. I
Don't
love
quote me on
watching
that.
the hockey playoffs. It's going to be harder for me with the Caps not in, but I'm still excited for the hockey playoffs. If my only action, who the Nats start a new series with whom?
The Giants tonight.
The Giants have been bad, right?
Yeah, the offense has been
Who's
really
pitching
bad.
tonight?
It's Logan Webb against Zach Littell. So I'm going to take the Nats on the run line. I've got them winning tonight's game.
Nats, run line for me too.
Let's go.
Make it a double. Strober?
Warriors plus 3.5.
Brian?
Cubs.
Brian's taking the Cubs. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. I don't think we had any calls, but if you called and we didn't take it, thanks for calling, I guess. Thank you to Adam Rittenberg. Thank you to Tony Pauline. And thank you to Barstool Nate. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Great day here in Leesburg. Keep it going with them. See ya. Have a good weekend.
The Commanders unveiled new uniforms on Wednesday, which draw heavily from the team's Super Bowl era and the franchise's former name. The Association on American Indian Affairs called the Commanders logo update, quote, disappointing and inappropriate, adding that they are not your mascot, per USA Today. The team called its new alternate logo, which features a spear interwoven in a W, a powerful joining of the past and present. And 6:45, tune in right here on 106.7 The Fan. You can listen live as the Nationals host the Giants. Game 1 of that series begins tonight. Zach Littell on the mound for Washington, but he's got a challenge for himself. This Nats lineup going up against ace Logan Webb. From the Crop Makeup 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny Live on The Fan. It's April 17th, 2026. We are out in Leesburg, Raspberry Falls, beautiful golf course on a pristine day, and we are getting you ready for a juicy sports weekend and the NFL Draft, which comes your way next Thursday. Danny, I got to say, if you're going to be outdoors, you might as well be outdoors on a day like today.
Yeah, this ain't too shabby, right? Imagine if it was different, if it was cold and rainy. Hard to imagine because it ain't. It's perfect. It's beautiful. Not just a couple of wisps of cloud in the sky. People are enjoying the golf. I've had oysters already. I've had pizza already. I'm living well.
You had oysters?
Sure did, right down there.
Now, I'm not an oysters guy, but you are.
Yeah.
So I'm happy. My wife would have pummeled about 14 oysters
Well,
by now.
Gentlemen, I believe it's King Street Oyster Bar. I first went to one of their establishments in Middleburg, Virginia. They now have 5 locations, I believe. And here's what they did that was special for this Santana Moss golf tournament that we're at. They put the caviar right on top. I'm going to say that again. They put caviar right on top of the oysters. So, sorry to be, that you guys are kind of peasants today. I'm living high.
Kudos to our guy, Santana Moss, on a job well done on this entire event. 89 ways to give, and all of the dignitaries, celebrities, his former Redskins teammates, and folks still around the organization that are out here today. You'll hear some of them on our air between now and 6:30. We're also going to be giving away tickets, remember, to go see Whiskey Myers, the Black Crows. We're doing that right at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. If you want to be part of the crowd for that show in D.C., Southern Hospitality Tour, you better be listening in 2 hours right here on The Fan. On this Friday, we're taking you up to Nats baseball. They're back home for a 3-game set with the Giants. They're 1 under 500, a surprising 9-10. They're one of the best offenses in Major League Baseball, so we'll tee up the Nationals game before we get done. But I do want to start with the draft. We are 6 days out. The Commanders have the 7th pick, and now we're armed with some new data points after Adam Peters spoke yesterday about the draft. But you know what I wanted to get into, Danny, is something that I think is going under-talked about a little bit right now. I was actually listening on my way out here to B. Mitch and Finley today, and JP was talking about the need to add another defensive playmaker. And that's irrefutable. You can't name a good football player at any position that I wouldn't be happy to add to Washington. That's what happens when you're picking in the top 10 and you lost double-digit games. You need good football players. But I actually think there is a case to be made. They need more on offense than on defense. And that right now, Danny, when you look at this roster, their defense might be ahead of their offense going into this part of the offseason.
You can make that case, yeah.
Crazy to say, but after you went and spent money on Odafe Owe, getting Dorrance Armstrong back from injury, spending money on Kayvon Chason and Charles Omenihu, and the depth that they now have from a pass rushing standpoint, they got work to do in the secondary. They brought in a new starting linebacker. They're confident that this scheme will be perfect for Frankie Louvu. I actually think it's a pretty easy case to make that on paper they have more defensively than offensive. It's just Jaden Daniels and pray for rain. Hope Terry McLaurin is Terry again.
Yeah.
They need offensive help.
The number of again, Jaden Daniels obviously has such an outsized influence, the high tide there that raises all the boats. But if you just go in terms of number of quality starters, there are more on defense than on offense, which is a great sign because that was not true as of 4 months ago. It is now because they've added to that unit. They've added on all 3 levels, rightly so. It needed to happen. They had salary cap space. They finally addressed the need. They went hard. Just 1 year, $6 million for Cast-Off Craig, but difference makers in their 20s, multiple years. But looking at it now,
again, if this was a different draft, as we've talked about a million times, if there was a more surefire, bona fide cadre of receivers that were universally top 10, not just this year, but any year, you wouldn't hesitate. You go, of course, wide receiver at 7, done and done.
Yeah.
Now, I like Tate more than most, but understanding that I may be on an island here in terms of that. So that's what's so murky about this draft and kind of their positioning.
Here's how I'll crystallize my point. Free agency. They spent rampantly. They did exactly what I and so many people wanted them to do. They were aggressive. They were urgent. They got after it. And they added a lot of pieces.
Yep.
How many legit key contributors did they bring in on both sides of the ball? I believe the count is 2 on offense and 7 on defense.
I agree with that.
On offense, they went and got Chigakonkwo at tight end, who's going to be a baller. And Rashad White, I'm going to put on the list as well. Third down back, pass catcher, heavily involved in the backfield, regardless of what happens in the draft. I am not putting on that list depth guys who are on the roster. Now, could De'Ami Brown, who balled out in the playoffs and seems to have a great rapport with Jaden Daniels. We saw a lot of social media footage from Daniels of those guys working out in the last couple of weeks. Could De'Ami Brown have a big season? Yeah, that's possible. I'm not counting on it. I think Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, Jerome Ford, those are just depth assets, right? Those are guys you bring in, kind of filling out the roster, and whatever you get is a bonus. But it's Okonkwo and Rashad White in terms of what I'll call legit contributors. That's 2 so far this offseason. On defense, Adafe Owe, Caleb Von Chason, Tim Settle, Charles Amenahu, that's just the defensive line. All those guys will play an important role. Then at the linebacking, second level, Leo Chenal. Then in the secondary, Nick Cross and Amik Robertson. And I think Akilo Witherspoon actually could be in this conversation as well, but I'm going to leave him out. So I'll say 7 on defense, 2 on offense. Remind me why the bigger need right now is in offense. If you want to look at this optimistically, you could do that. We'll get to that argument in a second. But the more grounded, rational, and if you want to say pessimistic view of this offense would be you've got Jaden Daniels, hopefully working miracles at quarterback like he did in 2024.
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin's got to be a legit wideout one. And then what? It's a 7th-round running back in year 2 in Bill, and you're trying to get by with Traylon Burks and the development of McCaffrey and Lane and maybe De'Ami Brown. There's just not enough here. You need McLaurin to play at a Pro Bowl level. You need Chigakonkwo to have a career year. And you need Bill to make a gigantic leap just to be an above-average offense in terms of skill group around Jaden Daniels.
The people that disagree is the wrong word. The people that aren't worried about that, right, are the people that I've been bucking against, which is the healthy Jaden Daniels. I saw 2024. He made Noah Brown cast off Craig. He made Lamade Zaccheaus. He made Jamison Crowder. He made Name That Jag into plenty good enough on offense. If he's healthy, none of this matters. It's all irrelevant. And I said it then. It wasn't fair to ask. He did it, by the way. Rookie of the year, one of the great seasons we've ever seen. Last year, it caught up. The injuries happened. But even within some of those games, when there's nothing, when the defense doesn't respect a whole huge part of the field, a.k.a. over the top, it's hard for anybody to maneuver. They have needed to make things easier on this quarterback for 3 years. I think they failed in that regard. I really do believe that. They got bailed out year 1 because Ertz was healthier than he's ever been. Not ever been, has been in a decade or half a decade. And Jaden Daniels was so transcendent, and people weren't used to Cliff Kingsbury, that it just sort of all worked. Everything fell into place. That was lightning in a bottle. That's not something you count on. I have been banging this drum for 3 years that they need to make it easy on the quarterback. Once you make your $80 million, more is expected, right? Once you get the Mahomes, the Josh Allen, the Godfather deal, you're here. You're never wearing another uniform until we're tired of your act. Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, 20 years in. Then at that time, you're expected to pick up the Lamade Zaccheaus. You're expected to pick up 4th-round Freddie and turn him into a star. Right now, this minute, a guy on a rookie deal, it shouldn't be, let's see what hurdles we can put in front of you. See how much you can fix. Wrong attitude, wrong answer. They've needed to do more. I think they recognize that. It's why they went after Pierce. It's why they went after Dobbs. I think they see it too now.
Well, I will stop short of saying they're better on defense than on offense right now because of Daniels. But you're a Daniels injury, and last year there were a litany of them, away from being better on defense than on offense. You are still, even with Daniels, him not playing at the 24 level, rather some of those 25 performances. You think the road game against the Cowboys, the Packers game, the Vikings game, the Seattle game, whichever ones you want to choose, where he struggled a bit and the offense sputtered. plenty of the reason why. David Blau's now running the show, and Cliff Kingsbury's not going to be calling plays on the offense. But if he's not playing at the level he did in 24, then, yeah, maybe the defense is better than the offense. I'm not going to write that in pen. I'm not willing to go public with that take. I think that's hot and probably unnecessary. What I'm saying is they have done so much more on defense that if, like we said all offseason, what they did in free agency is informative to what they're going to do in the draft. If their free agency plan informs what we should be expecting at 7, then we're not talking enough about the fact that this is not really about getting another defensive playmaker. Now, maybe they go that route if the right guy falls. If Sonny Styles is there, I don't care how badly you need a weapon. I think he's a 12-year inside linebacker, put his name in the stadium on the facade for the Ring of Honor, right? You could say the same possibly about a Caleb Downs or either of the two edges. But I think that's different than what they're thinking, what their best-case scenario is, what their paradigm is going into the draft. And I actually want to play this clip from Adam Peters. This is from his press conference out in Ashburn yesterday with reporters on free agency and how it informs and impacts their approach at pick number 7.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit in Arizona too, that, really felt good about. That's what we wanted to do coming out of free agency, was make it so we're not having to pick for need or having to pick, reach for a certain position or player. And so I think we all feel in the building, we feel really good about where we're at. Certainly we have a lot of time to add. We have the draft and a ton of time after that to add before we start playing games. But so we feel really good about being able to pick the best player available.
That's the beauty of how much they got done. And I would say this is one of the Peters staples that I have enjoyed the most about his time here, is even when they didn't swing bigger in free agency, like they did on Odafe Owe or the $12 million for Chase on, years in the past, the last couple of off seasons where they've just signed a bunch of dudes to one-year deals on the cheap. This was always a win for them. They do so much that now you get to read and react in the draft, and you don't have to make any moves out of desperation.
We kept saying that to me is what this free agency period was all about, right? Was taking the pressure away. Where now at 7, it's, oh my God, if we don't get the edge, what are we going to do? No, we got a solution. It's not as good. It'd be great if David Bailey fell, but now we don't have to have it. Right now, the list of have to haves is a lot shorter. I think a receiver is have to have. I think other than that, I don't think there are any haves at this point. I know people will point to corner. I think you could use a corner. I think they'll be able to find another guy in that tier, in that very mediocre third round tier.
So if they don't sign another corner, another starting caliber player at some point before week 1, you think they're okay there?
I think it's just below okay, and I think that's the. I think that may be the design for this year.
I think corner's about the same as receiver, and neither are satisfactory for me. Like, if you believe in Amik Robertson, I don't know what they think of him, to be honest, but if they believe that he's a stalwart nickel, and now Sandra still, who a year ago at this time they're telling us they didn't want to play outside, they wanted him to play inside. Now, because he's got 2 years of solid play on the outside, I guess we're changing our minds about that. Amos, by the way, who I love, played about a half season and got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you've got a guy who got hurt. You've got a guy who's playing out of the position that they've always said is his best position. And now you've got a guy coming over from Detroit who was one of the lowest-graded corners in the league last year. There's a path to that working out, and I like it better than whatever they had 365 days ago. But I am not ready to start the season at corner.
No, I don't think it's good enough. But to me, it's not as dire as receiver. I think receiver is.
Is that just because of how important the position is to you?
Partly.
Or is it because of the talent?
Both. I mean, I think receiver's a burning building, whereas we should probably fix this league. I mean, you know what I mean? I think one is an emergency. The other could use some work. Again, I want another corner. I'm not telling you I don't. I think it's probably the second biggest need, but I don't think it's anywhere near as. And again, I think their free agency kind of tells you they feel the same way. I mean, they were willing to go to that huge number for Alec Pierce, who's never caught 50 balls.
Right.
Like they were going to spend that money. Kind of tells you, gives away the game a little bit. Now, again, I would have gone shopping in a higher tier corner. I 100% would have. For whatever reason, they don't really feel compelled to do that. They should have done it last year. They didn't because
I think the scheme. I think it's a
Durante
Jones thing.
And that's where I was going. And I think that's the correlation. So if they're telling, I'm not going to say it's devalued. It's not there. It's not, I don't know, box linebacker or strong safety. But if it's devalued somewhat or less important somewhat, I might take my cues from them on that. Again, we haven't seen it yet, but that's the thinking, right? If he's coming from that Flores tree.
We have seen them start a year at receiver with basically a group like what they have now. In fact, I would say this is a much higher upside group than the 24 receiver room. In terms of Luke McCaffrey was coming on, the diving catch against the Chargers, the touchdown against the Bears. At the time of his injury, he was starting to flash a little more. Jalen Lane was a fourth-round pick, so you got two guys you've drafted in the early to mid-rounds that are looking for opportunities. And then they did bring De'Ami Brown back, and I know he's on your list of guys that aren't your favorite, but when he was last here in January of the 24 postseason, he was excellent during that stretch run, and he has a really, really good relationship with Jaden Daniels, which I don't think is nothing. Van Jefferson is kind of a replacement level, like veteran who can round out your roster, but he's bounced around. You could ask him to run routes at multiple receiver positions. They've still got some youth on their practice squad, Ja'Cory Brooks and Jacoby Jones, who caught a ball on a big first down late in the game last year for them. So I don't know. I guess for me, I think you're right that I would rather add a stud at receiver than corner, but you can dictate how much the receiver problem hurts you. You cannot dictate how much the corner problem hurts you. This is always my argument against, scheme being more important, offense or defense. We debate that, right? If they want to, they could run plenty of stuff where they have one wide receiver out there because they've got Ben Sinnott as the H-back, and they've got Chigakonko at tight end, and they've got John Bates out there in 13 personnel. Or they could run two receiver sets where they like somebody on the opposite side of McLaurin. If a team wants to just spread you out and ask you to put 4 and 5 corners on the field, oh boy. What does that look like? You don't get to dictate that. That's up to them to decide. If I'm playing Washington right now, that's what I'm doing. I'm going empty. I'm spreading them out, and I'm asking Darius Rush. I'm not sure who that person is, to be honest with you, to defend.
Hootie the Blowfish, I think.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Darius Rucker? I'm asking, Carlin Vigors to defend my third or fourth wide receiver who I think can get open and be twitchy. But it's going to be fascinating because I do think there's a real chance that Mansour Delane's staring him in the face at number 7. And now do you want to stick to the idea that schematically corner's not that important to you? Or do you want to get a guy who runs a 4-3 who's a baller?
Who they compare to Quinyon Mitchell. Yeah. I mean, again, this all reflects around what you think of these three receivers. I'm honing in on Tate, but it doesn't have to be Tate. I mean, Jordan Tyson, a guy that was injured a bunch.
If you guaranteed me Tyson stayed healthy, I would take Tyson at 7. I love Jordan Tyson's game.
Of course you do.
It's the fact it is. What did Jeremy Green say to me today? The draft nerd. He's hilarious. He said Jordan Tyson has this problem where his bones are made out of popsicle sticks. And he said every morning when he wakes up, one of them breaks, and then it heals that night, and then it happens again the next day. I mean, he just gets hurt all the time.
Yeah.
But in a world where you're looking into your Danny Rouillet crystal ball, and you tell me he's going to miss 5 games in the next 8 years or something, 7th pick, not thinking twice about it, slam the door.
I think he's the most talented, right? But again, if these guys were better thought of or didn't have all the wrinkles, nobody's perfect. There's no perfect prospect, but there's enough wrinkles with Tate. There's enough wrinkles with Tyson. There's enough knocks with Amon-Ra St. Makai Lemon, that you don't feel great about them at 7. Now, at the end of the day, no one's going to remember if you went 7 or 10 or 12 or 13 if you get a really good player. And I think that's kind of my point as to why I'm far more open to taking a receiver at 7 maybe than a lot of folks. But I think that's so reflective here, where the best players in this class are, not in – now, Delane's a different animal, but not in the position scarcity, positional value sort of normal chart. You got to deal with that, act accordingly. And it may feel early for Delane, but I'm wondering why. Why does that feel early for him after he ran a 4.3 and covers guys in multiple schemes over multiple years? When he stepped up and challenged, he did even better in the SEC.
I don't think 7's early for Delane at all. It's
early based on mocks, but it's not really.
It's a matter of, is Washington willing to do it when the scheme that you are running dictates you don't have to?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you like him that much? I think he's a fringe stick and pick guy, and he's going to be there probably, which makes it compelling. But let's open up the phones on this for the first time today. We got a lot of things on the table. We're going to talk Ovie. I want to get an audio vault in. Movie's going to be made that you and I love that's coming back out. There's all kinds of content. There's a lot on the docket. But quick opportunity to hit the draft with you guys next at 800-636-1067 as we're 6 days out from round 1 next Thursday night from Pittsburgh. Do the Commanders need a stud on offense more or a really good player on defense? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is driven by Orsman Chantilly Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, the Texans signed edge rusher Will Anderson to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $150 million. $100 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, passing Micah Parsons. Play-in tournament continues on tonight for the NBA. The Hornets and the Magic playing at 7:30 for the 8th seed in the East, and the Warriors and the Sun at 10 o'clock for the 8th seed in the West. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game series against the Giants, the first of a 7-game homestand. 6:45 first pitch at Nationals Park. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell set to start for the Nationals. Logan Webb will get the start for the Giants. Orsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they like to say at Orsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
A beautiful Friday afternoon in Leesburg. We're out and about. Raspberry Falls Golf Course, Santana Moss's charity event, 89 Ways to Give. We'll catch up with some of the former Redskins greats that are wandering around and playing some golf today as the day goes on. You're locked into G&D on the Fan. Danny, the question right now, does Washington need a weapon on offense or a weapon on defense more at pick number 7? They're going to choose based on who's there, and, and there's a lot of other variables. But just, I am willing to say right now they could much more use a stud offensive player and weapon than a defensive stalwart after free agency, where they went out and got 7 pieces they're going to help them on defense and just 2 that will likely be meaningful on offense.
Yeah, that's my thesis, and it's been my thesis. And again, I think they felt similarly. I mean, they went after defensive players, don't get me wrong. They signed them. They're able to win the bidding war. But they went after a couple receivers, paying them top of market money. They didn't ultimately choose Washington, but it kind of tells you that they see the same thing.
Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067 to join us. TP is listening on the Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. He is in Texas today. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Hey, what's good?
Hey, buddy.
Listen, I really do agree with you, Danny, but I got to say, even though we have addressed the defense more, if Sonny Styles is not there, then I really want to go Mansour Delane. Size, the speed, his ability to shut down, other corners, other wide receivers, and then you have 2 dominant corners and a pass rush. It's sort of hard to pick a wide receiver at 7 when you got that type of corner with that ability sitting right there in your face. So if Sonny Styles isn't there, I would not mind going Mansour Delane and addressing the defense again.
So let me ask you this quick follow-up, because I agree with you on both of those counts. Sonny Styles is my man crush, and Mansour Delane would make a ton of sense. I think it's a pretty safe pick with a big-time ceiling as well. But if you take the draft out of the equation for a moment and don't make this about pick 7, just a basic roster question, where could they better use a stud on offense or defense based on their current personnel to be the best version of themselves in 26? What's your answer?
Absolutely, it would be offense. It would absolutely be offense. That's why I agree with Danny. It's just this looking at what we have right now, and maybe it's this year's crop of wide receivers compared to maybe next year when you have a guy such as Smith from Ohio State coming out. You'll probably have some more great studs coming out at a wide receiver position.
Totally. Yeah, look at that. Thank you for the call.
Appreciate you, dude.
If Jeremiah Smith was available at 7, which, by the way, next year he'll be gone by 7 for the record.
No-brainer, sprint to the podium.
Absolutely. If there was better wide receiver talent, if there was, and even if you signed Chigakonko, if there was a can't-miss type tight end maybe, like if the weapon was staring you in the face going, pick me, I think it's a different conversation, which leads me to Jeremiah Love. If Jeremiah Love is there, he is that weapon. He might be Jeremiah Smith as a running back. He might be the can't-miss tight end as a running back. And that's why I keep coming back to people kind of missing the boat when they suggest Washington can't do that. Yeah, they can. Pretty easily, by the way. They don't have speed. Right. They don't have playmakers. They don't have anyone who turns a first down into a touchdown. They don't have help for Terry McLaurin. They can absolutely do all of that. take Jeremiah Love at 7. Why not? And for people that say, well, if there was a receiver I loved, maybe it'd be different. Take running back out of the equation. It's a weapon. There's a running back like that. Take that guy.
Go back a couple years ago to the incredible quarterback class, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, et cetera. We know those guys. That was also this unbelievable receiver class, right? Marvin Harrison Jr., who everybody acknowledges is really good, hasn't put the year together yet, but still, 1,500 yards, 12 touchdowns, hardly a bust at this point. Then you go to Neighbors and Roma Dunze, and you kind of go down the list, and you go, my God, this is such a great class. The following year, Tet McMillan goes top 10, and everyone's kind of like, I guess he's the best of that group. That's what this year feels like to me. Just we've seen different classes. And because I think people are so lukewarm on this receiver class, maybe, it's now you get into, is a 7 out of 10, I'm making this number up, a 7 out of 10 receiver at 7 better than a 9 out of 10 at linebacker, a 9 out of 10 at cornerback, a 9 out of 10 at whatever position. And I think that's a reasonable debate, right? But again, it's all, I think it's about the lukewarm nature of how folks are in this draft. And we don't know internally what they're thinking, but just general, we were distilling all the smart people that do the mocks, that are talking to the execs and the scouts and whatever, trying to get a feel for this thing. It just feels like there's not a lot of juice on these trio of receivers are going to go in the top 15 or top 20.
Adam Peters talked about this very conversation yesterday with reporters out in Ashburn. Cut 2 here from Peters is on how the current roster construction could impact their draft decisions.
Honestly, you want the best player that can help you the most right now, but how much do you weigh kind of what you have on the roster, not just this year, but next year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, kind of contractually? How much does that weigh into what you guys will do on Thursday through the weekend?
Yeah, all that factors in, Mitch. It really does. So who's coming up, who's a free agent this year, who's a free agent next year, so on and so forth. So understanding the big picture, not just in 2026, but after that, those definitely impact the decisions there too.
Cut 3 on if positional value changes at pick 7 compared to pick 29. I think this is interesting because as you get further down the board, obviously the idea of what is a running back or a safety or an inside linebacker worth matters less. It feels like we're talking about it a lot this time around, understandably, because it's in the top 10 at pick 7.
No, I think just finding the best player that can help your team the most, and regardless of position, I think, and I think that applies kind of everywhere. So every position, everywhere you're in the draft. So, I don't want to you just get too deep into positional value, you kind of get lost in who's going to really be able to help your team.
Do you buy that? I mean, he basically said there, we're not a positional value team. Who helps us the most? You can't be 100% that. Nobody really is. I mean, everyone always debates this. Is it drafting for need or drafting for BPA? Everyone's some combination of both, and the question is, what are the faders turn to?
Yeah.
In that answer, and I don't even think he said that in every answer he gave all press conference because he acknowledged that positional value does matter, but it kind of sounded like we're going to take the guy who's going to turn out to be the best football player. That could be how you put your board together, right? Like I was talking to a draft guy today, and his board is a lot different than everybody else's. And I'm like, well, how did you get there? And he basically said, well, I do my board 1 to 250, whatever it is, based on who is going to have the best career. I don't account for the value of the quarterback position. He's got Mendoza 28th. I don't account for, all the little things where these other experts are going to put Mendoza 1 or 2 because they know he's going there, and also because quarterback's that much more important. Mm-hmm. And if it's like that for the Commanders, where position be damned, it's just who's the best football player, then we need to think about that.
Well, years ago when Scott McCloughan was in the organization's good graces and they trotted him out for every interview and we talked to him pre-draft, he was always the guy that always said, you have to take best player available, best player available. And I kind of cornered him for a second in one of our conversations, and I said, okay, well, what if for 5 straight rounds that was a left tackle? No one's ever done that, and no one ever would do that, right? And so he said, oh, okay, football player. Eventually he backed off of it, right? Well, it's not always best player available. It's within reason, and that's kind of your point here, is that if this team, for example, took a left tackle in the first round at 7, we'd all go, he's not in a vacuum. You just paid Laremy Tunsil so much. Rightfully, by the way, because he's awesome. And you traded for him. And now you just picked a left tackle? We wouldn't do that. Of course you wouldn't. And that's why, like, if it's 7, and I know he's a right tackle, but let's say Maui Noa was going to play left tackle at the NFL, and he fell to 7, they would not be taking him. Now, hopefully that someone else would, and they would trade back. But you see the point. There's always a balance, and my point is, where does the line go? That's a great sports conversation. That is a great debate among executives, and they get paid to make the right call.
The last argument I'd make for the need on offense would be statistical. It's really easy to cite where they ranked and how they performed defensively last year and to say that defense is a bigger need. That does not account for the 7 contributors they've added. By the way, they've signed way more than 7 players on defense. Owe, Chason, Chenal, Cross, Robertson, Witherspoon, Amenahu, Settle, Davidson, Knight, Carter II. But I'm just going to say it's 7 key contributors to 2 on offense. But on offense, where do you think they ranked last year in yards per game? I prefer the yards per play metric. I think it's more accurate. But yards per game is telling, and I can get into why in a second. But where do you think they ranked in that?
I would have guessed right, kind of smack in the middle of the league, call 15.
22.
Oh.
They were bottom 10 in the NFL there. If you look at the metric of first downs in a game, they were not in the top 20. If you look at third downs, they were 21st. These are areas where do you have someone who can make a couple guys miss? Do you have a guy who can catch the ball at the line of scrimmage and pick up 13, after the catch? Do you have someone who can keep you on the field? And they didn't, and that's where one of these weapons could help pretty immensely. You can make the same case on defense, and look, nobody's wrong here. When you're bad and you lose 10-plus games and you're picking in the top 10, do I need fill in the blank? Yes. The answer is just exclamation point every single time. It's just a matter of, and I ask people to rhetorically think about this as they drive around. You can have a all-pro player added on offense or defense for next year. Which would you prefer? And for me, it's offense.
Yeah, I'm the same way. The analogy jumped into my head. I remember when my absolute heaviest, I remember asking a physician or my doctor at the time, like, should I do keto? Should I do, like, Weight Watchers? And he goes, yes. There's no wrong answer here. When you have that many needs, now, when you get down to the nitty-gritty, when you get after you lose the first 20, 30, 40, whatever kind of pounds, okay, now we can kind of figure out how to fine-tune it, but there ain't a wrong answer when you were devoid of talent with a bear cupboard.
He is Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, we'll take a dive into the Alex Ovechkin waters after he made it pretty clear yesterday he plans on playing more hockey, but he made it seem like while he and his family have made their thoughts felt, he was still kind of curious about the team side of things. We'll get into that in about 20 minutes. We've also got those tickets to see the Black Crows at 4 o'clock right here on The Fan. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. All of our draft coverage today is presented nationally by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Danny, we are at Santana Moss's charity golf tournament. I saw Fred Smoot tee off at one point. That didn't go very well. He sent a ball about 14 feet in front of the tee box and 100 yards off to the right.
Yeah, there are different objectives in golf. Some people try to get it in the hole, close to the hole. Fred's got his own game.
He does.
Where the tennis courts that have nothing to do with the golf course were in danger. He hit it really hard that way.
What I wanted to ask him is, what did those trees ever do to him?
Why was he so angry at the trees?
Why are you so mad at them? That's the kind of golf shot that I see, and I go, I could play with him. We could have a good round together.
Now, it is Fred Smoot's birthday.
It is.
And he may have had an adult soda or 9.
Happy birthday, Frederick.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to blame that on the adult sodas?
I'm not. And I think it was his first hole.
It might have been.
Yeah, and he blasted one about 275 miles an hour. Would have been a foul ball in baseball.
But I bring this up because as I sit here right now, I'm wondering, Danny Rouillet gets to create a DC Sports foursome to play with. You're playing 18 holes.
Oh.
Who's in your foursome?
Wow, okay.
3 athletes in town.
Wow. That be current or any all-time in my life?
Current.
Okay. Here's who I'm going to play with. I'm going to play with Cade Cavalli. I feel like he's way more interesting than I kind of knew about. Getting a chance to talk to him more over the last couple of years. Because remember, he's been gone out of sight for like years at a time while he was just quietly rehabbing in a different state. No one ever asked any updates or had any questions.
Nats opening day starter who can pump 98.
I'm going Cade Cavalli. I'm going to go Tom Wilson. And
you're going with a very handsome foursome.
So far, I need someone ugly. No, who's my fourth guy? Maybe we'll just do Ovechkin. Maybe because he is current. He said he wants to play again. It's not like he's not current.
He's very current.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Give me Ovie.
So I put mine together.
Who's yours?
I'm looking for fun. I want vibes. I want to laugh. Maybe have an adult drink or two. Here's what I'm thinking. Alex Ovechkin made the cut for me. Remember the hilarious video years and years ago of when he made his hole-in-one? I want to say it was in his early months in the United States as a Capital, but on top of that, it was one of his first golf rounds, I think.
Okay.
And his English was not anywhere near as good as it is now, as he was still making the cultural transition. But it's just a viral, hilarious clip of him getting a hole-in-one and trying to explain it. You remember this?
I don't.
Oh, it's amazing. So I would want to play with Ovie. I also think I was trying to think of someone representing the Capitals who's fun. I was thinking Doggy Duhame. But Ovie is the guy that's like singing before they go out and doing all the wackies with each individual
Like
player.
he'll hit one shot with one hand because he's eating a burger with the other.
Exactly.
Like he'll do that, yeah.
I think he's going to party hard. I think we're going to have some drinks. I think we'll have a good time. So Ovie's first in my foursome. The other two, it's a very eclectic group. I used to play a game in high school with my buddies where we would call it random car ride. And we would have to pick 3 people from our school, and then we'd picture them in a car together. The most random 3 people you could come up with.
Yep.
And just make everyone laugh.
It's such a good game.
And it was just kind of as we were riding around or whatever. This is kind of a random car ride for me. So Alex Ovechkin, Nick Allegretti of the Commanders,
okay.
Hall of Fame.
Great talker.
Dude's dude.
Great talker.
Fun guy. Stories about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Pounds a beer or two, I bet you. This is a guy who made jackets and outfits for his entire family's Thanksgiving Day football game, like a couple of years ago when he was an NFL offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I just think he'd be a great time. And then my fourth is a sneaky one. Nassim Nunez from the Nationals, who's just he is the vibes guy in that club.
Yeah, I've seen him not smile 4 times.
He would be a blast to play with. I don't even know if he can play golf. My guess is he's amazing at it, if I had to assume. Allegretti,
the coordinated athletic guy,
probably driving the ball like 3 hundo off the tee.
Mm-hmm.
Nassim Nunez, who's just Energizer Bunny, hilarious, smiling, funny, adorable. Everything about him is awesome.
Goodness, Nassim Nunez.
And Alex Ovechkin. That's my DC Sports foursome.
Not too shabby. Allegretti's a great one. He'll propose things like, "What do you guys think? 2 beers a hole?" Like, wait, what? That kind of stuff, and be a blast on the course. That's a good one. I was thinking of guys that like I'd be curious to when their guard's down to find out more about them. Yours is more fun than mine.
Do you remember the song Bop?
Of course, by Hanson. They're hits.
Hanson.
Yeah.
Well, you were probably too old when it came out I think it was right around like 97.
Yeah.
To enjoy it or to care. Like they were a boy band.
It was cheesy enough that we were into it.
Really?
It made a lot of mixes.
How old would you have been?
High school. So that was was it 97 was when it came out?
So that was going to make
Senior
a burnt
year?
CD that
Yeah.
you were doing?
Yeah.
So I was just a boy. I mean, I was probably 8, maybe not even, when that song was famous. I remember being on swim team, and we would come home, and we would just blare Hanson while we were, like, getting ready to go outside for the day in the summer and play Capture the Flag or whatever we were going to play at the house. Do you know, this is crazy. I saw this online, and I'm like, all right, I'm done for today. I'll try again tomorrow. Hanson came out closer to when we landed on the moon than today.
Yeah. Right? You do the math? So let me see. 69 to 97. 97 to, oh, yeah. Go ahead and take a high caliber firearm and right to the temple. That's enough for me.
We landed on the moon in the 60s.
Yep.
Hanson Umbop came out closer to that day.
That's 28 and 29 is the difference.
Than the day that we sit here talking at Raspberry Falls Golf Club at Santana Moss's charity function.
Well, you sleep on the fact that we're past the year of Back to the Future 2 by more than a decade. You know what I'm talking about? Like 30 years in the future from 1985 was 2015. We're supposed to have the hoverboards, self-drying jackets, shoelaces that tied themselves.
We have bad versions of all of that, I feel like. Like, there's such a thing. You can buy a hoverboard. It's just not, like, as cool
Doesn't
as the
work.
one or as
Yeah.
good as the one.
Hoverboards don't work on water. Yeah.
What about the shoes that he had to tie themselves?
The self-dry. Show me those.
Velcro shoes, does that count?
Velcro's always been around. That's not new.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are shoes like my Kizik's. I'm wearing my jeans
Now,
today.
the slip-on technology is they didn't have that in 85.
I'm just saying, like most things, we half-assed are there.
Uh-huh.
We just don't have it's not as good as what they promised us. That's kind of where I'm at.
Uh-huh. So just like if we did 30 years ago, like go back to 1955, our version of that is 96. You know what I mean? Like Dr. Brown's like, Red Letter Day in Science, November 11th, 1996. What? What?
It is. We've become the guys that like reminisce about age.
I know.
And years, but for the young person listening, I know you're out there. You're
Right.
a high schooler. You're one of these people that comes up at the events and
Future's
like, I've been
ahead of
listening
you.
to you guys all my life, and I'm like, thank you very
Thanks.
much. That's
Thanks.
very
That's
sweet.
the taste of my own bile.
Just know, man, I'm doing the old guy thing.
Right.
I knew old guys who did the thing I'm doing. It's coming for you.
It's undefeated. Because I was doing it for 11 years, basically, because I'm a decade older than you. And you were like, enough, old man. Shut up. And now you get it.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Speaking of old men, Alex Ovechkin is not ready to stop playing hockey. That's next.
This update is driven by Orsman Fairfax Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. We're out at the Santana Moss Golf Tournament. Brian Mitchell just right of the fairway on one. Taking a look at the NFL roster moves, the Texans signed edge rusher Will Anderson to a 3-year extension, 3 years, $150 million, $100 million guaranteed, highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history. In the NBA, play-in tournament continues on tonight. Hornets and Magic playing for the 8th seed at 7:30, and then the Warriors and the Suns at 10 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals begin a 3-game set against the Giants at Nationals Park tonight. 6:45, first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell takes the hill for the Nationals. Logan Webb goes to the hill for the Giants. Orsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new Toyotas, each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they like to say at Orsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In Leesburg at Santana Moss's charity golf outing. Grant and Danny with you from Raspberry Falls today. Just an absolutely immaculate afternoon. Beautiful, 80-plus degrees, little breeze. We're on the back deck of the clubhouse enjoying ourselves. And you're locked into the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:15 or so in Nats baseball tonight.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
So Alex Ovechkin yesterday went on record to say that he wants to keep playing. My words, not his, but we'll play his words for you, and they were pretty definitive, I thought. He said he hopes that he didn't just play his last game and that he hoped he has another season coming. He also said it's going to be up to him, his family, and the team to decide what happens now, and he would go on to say that he wants to play and that his family, specifically his kids, want to see him continue to play. This was Alex Ovechkin at the team's practice facility yesterday.
I think, be honest with you, I'm pretty sure it's not my last game. I hope it's not my last game against Columbus. And, how I said, I have to make a decision, to see where we at, the team, family. Obviously, family going to support me, my wife and kids. And kids already asked me, Dad, are you staying or not? And so,
Who'd you tell, like everybody else?
I tell them we'll see.
Ovechkin with the media on breakdown day as the Capitals said their goodbyes for the final time yesterday at their practice facility. I'd say that pretty much answers the question about his willingness and interest in coming back. We can stop speculating. We now know he would prefer to be back.
Yeah, we were looking at clues, and there's a pretty big clue when the player says he wants to come back. Now, you and I were on after the Nats game yesterday, so we kind of went into this a little bit, but to hammer home my point from yesterday, and I don't want to speak for you, but I think you might feel the same. There are 3 parties that he mentioned. Party 1, Alex Ovechkin. Check. He would like to play hockey again. Would like to come back. We have a pretty definitive there, yes? Party number 2, his family. He would say, I'm going to talk to my family. His family seems very interested in the idea that he would come back. His kids love it. They love hanging out with the boys. They love this. They love that. Okay, that's the second unit.
He said they've already been grilling him about whether or not he's going to play, and they've made it clear that they want him to play.
The third group is the Washington Capitals organization. Anyway, it's a beautiful day out here at Raspberry Falls. Right. You see what I'm saying? It's pretty clear where the ball is here. It's in the Capitals' court.
Which is the conversation I want to have today. Because I think the debate is not really whether or not Ovie wants to play. But how is the team going to feel about Ovie returning next year, and what works for everybody? Everybody meaning the player and the squad. Earlier today on the Junkies, Johnny Cakes Allville essentially advocated, pay that man his money, give him the biggest contract, whatever he wants, keep him around, he's our sweet, precious Ovie. And by the way, I don't know that that's the wrong way to think. There's going to be different camps here. That's not the camp I'm in, but that is certainly a camp. He has given us everything and then more. He is hockey in Washington, D.C. He is the reason for the sport's growth and popularity and interest and for sellouts. You know, we've never really had an athlete in my time here, Danny, who you would say built a house. You know, they say like the ballpark that so-and-so built.
Mm-hmm.
The $600 million renovation at Capital One Arena, whatever the new version of that is what Ovechkin built, legitimately. He created the interest and the love that currently exists in this city as far as hockey goes. There was a team before Ovechkin. They even made a cup run that occasionally had fans. Go back and look at the games around that lockout. Go back and look at the games before Alex Ovechkin became the player that he did, and look at them now. It's a different sport. It's a different thing. Fandom has completely changed. He deserves whatever he gets. But there is an argument that the best way forward for this team is not to pay him a ton of money, not to guarantee him top-line minutes, not to have him on the power play 2 full minutes at a time. And that's the second camp. There's basically what Cake says, which is if he wants $10 million, give him $10 million. He's Alex Ovechkin. And then my side, which is if you're coming back, here's how we're going to do this. And I think that's important. This is not just a where can we sign, what would you like? Here's how this has to work.
Well,
I'm going to give him some guidelines.
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go.
What has really irritated me about this, and I'm not angry at or coming down on any individual person, but I hear this refrain, he led the team in goals, and then kind of waving away any idea that it may not be in their best interest to pay him as such. He did, and he deserves credit for that. However, no human being, no hockey player in history has ever been put in more advantageous spots to do those sorts of things. Every empty net, it's, the guys are passing up obvious scoring chances, then flipping it over to Ovechkin from 3/4 of the length of the ice. Every power play, it's sort of catered and geared towards him for a power play that stunk all year long. Yes, getting top-line minutes, he's scored the most goals on the team. That's a problem.
And he gets O-zone draws at a much higher rate than normal.
Hadn't even gotten there, yeah.
Because he doesn't take D-zone draws.
I think it's single digits all throughout the season. I think there was a couple icings where he actually had to come back and be in the defensive zone towards the end of the year. But imagine that. And even still, he was a minus player. Now, again, it sounds harsh and like I'm criticizing Ovechkin. I'm not. The greatest goal scorer ever, most important athlete in D.C. history. Incredible. Everything you said about the house that Ovie built is dead right. But the idea you go, he led the team in goals, and there's no further discussion, that's wrong. This is not a good defender at this point. This is not a guy that can skate around with reckless abandon on a nightly basis. It's not a guy that can match up well with the younger, fresher, faster game that has taken over the league. And again, it sounds like I'm being harsh and critical of Alex Ovechkin. It's not the case at all. There's a lot of guys that can't do that.
Well, you are being critical, and that's okay, and this is kind of my point. I believe there is this perception that you can't be critical because of what he has meant. And therein lies the issue.
Yeah, critical is the wrong. I am being critical. It sounds harsher than I mean it to be. But there's a lot of guys that don't fit as well with the modern era of hockey. He's been around for 21 years, for God's sakes, right? I mean, that happens. The game evolves. A lot of guys that are 40 in baseball can't do what they did before. So when you have to cater, do all these different things to set him up for success, as you're sacrificing for the team, the guy, everybody's kind of putting it in. He's taking minutes from young guys. It's not exactly that. He's still, playing 17 minutes on ice. It's the variety of minutes, the way that it's happening, right? Where he's not doing any penalty kill, never has, never will, never should. But as you said, no defensive zone draws. So we have to do this in order to, we have to play a certain way. Everything runs through him. And yes, setting him up for success, that's not the way the team is best served anymore. It was for 20 years. It's not now.
I think I've almost become viewed as someone who doesn't want Ovie back, and that's not correct. I would not label myself that way. First of all, if next year just becomes another year like this one, where the Caps are spinning their tires as a fringe playoff team, and Ovechkin is a top-line guy getting huge minutes who gets all 2 minutes on the power play, and he's making $10 million or whatever, I'll be sitting in the stands for 30 games again, wearing red, screaming and excited. I love Ovechkin. I love the team. I'm in. They don't have to worry about me. I'm in. But this is the time of the year where we can sit back and have a better conversation about best practices and what is important here. Is it important to just celebrate Ovechkin's career with one send-off season, which I was told all year he didn't want, by the way? Now you're signing up for that, almost certainly. But is that the goal, where it's about celebrating Ovie And, yeah, maybe you'll make the playoffs. Maybe you'll have a chance to win a round or two, but you don't have quite as good a chance to, win a championship that way. Or should the priority be, how are they the best team possible next year to win a Stanley Cup? Because I don't think that is possible or can be done if you're paying Ovechkin huge money, a la with the exploding cap, the percentage of the cap that he's always made. Now, maybe he comes to them and says, I'll take a discount and I'll play a little bit less, but I want to hang out with the guys. I can still help you. I can still, even in a reduced role, be a 20, 25 goal guy, and I think that's great. There's a path to make this all work. I don't know what his willingness and interest in that is, and I don't know how the team views it. Is that something Ted Leonsis or, at the very top, Chris Patrick, Brian McClellan, would they be okay even offering him that? Is that viewed as disrespectful? But this is what I would do, and it's super easy for me to say on the outside, not having to deal with any possible pushback, blowback. But my opinion, all emotion removed from this, the best thing they can do is go to Ovie and say, hey, based on what you've made in your career, you should be like a $10, $11 million a year guy right now with the salary cap or what have you. We're going to give you 5.5, something like that. 1-year deal. And you're going to play effectively like third-line type minutes. And we're going to get you out on the power play, but we're going to roll 2 groups. It's going to be a much more traditional, you're just one of the guys on the team, all hands on deck power play. If he's willing to sign up for all that, Danny, let's shake hands, let's put pen to paper, and let's move forward. But we got to noodle that with him because I think just saying it's Ovie. He gave us everything. We love him. All true. I'm not going to try to be disrespectful here if I'm the Capitals. But you're signing yourself up for a worse season if you just pay him all the money. And I think there's 2 camps. There's mine, which is let's be realistic. Let's not hurt ourselves in the ability to go out and get someone to help replace Ovechkin as a potential 40-goal guy in a trade. Or the Cakes Allville, we'll call it, camp. Where our buddy Cakes is saying just pay him his money. This was earlier today on the Sports Junkies. This is what he had to say.
I'm writing up the contract right here. If I'm Chris Patrick, at least a 1-year deal, $10 million, Ovie, put your signature right here.
The problem is
slide in front of him right now. And if he wants 2, I just do this. I cross out the 10. I do 2 years.
Right.
$20 million. You only made hockey really popular here in Washington when it wasn't before you got here. 2 years, $20 million. Please end your career here, as you should, as a Washington Capital.
2 years and $20 million is preposterous. And I'm not joning on Cakes. I think that's kind of the debate, and it's very possible that they do that.
Huge portion of the fan base thinks that, I think.
Yeah, I think he represents maybe even the majority of the fan base. Mm-hmm. I've talked with a lot of my buddies. I've argued with some of my friends about this. They would just do that sight unseen. I think Cakes then, and maybe we can get him on the horn and ask him this. Here's the question I would ask that person. Would you rather have a legitimate chance to win a cup next year? I tell you you're going to be in the Eastern Conference Finals cup mix. Or have another year where you get to watch Ovie score 35 goals. Which would you choose? And I do think maybe Cakes would say the second one. I wouldn't necessarily.
Now, they would reject the premise, which I think is incorrect. You see what I'm saying? They would go, you are a cup contender. Add a couple pieces. And it's like,
well,
again,
yes, but that's fine. But I'm just saying.
No, but I'm with my point is,
hypothetically.
no, but,
go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is it's not even a hypothetical. Listen, stuff happens in sports, best laid plans. But the path to being a really good team again does not include Ovechkin at $10 million or whatever the salary cap percentage is. They would reject that. They go, he'll have the team in goals. And that's what I'm bucking against. Like, that's what I'm arguing against. I heard JP say it. I heard Cakes talk about it. Positional Nate joined JP and Zabe, and he was saying it. Like, there's the fandom of Ovie is there's a reason that pro sports aren't governed by emotion. At a certain point, you have to make a cold, cutthroat, best for the program type decision. This is the hardest one of those in recent memory, for any DC sports team, to be honest with you. But my favorite players didn't end here. Art Monk did not finish in Washington. A million other guys haven't as well, and it's going to happen again. But the challenge then is, how do you do it without offending? Because I would sign up for the scenario you laid out where you go, here's half or whatever of what you've made before, reduced role. We're not going to do this. Everything's catered to Ovechkin thing anymore. We did this for 2 years where we're trying to get you the goal scoring record, and now it's kind of like this weird, hey, it's late game. We're up by goal. We probably could use some good defense, but here's number 8 also. We're not going to do that sort of stuff. We're going to try to win as many games as possible. That's the priority to and fro at every second of the day. And that doesn't include Ovechkin at that money, at that role anymore. And I think that's okay to say and not besmirch the legend that is Ovie.
So a couple of things. One, can they win a cup next year? Like, are they a legitimate contender with Ovie at $10 million? I would say they could. Sounds like you don't think there's any path to that.
No.
I think they absolutely could. It would take a nearly flawless offseason otherwise. Because the fact is they were a playoff team this year in a lot of ways. A couple games go differently. You could always say that. I understand that. But if you actually look at underlying metrics, things like regulation wins and minutes led in games and all of these different things, they were a top 10 team, frankly, at major points of the season in the NHL. So by that standard, I think you line it back up. You play 82 right now. They're in the playoffs, and then whatever happens when you get in happens. But here is where we'll agree. And this is where I think maybe a Cakes or someone from that camp wouldn't. I would ask them, do you agree that there is a clearer path to a Stanley Cup in the next 2 years without Alex Ovechkin than with him? That's the question. Are they more likely to get to or win a cup in the next couple of years with or without Ovechkin making $10 million? And I would say it's without him taking up that salary cap. Now, again, that does not have to be the end-all, be-all to the discussion. For some people, it might be as simple as, dude, it's Ovechkin.
Yeah, okay. And that's the answer.
You got to wear it for a year or two. And I would say you kind of did that this year. Now he's under contract already. It's not like you gave him a one-year deal. But this year was supposed to be that year in their minds. I think there's people in that building that would say, this was the swan song. We kind of just did that. We did spin our tires this season as we were finalizing the development of the kids, and Ryan Leonard scored 20 goals, and you bring in Sordiff, and you bring up Ilya Protas, and you bring up Hudson. And now it's time for us to hit the NOS button. We're ready to go win with 2 trades that we're going to make for a top 6 guy and a defenseman, and however this is going to work. But I would just come back to that question. We can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067 because I'm fascinated for Caps fans to weigh in on this. 800-636-1067. I guess I'm trying to make it succinct and drill down on what I want to know. I think I would want to know, in a hypothetical, forget the legitimacy of it and all that. So we don't need to argue about whether this is right. They win a Stanley Cup next year without Ovie. Or let's just say they get to a Stanley Cup without Ovie. Or Ovie plays. Which would you prefer? Because I think a lot of people would just say Ovie plays. I'd rather that.
Yeah, take my chances with Ovie.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah,
And then the second question would be, do you agree they have a better path to championship level in the next 2 to 3 years without committing $10 million per year to Ovie? Those would be my questions.
And I think those are perfectly fair because again, it's the hard part for it is again, these are human beings. You always talk about it's a people business, and in general, I would be. People would hate me as the general manager. I'm getting rid of guys a year early. At the instant I don't think we're a championship caliber team, I'm trading guys away. A lot of things would happen where you guys would despise me. But this is one of those where it's just easier to say the thing I'm talking about versus actually doing it because of everything that he's meant. Again, the eyes of the league were on you in a positive light for years as this goal chase happened and the math and NHL Network is doing so if he's inside 100 goals 3 years away, he's got a shot to do it at this time. And all of a sudden, we're counting down. That's all capital stuff. Capitals. The branding, the ingratiating yourself into this marketplace for this fan base that's, watched the team lose in the first round or worse over the last handful of seasons since they got to the Stanley Cup. You're basically still as popular as you ever were because of this guy and because of this chase. And maybe even more so. So I understand it's not just another player. I mean, they shipped John Carlson at the trade deadline at the 11th hour. After midnight, he's getting a call saying, "Hey, you're out of here, dude. Thanks for everything." That's a pantheon guy. That's a Mount Rushmore capital in my view, and he was gone. This is even beyond that. So it's not easy to do the thing that I'm talking about doing, and I don't know how to walk this tightrope. It is the ultimate. Hey, we got to acknowledge our people here, but I can't just do. Thanks for everything. Here's a blank check. That is not the way to get to where this team needs to go. I see that as a giant obstacle. And the fact that most of the fan base, not most, a huge percentage of the fan base feels that way, it sounds like from a PR perspective, from Ted and from anybody saying stuff from the front office, that may be how they have to handle this.
So the other interesting thing, too, is, what is the number that would make sense to pay him? I've just used $5 million as a placeholder. Because that just feels right to me as hey, it's a one-year deal, very respectable salary, You're paid like one of the higher paid players on the team still, but it's not debilitating in any way. And I believe it's kind of the threshold of being able to get done what they need to get done. Because I would like, in a free agency market for hockey, not to get too nerdy or into the nitty-gritty on this, is not great this offseason. But what they're going to do is what they always do really, really well. McClellan, Patrick, this front office, they're going to evaluate players on other teams' rosters like they did with Strome and Oshie and Brouwer and Sordiff and so many others. And they're going to go out and get a prime-of-his-career player who could come in here on the top 6 and score 30 goals or whatever. And they're going to be hunting around. I mean, I don't think it would be crazy for them, like, to take on a big contract, Nylander, or, kick the tires on Austin Matthews. I don't know if you saw Breakdown Day with the Leafs yesterday, but they're kind of in shambles at this point. I think they could really swing for the fences. But the more you pay Ovie, the less dreaming you can do on, who the big superstar they're bringing in here is. So what is that number? 10 is just the Cakes today said, 1 in 10, 2 in 20. That feels like if he's going to make something similar to what he's always made in his career, which is just kind of, I would say, the common sense if there's no discount. That's the number. That does not work to me, to do that and the thing I think they need to do to be cup caliber. So can you do that at 7? Feels a little rich. Would he take that? If you're Ovie, is that disrespectful? It might be, by the way.
Right? Yeah, I don't know how you'd view that.
Are you kidding me? After 20 years plus and me creating the Rock the Red era and giving you everything. Look around. Simba and what's Simba's dad's name? Simba's dad's
name. Lion King.
Simba's dad. Mufasa. Thank you. Toby got it. Mufasa. Everything you see is yours, is ours, right? Everything. Ted, look. Ted, everything you see in this building I gave you.
Everything the red touches.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you're going to offer me $5 million? I'm thinking like a GM hockey guy. I don't know if that's something that the people that have the relationships that are hanging out with Ovie and his family are going to be willing to do. But I think if you're trying to win a cup next year, the hockey guy way is the better way to do it. And I want to know what people think. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on G&D. You're listening to The Fan. We're out in Raspberry Falls today. In Leesburg, it is gorgeous.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you're locked in for the MLB season, Fanatic Sportsbook is where you got to be. They're giving you profit boosts every single day. Use them on any hit, run, or strikeout. So every at-bat and inning means just a little bit more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game, pick any player to hit a home run. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. And with Fanatic Sportsbook, you get up to 10% fan cash back on your bets. You can use that fan cash for profit boosts, more bets, exchange it for merch, collectibles, tickets to events, and so much more. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is driven by Orsman Chantilly Toyota. As they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL today, the Texans signed edge rusher Will Anderson to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $150 million, $100 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history, passing Micah Parsons. In the NBA, play-in tournament continues on tonight. 8-seed games. The Hornets will take on the Magic in the East. That'll be a 7:30 tip-off, and the Western Conference game features the Warriors and the Suns. That'll tip off at 10 o'clock. Baseball. Nationals begin a 7-game homestand and a 3-game set against the Giants tonight, 6:45, right here on the Fan. Zach Littell takes the hill for the Nationals. Logan Webb starts for the Giants. Orsman Chantilly Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Toyotas. Each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they like to say at Orsman Chantilly Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Yesterday, Alex Ovechkin said he wants to keep playing. And he made it pretty clear that his family's behind him, that he's interested. Now he's got to figure out with the team what works for everybody. Today on the Sports Junkies, Johnny Cakes Allville said he would sign Alex Ovechkin for $10 million a year, which would be the similar freight to what he had been making previously in his career. He even said he'd go 2 years at $10 million per. This was Cakes today on 106.7 The Fan.
I'm writing up the contract right here. If I'm Chris Patrick, at least a 1-year deal, $10 million. Ovie, put your signature right here.
The problem is
slide in front of him right now. And if he wants 2, I just do this. I cross out the 10. I do 2 years.
Right.
$20 million. You only made hockey really popular here in Washington when it wasn't before you got here. 2 years, $20 million. Please end your career here, as you should, as a Washington Capital.
Call me ungrateful, and whatever name you'd like, I'm not willing to do that. Now, that's a different segment if we're predicting what's going to happen, because I think he's going to get 1 year, $10 million, something like that, and he'll play this coming season. But I would have a very different conversation, Danny, where I'm saying, hey, let's do this at $5 million-ish, and let's change the role a little bit. And let's come together on a way to honor you all season long and pack the house and have a great send-off, which is supposedly the opposite of what he wanted all year.
Yeah, this, again, easier said than done. Tough to walk this tightrope. You want to make the person feel valued. You want to make them feel, that you're grateful for everything that's happened, but also acknowledge we should not be building around you anymore. That's not the case, and that's okay, by the way. It doesn't change what you've done. It doesn't change what you've meant. It just right now, it's different. This is not the time to be doing that. I don't know another way around that. I mean, this is a group, again, that has had a startling lack of success since 2018 from what we're used to. They've missed the playoffs a couple different times. They've gotten out of the first round once since they won the Stanley Cup. It's not trending in the right direction despite some of the good moves and builds that they've done. This is not the time just to say, yep, more of that. It's not more of that time. It's different than that time.
You can listen to us all over the DMV on 106.7. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Of course, you can also take us with you wherever you go on the Odyssey app, and that is how Dave is listening in Raleigh, who wants to hop in and talk Caps with us in Canes country. What's up, Dave?
Afternoon, boys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I was just saying, it's not hockey, but this whole situation, it immediately reminded me of another one-team Hall of Famer, Cal Ripken, at the end of his career. If I remember the year prior, he had a really good season. He came back for that last one. It was just really hard to watch him. And I think Ovechkin, knowing who he is, he's not going to go out there and just be another guy. I think he knows his legacy and what he really means to hockey. So once he feels he can't play it to his standards, I think he walks on his own terms. I think he earned that right. And also about the money grant. I don't really think Ovechkin cares about the money, man. He's a humble dude. He could go back to Russia and live like a king, for free for the rest of his life, man.
Well, we'll see. I mean, he's never given the team a discount yet, and maybe he will this time around. Yeah. I mean, first, I agree with you. It's not about the money. You know, my wife and I were talking about this, and she's like, well, why don't they just, give him $500,000 a year or whatever for the next 25 years to be an ambassador or something and to be in the front office? And I was like, I really don't think it has anything about the money. I agree with the caller. He doesn't need the money. But it's not really about what's in your bank account or how much you can spend or what you can spend on your house or whatever. It's a status thing with what you make. It's a respect thing. If you come to me and ask me to take half of what market is for the goals I score or half of what I've been making my entire career at this point where I'm more important to you than I've ever been before, essentially, that could be perceived as a slight. So I agree with you. I don't think he's trying to break the bank and, make money to put money away. I mean, you could say the same, about a lot of guys in sports. You've made a lot of money. That doesn't mean you need more money, but there is a status element to it as well.
I think that's how guys view it a lot of times. Now,
your offer shows the respect that you have for
right,
what I mean to you.
Where it's hard to quantify that for regular folks. Obviously, you want to earn as much money as you can as a regular citizen, and that's normal. That's how the world goes around. But for athletes, it's this guy got 10. If I don't get 11, it means you don't think I'm better than he is.
Yeah.
Right? And it's that competitive mindset that's a little bit different, right? Whereas, comparing across industries or, within your own company, you might say this dude earns 50 grand, I earn 60. They think I'm better than him and sort of that's that, or I'm more valued. But that's kind of the way it comes across. When everybody's doing the same thing, this is what my market value is. Again, he's in terms of what he generates for the organization, he's underpaid.
Well, exactly.
You can't pay him enough, but that's not how the salary cap works. Right? I mean, I said this about LeBron James. I said it about Kobe Bryant or Jordan. I mean, these guys were the greatest bargains in the history of sports, making the maximum amount of allowable dollars against the salary cap in terms of an ownership perspective. But again, that's not how the sport is governed. Putting the best team on the ice does not include him at $10 million a year, and that's the harsh truth.
To that caller's point, too, Danny, if that's true, and he'll just take pennies, then there's nothing to talk about.
No, that's the end. Yeah.
We can go to the next topic because having Ovechkin around with the ability to put the puck in the back of the net like he has and the quality of the player that he is well worth a couple $1 million. So great. We're all in agreement. Let's bring him back at $2, $3, $4 million and let's keep it moving. We're talking about a hypothetical where he wants to be paid like he's been paid throughout his career. That is the question. But yes, if he wants to take pennies on the dollar, then great. Then we're all in agreement. The team would benefit from him being here, and if he wants to be here at pennies, let's do that. The other thing I will say is to that call, he's not the Cal Ripken Jr. version of himself in any way. I know you were basically talking about how he was able to get to the goal count that he did, but it is really, really hard in the NHL. I don't care how many opportunities. You can give every single player in the league the same minutes on the power play and empty net time and all that stuff. 10% are going to score what Ovechkin did, maybe, still, at 40-plus. I mean, what he did was amazing. Cal, in his final year in the big leagues, had a 70 OPS plus, 30% below league average, at 40 years old. You guys remember it if you watched him. He hit 239. He was a career 280 hitter almost. He was a shell of himself. That is not Ovie. I mean, Ovie's still running around hitting people. There are nights where he's the best player on the team. There are nights where he gets the power play goal early and has a hat trick. He can absolutely still help. There are just areas where he is a bit of a liability. As you said, they were -5 goals when he was on the ice. As a team, they were, I think, 28 goals up on differential when he wasn't on the ice.
Which again, I know all the hockey analytics nerds, they bristle. They roll their eyes so much at plus-minus. But I think it's instructive with him. So, for example, a guy like Nick Dowd will never have a great plus-minus. I'm going to say never. But he's always in the most disadvantageous spot for scoring and for preventing goals. He's good at it, right? So, I mean, I know he was traded, but you know what I mean? Whereas Ovie didn't take a single defensive zone faceoff until 80% of the way through the year and still was in single digits in that regard. Put in the best possible offense-only spots, power play, no penalty kill, still was a negative player. That tells the story to me.
Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on Grant and Danny wants to hop in. Kevin, how are you?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. Yeah, just continuing on this discussion, I urge anyone, Cakes especially, Cakes and EB both, and I know they're sentimental and I love them both, go back to the highlights, or lowlights really, of last spring playing the Hurricanes in the postseason. If you want to pursue a championship, which I do, and I think you do, Grant, we have to get way faster and more talented. And which I'm okay with Ovie coming back in a limited role and with fewer dollars so that we can chase, I've offline texted you about, hey, man, I'd like to have Big Mo back in his 32 goals. Hey, I'd like to have both Mo and Ovie back with their 64 combined goals, plus make a big trade. I mean, we have to do things to be in a mode where we're not burning up our cap and we're competing for the Eastern Conference. And if we just bring Ovie back for all he wants money-wise and all he wants playing time-wise and damn the rest of it, that's not smart, and I'm not signing up for that.
Thanks, buddy. It's a good call, Kevin.
Appreciate you.
So here's a tweet from Kristen, our buddy, on X. She says, if I could touch a button and choose to either watch Ovie play one more year or win the Cup next year, I choose Ovie. It's simple. I will only get to say farewell to the greatest goal scorer of all time once. I will hopefully have many more bites at a Cup in my lifetime. I think there are a lot of people who feel that way.
I do too.
They would choose another season of Ovie over the Stanley Cup. That's not the choice I would make. And I'm not telling you I'm right. I'm just saying that's the differing philosophy. I bet you Cakes feels that same way possibly. That's what I find so fascinating. The other part of this, I would say, is, by the way, if the Caps had not rebuilt on the fly and they were about to go into, like 3 years ago, I would have told you, when Ovie and Oshie and Backstrom and all these guys are done, they're about to stink for 5 years or something as they have to rebuild the whole thing from the ground up. They're not going to. They did this beautifully. National people, don't take my word for it, wearing Caps gear as we talk. National people will tell you this was seamless and brilliant the way that they have threaded the needle with being basically, as Tom Wilson said yesterday, a player or two away from being a Stanley Cup contender. Now, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but my perception of this thing is that they are very close, that they will, with or without Ovie, will make the playoffs next year, and that with a couple of additions with the money you'd be spending, if you give Ovie big money, you could make a Cup run next year. If they were about to be the worst team in the East, I would also sign up for another year of Ovie over that. But I don't think that's what we're about to get into as a fan base. Andrew's in Stafford. What's up, Andrew? How's it going?
Hey, boys. How's it going?
Good, buddy.
Just to throw a little wrinkle in it, what would you do? $5 million for 2 years, fully guaranteed, second-year player option. Give him the $5 million to get 10 for 1 year of playing if he wants it, and otherwise you give the greatest of all time a $5 million thank you check.
So in other words, you're saying he makes $5 million this year, and then if he walks away, you have to pay him $5 million?
Yep, you eat $5 million, you defer some of the costs.
Sure.
And,
I mean, again, it's not about money for me. So yeah, that's no problem. It's just I don't want to take up enough cap that I can't bring in the potential 35-goal guy that you can trade for.
His magic number for whatever reason. He can get there. It's just deferred a little bit. Grant, about hockey and kids and stuff. My boy plays. Tell him.
Grant, you should sign your kid up for hockey.
Oh,
boom.
No.
Boom.
I mean, here's
you
the
got
thing.
ambushed right there, Paulson.
I did.
You got end run.
Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, he's talking about it. But here's the thing.
You know, he's not talking about his Grant Paulson.
I know. I just try to not bring it up. He keeps asking when. First, his main question. This is how not understanding of everything he is.
Yeah.
He goes, when do I get to play for the Capitals if I start playing hockey? And I go, well, bud,
there's not many.
You're 14 years away from Cole Hudson and Ilya Protas' age, so at least 14 years. He's like, so when I'm 19, I get to be on the Capitals? I'm like, yeah, let's just say that. But he constantly asks, when does he get to play on a team? We're still just getting to a point where he's a requisite a level of skater.
Uh-huh.
And my assumption is he's got to be a pretty good ice skater to play even if you're 5 or 6. I could be wrong about that.
I think at that age, you're out there, man. You're
aren't you
using
like
the stick
playing
to stay.
hockey though?
As a 5-year-old?
I'm not saying good hockey.
No,
I don't think my kid who has a hard time standing on his skates and moving around can play hockey yet.
Well, maybe like Nicholas Backstrom's kids might run circle around you.
Yeah.
But I think for the most part,
so you
a
think
5-year-old's
he's able to
rank
be
and
signed
file,
up for a league right now?
100%.
Really?
Yes.
I think he needs to know how to skate first, and then he gets signed up for a league.
I think, in theory, what you're saying makes sense. But
Yeah.
at 5 years old, no one can do anything, and that's in any sport.
Maybe I'm overthinking it.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no one, you go, okay, catch the ball. Oh, that's right. No one can in T-ball. Hey, run to first. They don't know which way first is. You know what I mean? No
That's
one
true.
can do anything. Just you throw them out there.
Nancy's in Gaithersburg on G&D. Nancy, we're talking Alex Ovechkin's future. How are you?
I am good. And you can call me Grandma Nancy if you want to.
Hello, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma Nancy.
And I'd like to have the music for a long-time listener and first-time caller.
Oh, Darius, Grandma wants a jingle and Jim Zorn to say congratulations on calling in.
Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
All right. So that being said, I've been listening for a long time this afternoon, and you were talking about old people. I'm 80 years old. My dad took me to my first hockey game in 1955. So you can guess what my perspective is about Alex Ovechkin being too old to play hockey. I would just like to say that it's from somebody who's been watching hockey all the way back to, and I couldn't watch Jean Beliveau or Maurice Richard because we didn't have a television yet. I read about them. Now I'm watching Alex Ovechkin, and it's pure joy. And I would sacrifice a lot of things to be able to watch him play one more year. And I agree with the young person who called in or who texted in and said, yes, there's a lot of opportunities to win the cup. I will tell you, I enjoyed the Stanley Cup. I just had a knee replacement. I found out I could jump up and down on my knee replacement when they won the Stanley Cup. I was so happy. So that's my perspective.
I love it. Thank you, Grandma. It's
Thank
a good phone call. 800-636-1067 if you want to join us. Would you sign up for another year of Ovie if it makes things harder to get back to a Stanley Cup when the Caps look primed to possibly make a leap with a strong offseason next year? It's what we're kicking around on the Fan. We are about 20 minutes away from giving away tickets to see the Black Crowes in concert in the DMV with Whiskey Myers. You better be listening ahead of the Blitz.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. What if selling your home felt more predictable, more controlled, and a lot less stressful? The right strategy in place, serious buyers walking through your door, and confidence in how it all plays out? That's exactly what Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, a Power Home team with Keller Williams, that's what they bring to the table. They don't just put a sign in the yard and hope. No, sir. They build a strategy designed to get your home sold, from pricing it right to creating demand to negotiating the strongest possible offer. Every step is intentional. The strategy is why homes sold with Reynolds and Power Home teams sell 2 times faster than the average agent. Fewer days on the market, fewer disruptions in your life, and a smoother experience from beginning to end. That's why also their sellers net 4.27% more on average. For many homeowners, it means over $30,000 more at closing. That's more money, more control, and more assurance in your next move. Sell with certainty. Your home sold, guaranteed. The winning strategy to sell your home. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds, the Power Home team now to find out more about their guarantees. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or debbieasthebuyers.com.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. It is time for a quick double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny, I wanted to let everybody know what we've got cooking for the NFL draft.
Oh, please do. Yeah.
Should be a good situation. We're going to be out and about.
Oot and a boot.
Draft night. So the Junkies from 6:30 to 8 live, and then we'll take over at 8 o'clock. So we're going 2 to 6:30 in studio. Then we're scooting on over to Honor Brewing in Loudon. Out this way, as a matter of fact. Out in the western side of Virginia, Northern Virginia. 8 to 11 p.m. Come hang out with us. Enjoy a draft party with a bunch of Commanders fans as we figure out what Washington's going to do at number 7 overall.
That will be a hoot and a holler. I love that. So I think the Nats play in the afternoon that day, so we'll do our regularly scheduled G&D. Whenever they're done, we'll talk about the draft, leading up to the draft, the whole draft. We'll get going, and then we will get in our vehicles and head out west, as you said, and banter with the folks. I'm into it.
My non-sports double play and non-show upcoming event double play, there's a puppy at this endeavor today, this charity golf tournament, and I just smooched its brains in. Danny, I went over there. This thing is 11 weeks old. It's like not quite a golden doodle, but maybe like a mini poodle kind of situation. Very fluffy, and it has puppy breath. And I let it lick all over my face, and I just smooched it until it was done being smooched. And I'll show you a photo right here, Danny. This is me.
I saw it, yeah.
And the puppy right here. What an adorable dog. Have you gone and said hello to the puppy yet? I know you're a big dog guy.
No, it's a stranger's dog, and that's inappropriate and weird. And should never happen.
I didn't just walk up and start kissing it. I asked permission to smooch its brains.
Also weird. But again, it's not your dog, so walking up to.
I'm showing the YouTube chat right now. This is me and the dog. I'll show you guys one of us smooching. This is me and the puppy. I mean, what a dog that is.
The dog's very cute. I somehow withstood the urge to walk up to the stranger and ask if I could hold his animal and start putting my saliva with his saliva and getting all puppy touchy and weird. Because, again, that's totally inappropriate.
It is time for Danny's double play.
Doing a little dance with the sun right now, okay? Here's what's happened. I've moved 4 different times to try to avoid being in the sun. I now, if you're looking at the YouTube stream, have our big – they call this a step and repeat. I've never understood why it's called that, by the way. It's just a big sign that says 1067 The Fan a bunch of times. I don't know what's stepping or repeating about it, whatever. Point is, it's behind me now, and that's providing a little teeny tiny bit of shade. As the sun moves, I have moved several times to the annoyance, I think, of everybody. I think Metal's annoyed. I'm sure you're annoyed.
Oh, I've made it very clear.
Toby, I think, kind of gets it because it's hot in the sun.
I think he's just quieter and nicer than us. You have, since we got here, talked about only the sun. And every opportunity you've had, whether it's a commercial break or mid-segment, you've just been rearranging things.
Yeah, because I'm hot.
It's constant.
So this is from the person that when we broadcast from the Nats party that started the year last year.
Red box?
No, the at the wharf.
The wharf, yeah.
Left where we were sitting and went 40 feet behind me inside because the sun was so bad. So, like, this is one of those times, if I'm you, I just kind of holster my criticism and go and understand that being in the sun
I didn't make it everybody else's issue for the whole day. We've moved 3 times. We're doing a counterclockwise changing of seats.
We did move the table.
Moving barriers. We're moving tables. I put something up behind me, then that had to be moved.
That part didn't have to be moved.
I was hot, and so I just decided I'm going to go stand in a cold area.
I was hot first, realized
it
was coming.
Everything constantly.
Realized it was coming, and you've been dramatically inconvenienced since. So I'm now in a pretty good place. I think you're fine. Half your body's going to be in the sun, but everything else will be fine. But I have been fighting that big fireball in the sky, and I've triumphed every time.
Clary was ultra entertained. He just left a couple of minutes ago. But he kept texting me. He's like, dude, you got to bring the table back up. You got to bring the table back up.
Well, I mean, because, again, now that he's left the show, all he wants is to throw a hand grenade in the room.
Right.
He wants the Discord.
Because he also saw, like, every break, you're like, what if we did this? And I'm like, we could just not.
Right.
What if we didn't do
Yeah,
that?
Danny, you be miserable was kind of the counter argument. But, yeah, we're in a good spot now. I got myself in some degree of Sam shade. Some degree.
Happy for you, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Can't wait till you move again in 5 minutes.
Might have to. The sun's moving.
And whatever you want to do, as long as the rest of us don't have to keep doing things, you should move as much as
the
you
last
like.
3 moves. We moved the table, and this is the biggest inconvenience. The table had to move 2 feet one way and 3 feet another way.
Right.
I could see how that's worth really being upset about. I get that.
No, there was the problem was that we had put up like this barrier behind me to block the sun. And if I moved up the 3 feet, we couldn't use the barrier anymore. So that's all I said. I said, hey, I'm kind of in a good spot here because this barrier's in front of me now. If you want to move something, that's fine, but then I'm just going to have to move as well. And that was mentioned, and it was taken in, and you're like, oh, well, I don't care if you have to move it all. We're going to move the table a little bit. So that's all. So then we just moved the barrier, and I moved around the table, and wherever you need me to go next, beat me up, Scotty.
Could you move to the right? You're right about 3 feet, so you're all the way in the sun? You want to do that?
Absolutely. I'm not as bothered by the sun as you are. And I'm in a black polo shirt.
Which is incredible to me. Incredible to me that you're not bothered.
It's kind of nice. I mean, that's beautiful out
so
here.
hot in the sun. It's hot.
The sun is hot, for sure. Grant and Danny with you on the fan. I mean, the background of our show on YouTube has only changed 9 times since we started at the beginning of this thing. And it'll change more. Don't you worry about a thing. All right, next, we are giving away those tickets to see the Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers, and we've got your Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock as well on the fan.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. In the NFL today, the Texans signed edge rusher Will Anderson to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $150 million, $100 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, passing Micah Parsons for that honor. In the NBA, play-in tournament continues on tonight. Matchup for the 8 seeds in the East. The Hornets will take on the Magic at 7:30, and then in the West, the Warriors will take on the Suns at 10 o'clock. Baseball tonight, Nationals begin a 7-game homestand, starting with a 3-game series against the Giants. 6:45 first pitch right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. He's 0-1 with a 4.20 ERA. He'll take on the ace of the Giants, Logan Webb, who's 1-2 with a 5.25 ERA. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus the St. Louis Battlehawks, Saturday, April 18th, 12:30 at Audi Field. Free clear bag for the first 5,000 fans. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're a winner. 2 tickets to Southern Hospitality Tour, Black Crows, Whiskey Myers. Show's Tuesday, June 16th, Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, you can go to thefandc.com/events. Beltway Blitz time. We're covering the Nationals and the DC Defenders at home at Audi Field for a 12:30 kick on Saturday. All coming up on the Blitz. Let's start things off on the gridiron.
The Washington Commanders.
Chris Russell of Rooster Radio Network fame. You won't believe it. He was out here today golfing, and we saw him hit a ball 372 yards straight down the fairway.
Striped it.
Just crushed the ball. Yeah. We said, dude, you got to come over and join us here live from Raspberry Falls and Leesburg. You look great, Reenie. How are you?
Thank you, Grant.
Oh, the bell? That's the compliment bell, I suppose?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being that you're going to pay homage to me and be so nice, I thought I would ring your bell.
Well, that's very sweet.
Well, you know what else is amazing that he was doing? You know the cart girl that goes around? It's the cart Reenie today. Bringing people high noons, and he's pouring martinis.
Makes sense because
he's got the shaker going.
Normally very cute, very petite and in shape. And Reenie, you are a smooth transition from the cart girl.
Well, I am trying to protect that not so girlish physique of mine. So, you're just going to have to deal with a little bit of extra junk in the trunk.
Doesn't Danny get a compliment bell for saying you did a great job on the cart? There you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Slashy, let's talk NFL draft. Washington trades out of 7 with the Jets, gets 16-44 and a 4th-round pick. You feel how?
16-44 and a 4th-round pick. I would not like to go to 16, but for 16-44 and a 4th-round pick, so that I fill out my at least one round or at least one pick per round, meaning getting a 2nd and a 4th. I think that's reasonably good value, and I would probably be willing to do that, especially if the board is still littered with with 3 receivers or at least 2 of the top 3 receivers, with maybe a Reuben Bain, with Mansour Delane, that kind of thing. Now, if there's a run on those guys, the guys that I'm really high on, the guys that I have, meaning Adam Peters on my board, I might be hesitant to do that, or I might not do that. It just kind of depends on how those top 6 picks play out, but you maybe go into that 7th pick with only 8 minutes to do it with the thought of, okay, if this group is still there, then I can move back, even though I don't want to ideally move back as far as you're asking me to move.
How do you see the receivers? Rank the big 3 here. Injury-prone Jordan Tyson, who's electric. Mekhi Lemon, who's seen as a slot, and then Carnell Tate, who's everybody's kind of de facto top 10 guy.
Yeah, I think Tyson's the best all-around package, talent, skill, what have you, explosiveness. I think Lemon is 2nd, and to me, Carnell Tate is 3rd. I don't see it with Carnell Tate. I know he's smooth. I know he's a good route runner. I know he's got good hands. I know he's got decent size. I don't make a big deal out of the Combine 40. He's fast enough. The thing for me is I haven't seen him beat press man coverage, and maybe that's just because he hasn't gone against it, but I wonder with his with his lack of explosiveness out of his stance if he would beat consistent press man coverage in the NFL.
I got to hold Danny back after that. Did you hear what he said about Carnell Tate?
No, I know. Russell actually has done the due diligence and doesn't like it. That's allowed. That happens. Here is my question for you, Christopher.
Yes.
What open-ended here? What area of the team, position group, aspect, whatever it is right now after the offseason, or not after the offseason, after free agency, before the draft, do you feel most confident in going into next year?
Ooh, that's a good question, Danny. I would say I'm going to throw you for a little bit of loop if you don't mind, right? I'm going to go tight end. I think Chigakonkwo is going to be really good in this offense, running down the seam with his size, athleticism, his ability to, maybe take smaller linebackers for a ride, which has been something, quite honestly, that has been a problem for the Commanders over many years. I think that, along with, I think Bates is always a better receiver than they use him for. Not saying that he's a big number guy by any means. And then Sinnott, I think they're going to finally try and unlock him with a lot of flat routes and a lot of little option curl type stuff. Safe outlet, get the ball out of Jaden's hands, let him take the hits, let him try and break tackles like he did. If you guys remember the first catch he made in the Jets preseason game, 2 years as a rookie, he broke a bunch of tackles, knocked people over, and ran for like 42 yards, and a bunch of it was after the catch. That's what they have to unlock. I think they unlock, and they seemingly love Colson Yankoff as well, even though he's Colson Yankoff, right? He can still contribute, and he probably still makes the team. So I think actually tight end with the addition of Chigakonkwo is probably the unit on offense that I feel best about, and I would maybe say the entire team because I have questions about every unit on defense, quite honestly.
Danny, I don't know what kind of ship they run over on the AM side, but Russell, we've got guidelines here. You're talking about Colson Yankoff and units and all kinds. You need to watch what you're saying.
It's a live show. It's not some podcast.
This is FM radio, dude.
Filth.
Are you saying that I'm providing a little bit of salty Ric Flair to the mix? A little salty flair? No? Maybe?
Did you track that?
Well, I know who Ric Flair is.
I'm struggling.
What's the salty flair?
Salty is like salty language.
Oh, that's innuendo. You're talking about sexual innuendo.
You're working blue, Rini. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Exactly.
Hey, I got one for you, bud. I got a question. So, specific to need right now, or roster, I started the show with this. I think they need a great offensive player more than they need a great defensive player right now. Fact or fiction?
I think it's the easiest way to win and win double digits and compete. So I would say yes, they need more of their resources were, of course, spent on defense this offseason. They could certainly use a whole lot more. And you guys know I like Mansour Delane, right? But I think they need that explosive, that sizzle, that pop, that something special on offense. I don't want to say that they don't have it all, but they don't have it if Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin are going to be banged up. They have it if those guys are going to be healthy, but they don't have enough of it even if those guys are healthy, if that makes sense. Even though I just spent a couple of minutes telling you I like the tight end group, that was just a unit-by-unit question. I do think they need an offensive weapon maybe to make the team and the offense and everything sizzle a little bit more than defense.
Thank you, Russell. Always appreciate you.
Thank you, boys. Have fun.
We will see you, my friend. Hit that national sounder, please.
The Washington Nationals.
Charlie Slows, Nats Radio Network. You know him. You love him. Charlie's on the Beltway Blitz. Charlie, the Giants are in town. What can you tell us about the series?
Well, Giants have not been playing very well. They are 7-12. They did win yesterday behind some strong pitching, and they had their ace going tonight, guy who's been very good for a number of years in Logan Webb. But he's been off to a slow start, a 5.25 ERA and a 1-2 record in 4 starts. So we'll see how this plays out. Zach Littell will be on the mound for the Nationals. They've added another left-hander to the bullpen, and Richard Lovelady, who they traded to get back after the Mets waived him in the last week. He was with the Nationals until the middle of March when the Mets claimed him on waivers from the Nationals. So another weapon on the left side out of the bullpen for manager Blake Butera. The corresponding move is Orlando Rebalta, who threw that 10th inning got his first Major League save, is in the numbers game with the roster with having an option. and he's been sent back to AAA Rochester. That's tough.
That is tough. I got a good Richard Lovelady story for people. I'll tell them when we return here at about 4:25 on Grant and Danny. Charlie, this offense is the reason this team's about 500 at 9 and 10. They're 5th in batting average as a team. They're 4th in OPS. They're 4th in slug. They have the 8th fewest strikeouts. They put the ball in play, and they're tied for the most runs scored at 107 in all of Major League Baseball. By the way, the Giants are dead last in runs scored. How about this lineup and the way they've hit?
Yep, you're scoring 5.5 runs a game. Unfortunately, you're giving up almost 6 runs per 9 innings. That's the difference. You're giving up a little bit more than you're scoring, and you've lost one more game than you've won. But I don't know the last time we've seen offensive production like this over almost a 20-game span. C.J. Abrams is off to the lightning best start of his career, and 371. He's near the top of the league in batting, 23 hits, the 19 RBIs, the 6 home runs. And he knows they're going to start pitching him differently. He's going to be my guest on Nats on Deck tonight when we come on the air at 6:35. And he knows they're going to start pitching him off speed and trying to get him to chase. He got hit with a couple of pitches. He's already been hit 5 times, which happens a lot for him, but even more so because they're trying to bust him in so he can't get the good part of the bat to the ball. But any mistake they've been making near the plate, over the plate, he's been crushing.
With Lyle, Young, and Wood off to nice starts to varying degrees here, Charlie, where does Dylan Cruz fit in?
Well, he fits as a right-handed bat at the time that he's ready to be back in the big leagues. So it'll be interesting because we talked about that coming into the year, that the Nationals had what you call a glut of outfielders, and somebody would have to be in the designated hitter spot. And so far, that's just kind of been moved around amongst different players, but mostly infielders, not the outfielders. James has had one start as a DH. Lyle's had a start as a DH, but for the most part, Lyle's been playing left field, and Wood's been in there in right field. The extra outfielder, Joey Weimer, he's going to start tonight in place of Jacob Young, who got hit by pitches yesterday. Both his left hand, his right finger, and his chest. He didn't even feel it hit him in the chest, but he says he's okay. But Blake Butera wants to make sure, so he'll be available off the bench tonight. And it's interesting because trying to break up the line's a little different. Brady House is going to bat second, Luis Garcia third, and C.J. Abrams moves up to fourth, Joey Weimer fifth, and they've dropped Dalen Lyle down to sixth. So, they liked having Wood and Abrams spread out a little bit in the lineup so that the teams couldn't stack the lefties against them, and you'd still have one midway through the lineup to be a run producer if you got men on base in front of him. But they move him up tonight. He's just so high.
Charlie, I understand the bullpen's going to struggle much of the season just based on personnel, and they got to figure that out. What about the rotation? What have you seen so far, and how do they get to a point where they're a little more consistent each trip through the rotation? I like what Littell's given them.
Yeah, somebody's got to be able to give you innings. I mean, we definitely see the style of play where if a pitcher gets to the order 2 times and there's any struggle the third time, or even if he hasn't struggled yet, there's a reliever warming up in the bullpen if that third time through the order is about the 6th inning with just about everybody. The one guy you're hoping, that you're going to be able to get 6 to 7 innings from, Cade Cavalli, hasn't been able to consistently do it and had his worst start in his last outing. If you're going to manage 2 times through the order with, say, Littell and Michaelis last time using him as a reliever in front of behind an opener, and then having somebody up behind him, he was once through the order. That wasn't what they were counting on with a guy like that. He was supposed to be an innings eater. We'll have to see if he can get back to that point where he's able to pitch ahead of hitters. So that's not what he's been able to do so far.
The bullpen, it's in flux. You mentioned it. There are moves, corresponding moves, and the like. Do you feel like we're going to be settled at any point, or is it just kind of now throwing stuff at the wall to see if it sticks?
Well, again, I think it relates back to the starting pitching. If you start to get anybody or 1 or 2 guys can get you 6 or 7 innings, you can manage differently on the days when it's a pitcher that you know that you want to go to the bullpen sooner than you would with somebody else. If it continues like this, they talked about having pitchers with options and guys at AAA that you've seen already come up and guys that they thought were close to making their club out of the spring, that you could have a transition where you need to get fresh arms in. You're hoping you don't have to do that too consistently, and that guys will establish roles and eventually be able to pitch in situations that you planned for. But again, for me, that always comes back to the starting pitcher. That's what sets it all up.
Charlie, thank you, buddy. Have a good call tonight. as a series is kicked off at Nats Park and a homestand begins.
Great weather, guys. We're going to have a beautiful weekend for baseball.
Can't wait. I'm excited. The Nats are playing well. They win tonight. They are a surprise 10-10 through 20 games to kick off the year. Speaking of nice weather, this weekend should be very nice for the DC Defenders tomorrow. Let's talk about them. And to discuss the DC Defenders, their tight end Briley Moore, who caught a couple touchdowns in their big home win this past week. I got to say, you guys couldn't have kicked off the home slate at Audi Field with any more impressive play or style than you did. What a blowout. What a great day over in Southeast DC.
Hey, we wanted to give the fans, a little bit of a celebration and a thank you to them for, everything they did for us last year, bringing home that championship. So we definitely kicked it off correct.
Yeah, a former champion last year, 2025, was with the UFL winners, the DC Defenders, and he is back for more with DC. You guys are now 2-1, back-to-back wins at this point, chance to get off to a 2-0 start at home. How do you feel big picture about the season to this point?
I feel really good. We're gaining confidence week by week right now. Obviously, we started off a little slow week one, but I think that was kind of something that our team probably needed. Like, hey, last year is over. Winning that championship last year doesn't do anything for you this year. You got to lace them up every week. So I think we're getting that confidence back. We're starting to find out who we are, get our identity. And I'm just, I feel good this year with the new playoff rules, just top four records get in. It makes it interesting, switches things up a little bit. So I'm excited for the season to just unfold week by week and see how this thing goes.
As far as the Battlehawks coming to town, this is a rivalry of sorts. Can you educate our fans a little bit on just the background of you guys in St. Louis, the matchup this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, this is the rivalry of the UFL, right? Like, it goes back to XFL years. Jordan used to play for the Battlehawks in 2020. Comes to DC in 2023. Whenever we're playing against them, there's the huge brawl on the field. It always ends up being an awesome game. But there's just, this little built-in rivalry, us versus them. They have the amazing crowd in St. Louis. We have the amazing crowd in DC. So it's just, it's been awesome to be a part of. We, handled it pretty well last year. We dropped the ball week one this year. So we're looking forward to getting a little bit of our get back this weekend and get on the right side of the bracket.
Our guest, tight end for the UFL Defenders, coming off of just a casual 2-touchdown home performance to kick off the season. Hey, what's that trick play called where you get the ball like Statue of Liberty style and no one knows you have the ball?
Yep, it was called Jughead. We practiced it all week. It's one of Coach Keiss's plays that he ran like all the way at the beginning of his coaching career. And he decided to put it in early next week. He didn't think we'd be able to use it because, he said that it always took a couple weeks to get the reps down right for that handoff between the quarterback into the tight end or fullback. And JT picked it up quick, and we ran it and practiced a couple times. It was perfect every time. And Coach Keiss came up to me probably like Thursday, was like, man, we might have to do it. Like, I feel confident. I'm like, go ahead. And we had the perfect situation. So the second I heard Jughead, I got super, super hyped, and JT did it perfect. He sold the outside sprint out, and they lost me behind the offensive line, and so it worked out perfect. Couldn't have drawn it up better.
I'm trying to remember. I'm not watching it as I'm talking to you. I saw it, obviously, a bunch and saw it live. But he basically, it's like Statue of Liberty. He kind of hands it off behind his back almost, right?
Yep. So he sprints out, turns over his left shoulder to sprint out right. And as he's going with his left hand, he just sneaks it over to me while he's on full sprint. Like, it's crazy impressive. The UFL posted like a zoomed-in clip of it. But he hands it off with his left hand and hides. And then it's kind of like hide the fullback type of play to where they don't see me. But literally the left end sprinted right past me. And that was kind of my cue to go. So it worked out perfect, like a mix between, hide the fullback and the Statue of Liberty.
Briley Moore of the Defenders with us on Grant and Danny on our Beltway Blitz. How does Matthew McCrane not have an NFL job at this point?
It's a question I ask all the time because obviously the world gets to see the 4-point field goals in the game. He has 2 of them now. But, he kicks them every day that he kicks in practice and drills them every single time with yards to go. it's unbelievable to see. So I'm hopefully with the new 4-point field goal and everything, he's able to showcase himself to get back into the NFL, because if anybody deserves it in this league, it's him, because he's just been crushing things. But he's been, he's so accurate. Same person in and out of the office every single day. Like he's an awesome dude on top of a good football player. So hopefully the 4-point field goals will bring enough, credit and market to his name so he can get back in the league.
Saturday, 12:30. Tickets still available. Going to be beautiful. The Defenders are hosting the Battlehawks, their rivals. A last chance for you to tell the fans whatever you'd like to ahead of kickoff.
Let's do it. We got this rivalry. It's us versus them, and we really lean on our crowd. When Audi gets rowdy, we play our best football. So just ask everybody to get out there. The tickets are super cheap, I believe. So I'd love to see Audi get packed for us so we can go ahead and take down the Battlehawks.
Thanks for the time. Go get them.
Appreciate you guys.
Riley Moore, the Defenders tight end, with us on our Beltway Blitz. Next on Grant and Danny, we are 6 days away from the NFL Draft, and we are counting down to round one. Adam Peters on trading out of the 7th pick. Does he think there's a path to picking lower in round one? That's next on The Fan.
This update is driven by Orsman Fairfax Toyota, as they like to say, let's ride together. In the NFL, the Texans signed edge rusher Will Anderson to a 3-year extension worth $150 million. $100 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, passing Micah Parsons for that honor. In the NBA, play-in tournament continues on tonight. Each of the winners tonight getting the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. The Hornets will take on the Magic at 7:30. Then the Warriors will take on the Suns at 10 o'clock. Baseball, the Nationals beginning a 7-game homestand, starting with a 3-game series against the Giants. 6:45 right here on the Fan. The Nats, Giants. Zach Littell gets to start for the Nationals. He is 0-1 with a 4.20 ERA. Logan Webb, the ace of the Giants, takes the hill for San Francisco. He's 1-2 with a 5.25 ERA. Orsman Fairfax Toyota keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of Toyotas. Each backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they like to say at Orsman Fairfax Toyota, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back live in Leesburg today at Raspberry Falls and the beautiful golf course out here for Santana Moss's charity golf outing, 89 Ways to Give. They do an outstanding event every single year. We've been out here before, and it was a thrill to get invited out here today to broadcast. A lot of dignitaries, celebrities, former Redskins greats, and the man that everybody comes out to help and to honor with the presence of some of your past teammates.
Yeah.
Santana Moss joins us now. I was just telling you, you should be very proud. You got a good staff, and they work hard. And you guys put together quite an event.
Yeah, man. I was telling you, I can't take no credit for it, but it's always great just to see the people that, do show up and show out for me, because that just shows you how much you mean to them. And but Carmen, my manager, she does a great job. Just like you was telling me, she reached out to you guys, and she's all over town telling people, hey, we got an event. I would need you to come out. And, we've been doing this since, I believe, 2018. This year will be the first annual bowling tournament. It's going to be on my birthday weekend. So you have another one that we're going to be starting to
Doubling
do.
up.
Bowling is a little something that I think we all can go out there and say,
Yes,
even on our worst day, we're still better than what we would look like on the golf course.
Bowling's less intimidating.
Bingo,
I would say.
that part. So
Put those bumpers up. Give me a couple hundred pins.
yeah,
Let's do it.
I remember growing up when I was a kid, man. Like, I grew up in my grandmother's house, and there was so many kids, so many people in the house. We did different things to get out of the house. So we skated and we bowled all the time, and I became a pretty good bowler at a young age. So I've been trying to do this for so long. I got a guy on board that wanted to put it together for me. So I'm looking forward to that. But getting back to this, man, I'm just blessed, man, to have all these people that support me. And it's for a great cause. Like I said, one of the things that we do for the many years that we've been having a foundation and working together, it's never been about, for one initial thing. I never said, hey, I'm raising money to support this cause or support that cause. This year's my first year that I told Carmen, I want to support a cause. I want to support No Kids Hungry. And I believe my mom was a food service manager, and she always talked to me about when the kids come to her school that she was a manager over, she made sure no matter if they had free lunch or they paying for their lunch, everybody ate. And it's always been something near and dear to me that, I want to make sure, because so many kids can't get the proper education, can't, concentrate in school, can't, go home with so much, things on their mind and mixed feelings because they're hungry.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the causes that I want to, kind of start, contributing to. So this is going to be my first year, reaching out and finding a school that we can support, personally or, to the foundation themselves.
That's very cool. So I know you're modest about it. You say, your manager knows everything. If I held a golf tournament, like 7 people would come. You know what I mean? Like Santana Moss is doing it, so it's like, of course I'm going to drop what I'm doing. I'm going to come for you. What does that mean? Just because there are Super Bowl winners here, there's legends here. You're in their company. Does that make sense? Like you belong there. Of course, Santana is part of that group. What does that mean?
Well, it means a lot, man. I don't take nothing for granted when it comes to just people that appreciate you. One of the things I've always tried to be is a good person. And I think, I carry that more than being a good football player. I'm going to be a person that when you see me, I'm not looking at you as, this is Danny or this is, Grant. I mean, no, we all are human. You know what I mean? What's up, fellas? How y'all doing? I'm going to greet you like I want to be greeted, and I'm going to treat you like I want to be treated. So I never put my status over anybody, and I think that's some of the things that always kind of show up to me when it comes to the people, because they're able to feel like themselves and appreciate it when they're in my presence, knowing that I'm not sitting over here towering and using my, this persona of me being this great football player to kind of, make them feel less of.
730-plus catches, 10,000-plus yards, almost 70 career touchdowns. Santana Moss joining us from his charity event out here in Leesburg on Grant and Danny. A big week for Commanders fans.
No doubt.
With the re-release of the unis. They're throwing it back to the jerseys you were wearing.
Hey.
They look like the Redskins again. What'd you make of the new release?
It's always funny to kind of like see how the fans react to something that's new but not new.
Right.
And so I was pleased because one of the things that this, this new regime has done from day one is say, hey, we have to bring back the people that make us who we are. Those championships was won because of this fan base. A lot of those championships also was won because of the players, but this fan base that supported them at RFK and saluted and always showed up when it was time for those guys to go out there and do their things, man. That's what we want to get back first. And I see each and every day this team is focusing on those fans. That's why you see, sold out stadiums now at Northwest. That's why you see so many people can't wait to see that stadium go up back in D.C. They're making sure that this fan base know that, hey, we doing this for you guys, and we're nothing as players without them. So, I think it's hats off to those guys, Josh and company, man, just knowing that they're saying, hey, we have to stay true to who we are. I understand they took our name away from us, but, you can't take our color. And that's one of the things that I'm most pleased with, just seeing us going back to those, those uniforms that I know, that I was able to go out there and put up big numbers in.
What about the uniform you didn't wear? The new black uniform, they call it the Hellraiser. What do you think?
Like Fred say, man, we was born too soon, man. I would have loved to been. Hey, I wasn't a Hellraiser, but I could be one. You know what I mean? I'm a Gemini. We've got two sides, and I think when I play on that field, that's what I would tap into all the time. I would tap into that other me, that guy that between those white lines, he's nothing like the guy outside those white lines. He's going to go at your neck. I don't have to say nothing about it. I don't have to boast about it. You just know every play I'm coming. And that's one of the things about our game, because you look at guys outside those uniforms, you say to yourself, like, man, that was a guy going out there doing that to this person, but this guy now, he could go put on a business suit and be somebody totally different. On that football field, you have to tap into somebody that's sometimes is unreal, you have to make them up in your mind, but at the same time, as a player, it's real. It's legit, because the plays he's making, the touchdowns he's making, the catches he's grabbing, that's legit. That's real. And the guys who trying to stop that, they understand it.
That's Santana Moss for Grant and Danny here. 106.7 The Fan. So you mentioned the new RFK, the new going back to D.C. Mm-hmm. That wasn't part of your playing days,
no,
but you're obviously you're so aware, so keenly aware of this organization's history. What does it mean from your perspective for them to go back there, even though that wasn't something that you got to do? I'm just curious to someone that played a little bit later.
Yeah, I came here and it was FedEx to me, and that's all I knew. But as a kid watching, I was a 49er fan. And when I heard of the Washington Redskins in those days, it was that stadium where everybody got in that one area and they rocked. And it was the championships that was being won there. They was coming from that stadium, coming from that fan base. So when I got here, not knowing that, it is a difference. I just feel like, just like in Miami when you take the Orange Bowl away from us, it's so much rich history right there. Why? You know what I mean? This is where we was able to build the base of who we are, the foundation of who we are as a team, And so to see that so much of the years that I played and the years after that, now that covering this team, it's always felt like it was something missing to me. I'm just saying for myself. It was always felt like something was missing. And I think that's what's missing, us being there, us, having some of that rich history lost or just sitting over there. And it was itching for us to come back. So I'm pleased and so, ready to see us go out there and be able to take on that.
Tana, I know you do a little work with the team. I don't know how deep you're diving into the NFL draft. I'm talking to Logan every day. This guy's got a big board now. That's like 200
This
deep.
dude, he's ridiculous with it, too.
He is, like, obsessed.
Mad scientist with it.
He is.
We would be texting at night, and he'd be like, hey, look at this, guys. He's like, I'm asleep. Why are you still up?
What are you doing,
Dude,
man?
he's sending me clips. I'm not even joking of, like, directional
he's the
Michigan
best, man.
dudes.
I love it, though.
It's wild. But that said, there is a legitimate chance Washington does draft a receiver at number 7.
Yeah.
And maybe it's Carnell Tate of Ohio State or Mekhi Lemon of USC. I'm just curious to get your thoughts. You were drafted in round 1.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. You were not drafted by Washington, by the Jets, but they've not really done a lot of that. I mean, it's been a handful of times in their history.
Yeah.
It's a dependent position. It's hard to prove your worth right away. A lot of times those guys have a tough transition. Your thoughts if they do go wide out that early?
Well, you know, I won't care. I think the best player that's available for us, we're sitting in a good seat. We're not coming into this draft saying we need a guy to come in right now and play. To me, you know what I mean? I feel like some of the things that we did free agency, went out there and got a slew of guys that can go out there and produce for us right now. I mean, a huge upload of talent that was needed, especially defensively. And honestly, you know, if we do decide to go offense, and whether it's running back or receiver, man, I would be pleased, because you got to think about Jaden. You got to think about his future. You got to think about that first season when he was able to get that receiver core of just bodies, and they was able to go out there and produce. You know, that committee of receivers was able to say, okay, it could be Terry and the committee. And now it seemed like we got Diami back. We have, you know, Jefferson. We have a lot of guys over there that you can say, Luke is still here. You know, you have Lane. That could be another group of committee, you know, that can be that number 2. But with that being said, if you can really go out there and grab a guy that could come in and grow with Jaden and be that guy, or he can either be 2 now and be primary later, because not knowing what's going to happen with Terry in the future, knowing that he's a little older, I mean, I'll be pleased. So if it's a guy like Carnell Tate that lands with us, I won't be dissatisfied. I think he's a tremendous receiver. People look at speed because of the 40 and like try to compare that all the time. When you turn that film on with this guy, dynamic wide receiver, great catch radius, explosive. Last year, you can think about a guy, Jeremiah Smith, Florida kid. Grew up in my neighborhood.
Did he really?
Yes.
Where
Grew
is
up
he
in
from?
Miami Gardens. Gardens.
He's
that
a bad
kid
dude.
And
he's going to be he could go 1-1 next year.
They double-teamed him last year, and Tate got off. And at times in games, he was like, all right, just go over there and stick him, and he's going to shine. So I would love to see a guy like that if we, you know, stretch that far.
So Danny and I were talking about this earlier. You kind of made this point. I just want to bounce this off you. Danny and I were talking about how everybody brings up the point that Jaden Daniels maybe does not need star weapons because he's so good.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be that you have to ask him, though, to carry everything.
Yeah.
Like, just because he has that ability, which might be true, doesn't mean you have to make it harder for him. You're allowed to still give him really good weapons.
Yeah.
Like, why because you have a great quarterback do we go, he'll figure it out. He did it in 24. Why don't we give him the best weapons possible?
I'm 100% with you. I think last year proved to me that you need some time to, you know, take a little off him, you know, and just seeing what he did last year alone, and you know, not being in his best health, you know, all those guys, you know, we had the whole team was going down left and right week after week. I'm one of those guys. I would love to see him have more weapons, so he won't have to do more, so we don't have to ask that much of him. You know, I don't want to see the Jaden that has to tap into saying, okay, let's be hero, let's play hero ball. I want to see Jaden that's going to drop back and you put him in situations where the guys are so dynamic around him that the focus is not always on him. You have to worry about these other guys. So I would love to see a few guys come in here and take the pressure off him.
Yeah, eventually when he's making $100 million a year or something like that, maybe you have to make a couple tough choices. You're not there yet. What about this, Santana? I've actually beat this drum a little bit more maybe than I should. I'm kind of aware that I've gone a little bit maybe overboard on it. But go back to the early 2000s. If you were a Miami receiver coming out, there's a pretty good track record there with Santana Moss and Reggie Wayne and Andre Johnson. And you can go up and down the list of the ballers that were coming through there. It was wide receiver you.
Yeah.
I think that's Ohio State now.
Yeah.
The track record, Garrett Wilson and JSN, and Terry McLaurin, who was the fourth option, who's a badass. There's something about that matters a lot more to me, where I've seen these guys not have the 1,800 yards in college and walk in and be pretty good pros because of the program that they're in. Is there something to that for you?
Well, I always thought Ohio State was a wide receiver. You know, think about it. Joey Galloway, Terry Glenn
back,
with the other kid name was real big, the big guy.
David Boston.
David Boston. I mean, David Boston was a guy, when I was in high school, I was watching him his freshman year, and I was in awe. Like, oh, this guy got a chance to play as a freshman.
He was enormous.
And then fast forward, I get in college, and I play as a freshman, as a walk-on freshman. So, you know, I feel like Ohio State always held that, you know, I think they was top-notch when it came to being wide receiver. Other colleges like, you know, the Florida Gators and Miami kind of fell in line. Florida State, we started having some of those talents too. But when I'm looking at those guys now, man, I mean, I think they're leading. You know, they're leading. Miami's going to be one of those teams that's get back into the thick of things because Mario's there. He is a great recruiter. He reminds me of Bush Davis when it comes to recruiting. He gets the best of the best. And all we needed to do was taste the water a little bit last year, and we did just that. But
did you go to the national title game?
I didn't. I was down there for the festivities, and then I came back up here and watched the game. I'm superstitious, man. I haven't been to a game in years. And the last game I went to, they lost, and they was beating the team, and I was like, oh, it's my first game that they win that I'm here. And I walk out early. It was Georgia Tech at home. It was 2 years ago, I think, in 2024. And Mario, instead of kneeling, he ran the ball and we fumbled it.
You were at that game?
I was at that game.
Oh my gosh,
that was
bro!
I would have fired him that day. He's a great coach. I'm glad
thank goodness they didn't. But can you imagine?
That was the worst coaching ever.
Being that they lost that one, I said I must be juju. I gotta stay away. So I stayed away, man, and was hoping that I can watch them win the Natty. But Fred Smoot came to DC Prime and gave me juju. He watched the game with me, and he was hating on Miami the whole night.
Oh, geez. Well, Tana, what a day. I mean, you guys did a great job
congrats,
out
buddy.
here.
Appreciate you, man.
Happy to be a small part of it as a radio station. Thanks for having us out.
No doubt, man. Thank you guys for showing up.
Appreciate you.
89 Ways to Give. Check it out. See how you can make an impact from afar. Really quality charity event today out here in Leesburg at Raspberry Falls. Santana Moss with us. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to Santana Moss for stopping by out here in Leesburg at his 89 Ways to Give charity golf tournament. It is beautiful. It is hot. Sun is beating down on us. We are on the back patio on just a perfect day out at Raspberry Falls. And a lot of Redskins greats and Washington football dignitaries in attendance. We'll have some of them on between now and 6:15 as we take you up to Nats baseball. I did want to pay off, though. Charlie Slows was on with us. He mentioned that the Nats had signed Richard Lovelady to their bullpen, which is just one of the great names in baseball. Richard Lovelady.
Richard Lovelady.
Now, he's been a National before, all the way back in spring training 2026. As in, like, a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
So he was in the clubhouse before they ended up releasing him, I guess, whatever happened. He went back to the Mets, I think, where he was previously. And then the Nats traded him for cash, traded for him, gave up some cash to the Mets, and Lovelady comes back. But here's your story.
Yep.
So, Danny, we're out at breakfast.
Mhm.
You, me, and our crew, Toby and Darius, whoever else was down in West Palm Beach. And we're at a place. Was that Pete's place, or was that the other one?
That's Nick's.
Nick's.
This was Nick's,
Which
right?
one has, like, innuendo and inappropriate things on the T-shirts?
Nick's.
Okay, so
Nick's
we were at that
does.
place.
Yeah.
So this is like a
Yeah.
random diner. It's certainly not high-end, but it is exactly what you're looking
It's
for.
a good little diner.
It's
I
a
thought. I liked
Florida
it.
diner.
Yeah.
You walk in, and, like, somebody who's got, like, very sun-beaten face comes up and is like, hey, darling, what you want today? You know, one of those.
Yep.
That's kind of where we're at.
Yeah.
And she's
What can I
like,
get y'all?
You want any sugar on your tea? And you're like, no sugar on my tea. Thank you. But so it's that kind of diner. So we're there. We eat there 2 or 3 times over the course of the trip because there's just not a lot of breakfast options. But I got to say, we are maybe 20 minutes away from the facility.
Yeah.
I mean, we're nowhere near where the Nats train.
And no one cares, but there's nothing terribly, like, really convenient right by the stadium. It's just not, that's not the kind of district it's in. No one's fault, no problem. It just is what it is.
We're also nowhere near where the Nats stay.
Right.
They stay in a pretty good location, but not near where we're at. So this is not an area, like there are times where you're out and about in West Palm Beach where if you bumped in to one of the Nats during spring training, shopping outdoors or something, you'd be like, oh, what's up? How you doing? And it's not crazy. But we're in this random little hole-in-the-wall diner that we found, we unearthed. It's not available on any Google hunt anywhere, right?
Right.
And so we're leaving, and these two guys are getting in kind of a nice car right out front, and Danny goes, I think that was one of the Nationals. And it's just kind of random that you would see them out in the wild.
But here's the thing. It was a nice car, but it wasn't like this is an MLB ball player's car.
No.
With a vanity that says, like, paint the corners. Like, there's nothing like that.
It was noticeably
It was a gray Tesla.
Probably, like, better than a lot of the stuff in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it was probably a rental or whoever's car he got into, and it was just 2 dudes. One of them, it turns out, was Richard Lovelady, and the other one was his buddy who was driving, I think. But anyway, long story short, Danny goes, I think that was one of the Nationals. And we'd been in the clubhouse for a few days already, and you're thinking about it more and more, and you're like, I'm pretty sure that was Richard Lovelady.
Now here's just, again, more background. We have not I've never actually been introduced to him. I hadn't actually spoken to him. With all due respect, it's not a guy I'm going to go up and get the rapport. Anyway, there's a bunch of guys to talk to.
You might say hi and bye.
You might say hello.
You walk past.
Introduce myself. Just never got the chance to do that.
But he had been around the clubhouse.
Yes.
He's coming up to grab a water when we're in his way, like in front of the cooler or whatever.
Right.
And
He's looking at the lineup, and I'm like, is that bubble yum? Like, anyway.
So Danny goes, I think that was Richard Lovelady.
Right.
And first, the idea that you know what he looks like is kind of funny. And secondly, the fact that his name is Richard Lovelady.
He's the guy that's been at Richard Lovelady's locker a lot.
But also, internet fame, he's like commonly referred to as Dickie Lovelady.
Sure.
It's just a funny thing. He's Dickie, short for Richard, right? Or Dick Lovelady.
Richard.
And so Dickie Lovelady, Danny thinks that he just saw.
Yeah.
And we're like, there's no way. There's just no way.
And you guys are so confident that it's not that you knocked my confidence down.
Well, you started with little confidence,
I
and
thought
then
I had
your
something.
confidence went to 0.
Yeah, it went
You
low.
You started with, I'm pretty sure that was a
I
National.
think that was him.
We're like, at this place, this diner, there's just no way.
Because you were incredulous, like, why here? And it was like, yeah, it's true, why here?
I can't stress enough that we're 20 minutes away from anywhere a National should be.
Mm-hmm.
So long story short, we get to Blake Butero's press conference that morning, and it's like an hour later, and we're talking to Blake, and like afterwards, I'm like, where do you like to go to breakfast? And we're just talking about restaurants and things to eat in West Palm Beach because Blake's a good cat. And then I say to him, just on a whim, I'm like, I think we might have seen Dickie Lovelady today. Or I saw him, Richard Lovelady.
Yeah.
He's like, what do you mean? And I explained the whole story to him, and he's like, well, did you ask him? We're like, no, we don't really care that much. Like, it's not a big
And he
deal.
was also, it was like he was outside, we were paying our check. It was
Yeah.
like, what do I, if I had left that moment, I'd be like, excuse me, Richard, hello, I'll see you in the clubhouse, bye. Like, it would never have worked. It would make no sense.
Is it you, Richard? Is it you? So Blake is now obsessed. I don't know why.
Well, he wants closure to the story now.
He wants
to know.
closure.
Yeah.
Was it him at this diner? And we're like, well, we don't know. And he's like, you got to go find him and ask him in the clubhouse. And we're like, well, he probably doesn't care. Like, again, it doesn't matter that much to us. We just think it's interesting. But Blake kind of keeps saying in this exchange, like, you got to talk to him. Why wouldn't you just ask him? And we're like, well, if we see him, we'll ask him. So 10 minutes later, we're in the clubhouse, and who walks in but Richard Lovelady?
Yep.
And this is where the story gets good. I go up to him, and I say, hey, Richard. And he, like, turns around. And I'm like, have you ever been to Pete's Place?
Nick's.
Or Nick, whatever, Nick's Diner.
Nick's Diner.
And he goes, yeah, I was there this morning.
And we lose it.
And there's like 5 of us. And plus we've told everyone around us, like the PR staff and everyone. And everyone's now invested for some reason. And we're all like, yeah! And like everyone looks over and Lovelady's just kind of like, what in the heck? Who is this person and what is going on?
What is happening?
And then I have to tell him the story that we thought it was him, but we weren't sure. And we told Blake, and Blake made us ask. But when I tell him the story, this is the awkward part.
Yep, here it comes.
I said Dickie Lovelady to Richard Lovelady. I say, and I think, I'm telling him this, I think we might have just seen Dick Lovelady. Was that Dickie Lovelady? And I just oversay Dickie like multiple times to his face. As soon as all this is over, he's not that interested in it. And he's like, yep, that was me. And then he goes and takes a shower. I turn to you and you go, you just called him Dickie Lovelady like 3 times to his face.
I mean, and like projecting Dickie Lovelady.
I felt bad.
So I think it's Akeem Olajuwon.
Yeah.
I think Barry Sanders, maybe Dante Hall, the human joystick. Those are the best spin moves I can think of. 4th on that list is Dickie Lovelady pivoting, drop-stepping, and peeling away from you after you Dickie Loveladed him 3 times with a story, and he was like,
imagine
all right,
being him.
and left. Yeah, I can't.
You're at your place of business, trying to get ready for your day, trying to make the roster as a bubble guy.
Minding your business. And we're like, did you go to Nick's today?
We're like, were you at that mediocre diner that we love? It's really tasty. We like it, too. It's nowhere near here. He's like, yep, I was there. And it's like, and then we all scream.
Yeah.
There's no real point. There's nothing else. There's no rest of the conversation. But at least I called him Dickie Lovelady.
Dickie Lovelady.
Yeah, I want that one back. Anyway, best of luck to Dickie Lovelady. He is back with the Nationals.
He's with the big club. Dickie Lovelady.
We are happy to have Dickie back.
You can spot him at a diner in Gaithersburg about an hour and a half before first pitch, apparently.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our countdown to the NFL Draft continues next.
This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, earlier today, the Texans agreed to a 3-year extension with their star edge rusher, Will Anderson. 3 years, $150 million, $100 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, passing Micah Parsons for that honor. And the NBA play-in tournament continues tonight. Both seeds working for an 8 seed in their conference. In the Eastern Conference, the Hornets playing the Magic at 7:30, then the Warriors playing the Suns for the 8 seed in the West at 10 o'clock. Baseball, Nationals begin a 7-game homestand, starting with the 3-game series against the Giants tonight. 6:45 right here on The Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. Giants ace Logan Webb starts for San Francisco. Your next career is closer than you think. PGCC's continuing education offers fast, affordable certificates in today's most in-demand fields. Get started at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
With you until 6:15, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will take care of your last will and testament, living trust, medical power of attorney, whatever you need. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us so you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The NFL draft is 6 days away. Round 1 from Pittsburgh. Commanders have pick 7. Next Thursday night, we're going to be at Honor Brewing out in Loudoun County. You can come on out and hang with us for our live draft show. After the Junkies are on 6:30 to 8, we've got you covered from 8 to 11, which should mean the Commanders pick on through the evening on 106.7 The Fan. The countdown is on right now. The discussion today revolves around trading back after what Adam Peters said yesterday. So here's the game. We'll play the clip. I want to know what you hear. What he says is the audio, right? What do you actually hear Adam Peters saying? And you can hit the phones at 800-636-1067. This was Peters on the possibility of moving back.
Do you anticipate picking at 7 at this point?
Yeah, certainly have to be ready to do that. I would say more likely than not that would happen, but you never know. You never know who's. It'll depend on who's on the board if a team wants to move up, and then we have to decide if we want to do that. But I would say more likely than not we'd stay and pick. But I don't foresee us moving up. But moving back just depends on the circumstances. But we're not like. I don't want to say we're not actively trying to move back. We're always assessing our options and making sure we're ready, and then understanding who's going to be there at certain positions and certain spots, towards the middle to the later part of the first round. But and just being prepared for that, but not really actively trying to get out of that at all.
Danny, that's what he said. What'd you hear?
If somebody calls and we like the offer, we might take it. Non-committal, but all options are open. We are available and open for business. However, we'll be just fine. And Danny, we got to stay at 7. You better knock my socks off. You better come up with an offer. Don't come up with any of this weak sauce. I'll move up from, I'm making this up, 20 to 9, and we'll give you next year's 3. Shh. No. We love what we're going to get at 7. You call me. You got something serious, we can talk serious. That's how I viewed it.
You know what I heard was, if the player that we absolutely love isn't there, we got no problem moving back. I'm not sure if that's a player or if that's a few players. And I obviously don't know who's on that list for them. They do a pretty good job keeping secrets these days around these parts. But I took it as, we got our guys, and if they're there, we stick and pick. But if things go a certain way, we are absolutely willing to trade back. I think we're both feeding out of the same area of the pantry, though, you and I, because I also heard we are open for business. And you can go one of two ways when you have that conversation. There's no reason to slam any doors, per se, if you're Adam Peters. But I absolutely took this as a endorsement of the possibility of trading back. He went on to say it's more likely than not that they would make the pick, as you heard there. So more likely than not, we're going to be picking at 7. But we don't know. And I think it's because they are willing to answer the phone, and they are open for business, and it's going to be a trade back situation if their guys are gone. I just don't know what that looks like. I wonder, like for me, Grant Peters, if I'm calling the shots, if it ended up with the last remaining of the studs being like Ruben Bain and Caleb Downs. I like Downs a lot. If they picked him, I'd be perfectly fine.
Yep.
I think I would be looking to move back at that point. If it was Bain and Downs, if, Love.
Because that
Style,
scenario exists, yep.
Reese, Bailey, all those guys are gone. Tate, maybe.
And you don't love Tate.
But even if he's there, I could probably take him before I trade back for the right deal. I don't want Bain at 7. And so if it's him versus, like, somebody else, I'm just throwing Downs in there, but that is kind of fringy for me, I could trade back, and I think that's how they feel. I just wish I knew who are their stick and pick guys.
So, again, I keep coming back to this part. When he says it's unlikely, I actually think that's very important. Not because they're not willing to listen, but because I don't know who's trading up to 7. If a team with ammunition, say Dallas, for example, they got 2 first-round picks. If they want to trade up for somebody, who knows if they do or don't, it might be up a few spots to get inside the top 12, say to Kansas City at 9. Or it'd be shoot the moon, I got to go to 4 to get. Name that, that if Orville Reese doesn't go 2, they shoot up the board to get him.
What about the Jets to get Carnell Tate?
That's another one.
Everybody's screaming about how much they like Carnell Tate. What if they went up to 7 to do that?
They could. And so they're one of the couple teams that have some of that extra ammunition where they have 2 first-round picks or maybe an extra. I haven't looked at everybody's second-round haul, but again, the Jets have a bunch. They've got their own second-rounder, I believe.
They have 2 ones and 2 twos.
Yeah, I think they've got Dallas's 2 as well. So they've got ammunition. Do you want to go up to 7? I think that may be the best path. Of course, there could be a Hail Mary, something we don't know about. The Bengals, for the sake of argument, are willing to trade next year's draft for this defensive player to move from 25 up. Who knows what teams want to do? But the reason I actually put more weight, I'm putting more coins or more rocks in this jar of I don't think it's likely is I don't think it's likely. I don't think there are too many scenarios where a team is going to be willing to part with a whole bunch to move up in this particular draft.
I've never thought that we were going to see a lot of trades. You always hear the same stories every year this time, right before the draft. We're going to see a bunch of round 1 trades. It's like training camp, hearing about players in the best shape of their life,
Right.
or that somebody thinks they have the best unit in the league, offense or defense or whatever. It's just clockwork. Every year you're going to get those stories. And for the draft, that story 6 days out is always, I'm hearing there's going to be a lot of trades, a lot of activity. The argument for it this year is actually interesting, though. I heard this and I thought, that makes sense. So the argument against the trades you and I have talked about ad nauseum, lack of quarterbacks, and the best players in this class are non-traditional value positions. Jeremiah Love, running back, Caleb Downs, safety, Sonny Styles, inside linebacker. They might be the 3 best players in the class, and those are not positions you want to address in the top 10. And if you don't want to use a top 10 pick on them, you sure as heck don't want to trade picks to then use a top 10 pick on them while you gave up more picks to go get them, right? So that's the reason why you and I both think, I would assume, there's not going to be a lot of trades. But I heard this today from someone and it made a lot of sense. The argument made by, I think it might have even been Borgonzi in Kansas City's former GM, who's now moved on to the AFC, Tennessee, was everybody's board for this year is going to be so different that you could get trades
That's interesting.
because, like, this team values this player at 5 and another team values a player and they think he's 23rd. And because of the juxtaposition of everybody's opinion on these players, which is more than normal, according to this executive, you could actually get trades because what you value, I don't, and vice versa. Thoughts on that?
I hadn't thought of it that way, but that makes sense because there's going to be so much variance, right? I mean, this is a positional value. All the nerds of pocket protectors in the world, the Sashi Browns of the world, are going to have one very firm stance, you would think. We are not drafting a blank kind of player. We're not doing a box safety or an off-ball linebacker or a running back. Some people might hardcore say, well, that doesn't matter. That's now better value for me. Maybe you could see something like that. I mean, there are a handful of teams that have some ammunition to be able to move up. I just don't feel like there's I'm going to sacrifice future picks, whether that be this year or next year, to move up a few spots to secure this guy, right? I mean, you think of those kind of trades, it's like, okay, I understand it's not for a quarterback, but like Julio Jones is so special and awesome. Yeah, Atlanta made that move. Right? There are a few of those. I mean, Travis Hunter last year, obviously, okay, we move up, we kind of change the game for that guy. He was going to play. The idea was he was going to play both ways. I always thought that was folly, but still, that was the reason he moved up, because you're getting two players in one. There's no Travis Hunter here.
But to get back to the Peters audio yesterday and the possibility of them wanting to move back, who do you think would be on there? If they're there, we've got to take them list. Like, do you think Jeremiah Love, for them, being there at 7 means they absolutely don't trade back?
I do. No, I would, but I don't. And listen, this is not based on anything other than my gut. Just I don't know where this feeling I have is coming from, but I get the sense, whether it's Tony Pauline who says that they love him, or I've seen enough mocks now where he's there at 7 and whatever. I think he's on there. If he's at 7, he's a Washington. I don't know where that's coming from, by the way. That's a feeling I got.
I mean, there's momentum just from enough people saying that the Commanders love Jeremiah Love, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
I hope that's the case. I have a hard time believing, just because he's a running back, that you'd turn down all offers. The other big question I have about a trade back is, what's the sweet spot? So the one that makes the most sense, Daniel Jeremiah, NFL Network this week had the Jets giving up 16-44 and a fourth, and it's basically a wash on the points chart. Jimmy Johnson or any other that you use for that value. 16-44 and a fourth equals 7. I'm cool with that trade. I would probably do it depending on who's left when you're on the clock. But I know they don't want to go down that low. That is not their preference. I think their sweet spot is getting down into the 11 to 12, 13 range.
So that's Miami. So Miami's got 2 1s, and their second rounder is 43 overall.
Right. Where's Dallas?
Dallas is 12.
I think that's about as low as they'd want to go. But the difference between 12 and 16 in this class feels pretty astronomical. Because I think at 12, Danny, I'm not saying it's likely, but a Bain might still be there. A Carnell Tate, nobody thinks this right now, but might be there. Or Makai Lemon. You could get a Tyson probably. Like one of those receivers. Or even, honestly, like it's not the craziest thing in the world that Caleb Downs, who I think could go 5 or 6. But like if you told me he's there at 12, that's not flooring or jaw-dropping. There's no way a guy like that's getting to 16.
So remember, Dallas has 2 1s, 12 and 20. They don't have a second rounder as part of their wheeling and dealing with the Jets. But that pick 20 feels like currency one way or the other. Whether that's the move back pick or whether that's the, again, I'm making this up. We can't live without David Bailey. We can use these 2 1s to move up, trade with Tennessee to go to 4 to secure this guy. Something like that.
Let's hit the phones, 800-636-1067. You heard what Adam Peters said about trading back. What did you hear? We'll go to Elijah in D.C. on the Fan. What's up, Elijah? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Obviously, I'm open to a trade back, but it's a developmental thing. Like, if they can see things that we can't, they're like, hey, regardless what we are running with Deontay Jones and now with David Blau, we know that there are arrows that are going to trend up that none of our fan base can see. So we can trade back, and we're still going to have what we're hoping to have. Now, my thing is, if they're able to get a guy that raises the level of the 10 guys around them, that's my thing, because I think certain guys at the top of the draft, they may be able to get theirs regardless, but that doesn't mean they can increase the level of everybody around them. And if they can just get that, that's what I'm looking for. If they can get a guy who's going to increase the level of the people around him and be able to raise the floor so he doesn't have to do so much with his own talent and it's a team thing, then I think, man, trade back and get as many players as you can get that fits the profile that you say you need in order to get what you got to have. It's not a name. It's the traits and the profile, and you trust it in your coaching staff to bring those tools to the forefront so it doesn't even matter. But last year for DQ, I think he's still going to need the most developmental guys. If he's out of here, I want to know if I'm going to roll out on my shield. I want to know that I got the best players that I could possibly get on my way out.
Thanks, Elijah. I mean, that's an age-old debate. Is it the great player, the blue chipper, or would you rather a few good ones? Yeah, right? It's that super high-quality special talent or a couple of good ones. Like the comp would be, if you're thinking receiver, I can't turn down a quality trade offer to draft Carnell Tate at 7. I just can't do that because I don't think the difference between Carnell Tate and like Lemon at 11 or Tyson
is
at
big enough to turn down a
13.
second rounder.
Yeah, and now it's the guy that I actually might like more if he's healthy in Tyson, or that I might like more in Lemon anyway, and a second rounder. Like, there's no way I'm turning down a great offer like that to take a wide receiver at 7, as an example. Lap's in D.C. on G&D. What's up, Lap? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. I want Carnell Tate, but I agree with you about possible trading down if it's any players that, you know, it's not going to be impactful and we can kind of get some picks, you know, and get some good players. But I just want Tate. I think Love's going to be gone. Bailey's definitely going to be on. And I'm surprising with the mock drafts, there's not a lot of offensive linemen projected in the top 5 or 7, which is surprising.
Well, that's the mystery. Lap, that's the mystery.
Yeah.
Is some have 2,
Yeah.
whether it's Monroe Freeling or Fano or
Right.
now we know it going. Others say that none of those guys go. Appreciate the phone call, my friend. But again, that to me is the variable for Washington at 7. If you're sitting there at home on Thursday, you're hanging out with us in Honor Brewing, we're sitting there every time a lineman goes in front of Washington, I'm going to stand this butt up and I'm going to put these hands together just like this, because that's what I want. That's currency for Washington. That's either one of the defenders I love. That's either potential trade-ups for Washington. That opens things up because that's one thing they got no interest in. Our barn is stocked with wheat. That's the wheat of this draft. We don't need that. We need some of the other stuff. So that, to me, is what we're all rooting for.
Well, and what's interesting about that is I feel like the tackles always go a little more and higher than people think.
Because there's going to be 4 or 5 in the first round. We know it.
More. I think you're
Is it
looking
6?
at 6 to 7 in the first round, probably. Francis Maui Noah is going in the top 5. He probably could be off the board at 3 to Arizona. Spencer Fano, who you're talking about from Utah.
Yep.
Monroe Freeling's going to go earlier than people think, too. He's super athletic, 6'7" tackle from Georgia. Caden Proctor's the high riser right now out of Alabama.
I've seen him top 10 a couple times.
All of those guys are going
Penn
to be
State, Ione.
Vega Ione, yeah.
Yep, 5.
Who may not end up staying at tackle. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's the over-under on tackles right now on, like, a betting board would be 6.5-ish in round 1. So you only need 1 or 2 guys to go a little earlier than people think is essentially where we're at. And if that were to happen at that point, then that's the conversation, right? Is Washington now probably doesn't trade back because the options are too bountiful. 800-636-1067. You want to join us? You heard what Adam Peters had to say. What did you actually hear? How interested do you think they are in moving back? We've talked all offseason about their needs. It might be that their biggest need is just more players, more picks, more bites at the apple. This is The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. In the NFL, Texans signed edge rusher Will Anderson to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $150 million. $100 million guaranteed. He becomes the highest-paid non-quarterback in the NFL, passing Micah Parsons. Play-in tournament continues on in the NBA tonight. Hornets and Magic for the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference. That'll tip off at 7:30, and then Warriors and Suns at 10 o'clock for the 8th seed in the West. Baseball, the Nationals beginning a 7-game homestand with a 3-game series against the Giants. 6:45 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Zach Littell gets the ball for the Nationals. He's 0-1 with a 4.20 ERA. He'll take on the Giants' ace Logan Webb, who is 1-2 with a 5.25 ERA. Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game and get an experience of a lifetime. Let your kid be a kid. Put down the screen and go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. Learn more at CoachWooten.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
On site in Leesburg at Raspberry Falls, we're at Santana Moss's 89 Ways to Give charity function today. Beautiful day for a golf tournament. I think all the teams have gotten back into the clubhouse at this point as they're having their event just behind us. It's a lengthy day of golf under the sun, but it was beautiful.
Yeah, you could have a lot worse ways to spend an April Friday. You know what I mean? Gorgeous, not a star, almost not a star in the sky. Of course there wouldn't be. It's daytime, not a cloud in the sky.
Now, what are these stars? There are stars here.
There's stars here is kind of what I meant to say. And Fred Smoot had access to the microphone for a little while. He did like a 25-minute HBO special, kind of old school, doing a little Last Comic Standing type deal. A lot of cursing, but it's great. It's his birthday, man. Cut loose.
He is enjoying his birthday on this Friday afternoon. We'll take you up to 6:15. Get you ready for Nats baseball before we get out of here tonight on the Fan. We're talking about the Commanders and possibly trading back. So the exercise here is you're listening to what Adam Peters said, and you're telling us what you actually heard. This was Peters yesterday on moving off of pick number 7 with the media at his pre-draft presser.
Do you anticipate picking at 7 at this point?
Yeah, certainly have to be ready to do that. I would say more likely than not that would happen, but you never know. You never know who's. It'll depend on who's on the board. If a team wants to move up, and then we have to decide if we want to do that. But I would say more likely than not we'd stay and pick. But I don't foresee us moving up. But moving back just depends on the circumstances. But we're not like. I don't want to say we're not actively trying to move back. We're always assessing our options and making sure we're ready, and then understanding who's going to be there at certain positions and certain spots, towards the middle to the later part of the first round. But and just being prepared for that, but not really actively trying to get out of that at all.
Danny heard we're open for business. I heard that if the right guy has already gone, if the players we love aren't on the clock and available when we're about to make the pick, then a trade back sounds good to us. Let's go to you. Rob is in D.C. on the Fan. You can call us at 800-636-1067. Rob, what'd you hear?
I'm basically, like you said, the guy that we were looking for, the guy that we want is there to make that pick. But if he's not, and we got some other guys that, let's say if Bailey is there, they just or Ruben Baines there, and people are blowing up on it, we're definitely in for we open for business to make that trade back.
You said to take Bain, or if Bain's the one of the big boys left, you said trade back.
We're trading that pick. We're trading that pick. If that's not the guy, whoever the guy they want, obviously they have a guy that they want, and he's not there. They most likely their phone lines are open.
And it might be several guys. To your point, I mean, I've talked to enough people now, like Logan, who I do take command with. We just dropped a new episode today. All Commanders, all NFL Draft Pod. We got another one coming out on Monday. Logan thinks there are 7 blue-chip players in the class, essentially, counting Mendoza as a quarterback. Well, at 7, that's a reason why maybe.
I was going to say my math works. There's 7 picks, 7 players. They pick 7. That's one of those guys.
Good news, bad news, right? Good news, you're going to get one of those guys. Bad news is they're picking that player for you.
Yeah.
The 6 teams in front of you determine who you get. So you might get your 7th of the 7. And also, that's Logan thinking there's 7. Daniel Jeremiah might feel like there's 5. Mel Kiper might feel like there's 3. And all that matters is, frankly, what do the Commanders think? If they think there's 9, great. If they think there's 2 or 3 blue chippers or 4 guys that have separated themselves, then 7 is less interesting, and one of those 4 has to be there. We don't know what that list looks like or how long the list is.
No, I think it's essential. So the sentiment, though, that you have to stay at 7, this is something that economists have done great studies on. Thaler and Massey, I won't bore you with all the details, but they affectionately known as the loser's curse, where someone up at the top decides, our valuation is sound, this player is so can't miss, it's worth more with him than it is with multiple bites at the apple. And statistically, that's just a fallacy. It's not true. It doesn't work. Doesn't mean there weren't good players that guys traded out of and passed on, but statistically, your best chance to, you stay on stay on a 10 when the dealer shows 6. You just do these sorts of things, right? We're trying to win the blackjack hand. That's the percentage share. Especially in this draft, I don't think there's anybody really where if you get a nice offer to move back that, oh, my God, we can't take that. You most certainly can.
The big thing you normally have to find out, too, Danny, is where is the strength or value. But I'll say the strength of the early rounds. So if there's 100 picks, let's say, where is that sweet spot of I really like 25 to 50 or I really like 30 to 70? Because if you can then pick twice in that range, I think you're a little bit happier and more content.
We've heard those numbers, really, where it's like, obviously no one's saying that the guy at 35 is the same as the guy at 2.
Yeah.
But there's not that big a drop-off, and there's a nice little range here where you end up multiple times. Frankly, right now in places where Washington doesn't have picks, you're in good shape.
JB is in Waldorf on Grant and Danny. What's up, JB? How are you?
Man, what's going on, fellas? What's going on?
What's up,
Hope y'all having a good day. I was telling Darius, man, I think they're going to stay and pick at 7, but it all, to me, depends on what the Giants do at 5, because they may need Love to replace Scatterboo for right now. They may need Tate to replace Neighbors for right now, and I also think they're looking at Sonny Styles for a linebacker. So it's kind of like Washington's going to play off of what the G-men do. If the G-men takes one of those players, I think Washington will trade back. If the G-men does not, I think Washington will stay. But I think it's all dependent on the New York Giants pick. What do you guys think?
It's a good call. Yeah. I think the Giants have a really good chance to screw Washington over. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think their needs and Washington's needs, there's the Venn diagram, the circles overlap a lot. I could see them going Jeremiah Love. I could see them going Sonny Styles. I could see them taking certainly Arvell Reese, probably not David Bailey as much because he's a little less run stuffer than what Harbaugh likes. But I think that there's a really good chance the Giants get the player that Washington fans really, really want. And by the way, if they do, picking at 5, that'll be a reminder that Washington was that late season win away from having that 5th pick.
Yes, indeed.
Remember. But it's a good question. I don't know that the Giants are the whole reason whether they're going to trade back or not, but they're a big part of it. New York and Cleveland at 5 and 6 have a lot of the same wants as Washington. Let's go to Orsman in New York on Grant and Danny, live on the Fan from Leesburg at Santana Moss's charity golf tournament. What's up, Orsman?
What's going on, guys? I think AP definitely wants to trade back, but this is such a weak draft with limited blue chip players. If he has a blue chip player available and he gives it up just to get a 2nd and 4th rounder, I mean, what if those 2nd and 4th rounders end up being Luke McCaffrey and Ben Sinnott, and then whoever you get in the middle of the 1st round is just a B+ player? I mean, if you have an opportunity to get a day 1 starter who's going to make his second contract, I think you get him, because we're not going to be picking, if we perform well in the next couple of years, we're not going to be picking this high anyways. And I don't know, Peters just does not have the credibility with me so far. So that's my one hesitation. Otherwise, I would agree with the logic of trading back and recouping some draft capital, but I just don't feel comfortable, and especially given this weak draft class.
I hear that.
So I like that rationale, except for I think that when you say he doesn't have the credibility or what have you to this point, he's picked up high once and he hit a home run. He's picked up high once and they got the slam dunk at number 2 of the quarterback, Jaden Daniels. I would also point out, by the way, when you say, well, they're not going to be picking up this high again, that might be more reason to trade the pick, because you're not going to be able to get the value. And yes, I'm with you. Generally, stick, get the great player, get the sure thing. Except that this time, They're coming off of a year last year where they made the fewest picks in the NFL. They're on pace to have, over 2 years, the fewest picks in the National Football League. He may not have the luxury of sticking and picking. It might be what he wants to do, but he might feel like there's no other path to get the talent into the building that I need to other than to trade the pick.
So, but his scenario, and Usman's a sharp cookie, but his scenario of what if that second and fourth or whatever, that we're talking about that hypothetical offer, right, that Daniel Jeremiah floated of a 16, 44, and something else. What if those picks don't pan out? Well, you could do it with every exercise. What if the one pick you do make doesn't pan out? Isn't that worse? You know what I mean? Like that those worries, those are the legitimate concerns with any choice you make. It's all trade-offs, right? But the best percentage chance to arrive at multiple starters that are going to raise the tide, that are give you the most approximate value over replacement, whatever analytic you want to use, is the most number of bites at the apple you can get between rounds 1 and 3, generally. That's where you want to be. That's where starters come from. And sometimes those starters get in the right place and they blossom. Look at guys that went in the second round last year. Carson Treisinger, I believe, defensive rookie of the year, right? Nick Immonwori, who is just an absolute baller in Seattle, went at the top of the second round. Travion Henderson is a huge difference maker in New England, helping them go to a Super Bowl. All right there, a handful of picks right after Josh Connerly, who I like, by the way. I think is going to be really good. But the point is, when you're in that range, you want to keep throwing darts at that board.
My question to people when they talk about one great or too good, I think it's instructive generally to give you names so that you can feel it and see it and it's more tangible. So what's the preference? Would you rather at 7, let's say, you get Caleb Downs and then you don't pick again until 71?
Mm-hmm.
Or Caleb Downs, or let's say Keldrick Falk, the edge from Auburn at 16, and Mike Washington, the running back from Arkansas at 44, who's considered by a lot of people to be a top 3 running back in the class. Now, it could be that you don't take Falk at 16 and you take Jordan Tyson from Arizona State. You don't take Washington at 44. You take a really good corner.
Yeah.
But what would you rather have? And I think that's a very legitimate way to look at it.
It definitely is.
800-636-1067. We're going to spin the wheel. 10 players in 10 days in our draft countdown. See what prospect we land on. That's next on The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are live in Leesburg out at Raspberry Falls today. Santana Moss's 89 Ways to Give charity golf outing. Thanks for kicking it with us. We'll take you up to 6:15 in a half hour, getting you ready for Nats baseball. They got a chance to get to 500 tonight, 10-10 on the season. Home has not been kind to them, by the way. They had the one homestand. They went 1-5 on said homestand, and yet they're still 9-10 on the season, which tells you they've put some harvested some nuts on the road.
The Road Warriors, a 5-2 road trip, will certainly help things. A little wet paper towel, Milwaukee.
We like to take a deep dive into prospects, getting closer to the draft so that you guys learn about some of the key players the Commanders could be bringing into their building in their beautiful new burgundy and gold uniforms. Let's figure out as we get closer how many days out we are. Well, we're 6 days away. Let's count it down. Who is today's prospect to discuss?
Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver, USC.
Mayava going downfield, right on the money for Lemon. A zesty 40-yard touchdown. Mayava looking up the sideline. Caught, touchdown. Mekhi Lemon. Special. Mayava scans. Mayava throws. End zone. Lemon. Oh, he makes the grab. Touchdown, SC.
So I'm still workshopping this take, Danny. We've still got a couple of days until we're going to be releasing what the top 10 boards, that we would have look like. I think if I had to take a wide receiver in the top 10, I would take Mekhi Lemon. I think I like him more than I like Carnell Tate. I believe in his style of play, his physicality. There's a lot of things he does well, but he's coming off of an ultra-productive 79-catch season, 1,156 yards and 11 touchdowns, not benefiting like Tate from being second fiddle.
Yeah, opposite Jeremiah Smith.
Great receivers in America. And some of the measurables for him, some of the things tested already are really, really good. If you look at testing on him, his percentiles, that's where I think you're going to fall in love with the prospect. Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver, USC, 5'11", 192. He's a guy that he's not big.
Yeah, that's his only crime is he's not tall.
Hand size, 15th percentile. Arm length, 18th percentile. But it's the physical traits and testing that's going to jump out. And I think the tape's really good.
If he was 6'1", he'd be in the top 5 in my view. I think it's almost that simple, honestly. I think that's a 5'11" with a wink.
He plays
and a nudge.
angry.
Yes, he does.
I used to say this about Pierre Garçon. Pierre used to wear fang mouth guards that UFC fighters wear in cage fights, literally. And I always thought that was the most symbolic thing about how he played. He never wanted to run past or around someone. He wanted to run through them. That's Mekhi Lemon to me.
He is a precise route runner. He's a separator. That's the stuff I care about the most. People get hung up on the 40 time for wide receivers, and that's part of the picture. But, again, the fastest receivers ever at the Combine have never been good in the NFL. The John Rosses of the world, the Xavier Worthies, you can go up and down the list. To me, that's less important than the quickness and the ability to separate and get open. That's what this is. Can you get open quickly? And he can. The people that smart people that I've read talking about him basically talk about if you run quick game, if you are a offense that's about tempo, ball comes out quickly, this is the receiver for you. T, to me, is almost the quintessential Cliff Kingsbury wideout, right? A guy that could do all the stuff close to the line of scrimmage, catch it, run with it, get open fast, get your 7, and see what else happens after that. I don't know exactly what Blau's going to do. I don't know if there's more bootleg, slower developing stuff. I know this. He's going to help somebody.
Yeah.
Like, that's the guy that you're going to go, you remember a bunch of people that went before him when he's just casually productive from the minute he steps foot on an NFL campus kind of throughout. I think he's a good player.
I also think he's being miscast a little bit as
only a slot guy.
Exclusively a slot receiver.
I'm with you.
And what you just said was, like, it's around the line of scrimmage, it's crosser, it's drags, it's that kind of stuff. I think he can do more. This reminds me of Amon-Ra St. Brown coming out, where you watch and you go, what are people missing here? Super efficient, does a really good job reading zone and kind of manipulating pockets and throttling it down. He's got a good feel for that in his acumen. Helps with, the quarterback relationship. I just think this is a really good route runner, kind of complete prospect who's going to catch the football, not put it on the ground. But if you told me right now, Carnell Tate or Makai Lemon turns into like a 1,300-yard receiver, I think it's Lemon and it's not close. Now, if one of them turns into a 1,000-yard receiver and the other doesn't, it's probably Carnell Tate. He's like a higher floor guy. But I think Lemon has a much higher ceiling. I just think after the catch, he is dynamic, and that's what I'm looking for. As your boy has gotten older and watched more ball, the thing I care the most about, you've got the football, second level as a receiver, there's a defender bearing down, what happens? He will break tackles, and he will find real estate.
He's a yak guy, and that is intoxicating. Again, his pro comparison for a million reasons, but the one you just said is Amon-Ra St. Brown. I've affectionately taken to call him Amon-Ra St. Lemon. I mean, that's to me who he reminds me of. And anybody who said, well, he's just a slot receiver for St. Brown, you've been wrong from Jump Street. And everybody that passed on him for multiple rounds, famously, he's muttering names like Arya Stark, have been, proven incorrect. And he's one of the most valuable weapons on offense in this league. So if you find another guy like that where you can line him up all over the place and get him some looks and, some of those, if you want to play man-to-man, good night. He's going to beat your nickel corner inside. If you want to zone, he will find that soft pocket, to your point, get there very quickly, and then it's yards after the catch, just, with a well-timed dart. He fits a lot of different things. To me, the weakness, again, is it's
size.
The size. But I feel like we're doing another why am I blanking on the lineman's name from Miami that everyone's talking about short arms?
Ruben
Bain, thank you. We're doing another Ruben Bain combo. I think if he had longer arms, this would be the star of the draft in the receiving spot.
I don't need him to be a catch radius guy. I just need him to be Makai Lemon. That's a pretty damn good player for me. Him opposite Terry McLaurin. At 7, I want to take a bigger swing if I'm taking a pick. I have said all along I think Tate's a really good wide receiver too. Like, I can't see him becoming a 115-catch, 1,350-yard guy. I could see Lemon having a season like that. I know he doesn't have the floor of Tate. I just think he has the higher ceiling. So I would be more excited by him at 7 if they went wide receiver.
Thinking upside.
I think Tyson's more talented, like a better combination of everything than both of those guys. He's just on my do not draft list because of the injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And, unfortunately, probably not going to be on any board that I would put together, and I wouldn't take him. But in a world where he's guaranteed to be healthy, it would probably be Tyson 1, Lemon 2, and then Tate 3, who's likely to be the top 10 guy of the group. All right, let's get you an audio vault before we get out of here today. 6:15, we're turning things over to Nats pregame. They're trying to get back to 500 tonight, right here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. In the NFL earlier today, the Texans signed star edge rusher Will Anderson to a 3-year extension, 3 years, $150 million, $100 million guaranteed. Becomes the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Play-in tournament continues for the NBA tonight. For the 8th seed in the Western Conference, the Hornets will take on the Magic. That'll tip off at 7:30. In the Western Conference, the Warriors will take on the Suns at 10. Baseball, the Nationals getting set to take on the Giants to kick off a 3-game series and a 7-game homestand. 6:45 first pitch, 6:15 pregame right here on the Fan. Zach Littell starts for the Nationals. He is 0-1 this season with a 4.20 ERA. He'll take on Logan Webb, the ace of the Giants, who is 1-2 with a 5.25 ERA. 6:45 first pitch, 6:15 pregame for the Nats right here on the Fan. PVI Office Furniture brings expert design, fast delivery, and professional installation. That's a winning play for your office. Step up your workspace at PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back out in Leesburg at Raspberry Falls at Santana Moss's 89 Ways to Give charity golf outing today. Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is a Friday afternoon stretch run for G&D, getting you ready for the Nats. They are 15 minutes away from pregame. Over at the ballpark, Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler are waiting.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? It's the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's get you an audio vault to end the week on Grant and Danny. Fear not, people. You guys don't have to do anything. You just sit back, put your feet up, and enjoy the audio put together for you. Your trip around the interwebs over the last few days. Joe Flacco via Front Office Sports does not sound like a fan of the 18-game season. Does he actually have a point here as to why it's bad, not for players, but for the NFL?
It seems like we're going to go there and we're going to be able to do it. I think as a player, I loved playing 16 games. And I think the NFL had an awesome formula for 16 games and 4 rounds of playoffs. And I think it was super competitive. I don't think people realize that when you have to put guys through an 18-game regular season schedule, I think what could happen is that the playoffs start to suffer and you get teams that are so beat up by that point in the year that they're not really at their best. So instead of getting top-level football, you're getting a couple teams going against each other at 75%, and basically it becomes a war of attrition. And that is part of football, but I think by the time we get to the playoffs in the NFL, it's a one-game winner-takes-all. You do want to see each team at top strength and see which team can kind of battle it out and win. So I think the more games you add onto the season, the less chance you give yourself of having that competitive, true event where everybody can like really enjoy and know that they're seeing the best of the best. It's got to stop at some point.
I actually totally agree with him that the more games played, the more injuries quantity, and the more guys that are likely going to miss playoff games, so it waters down the postseason product. I think that's true, put a period at the end of the sentence. Also, I want the most games possible because football is the best. It's like mac and cheese. I can't have enough of it. There is no amount that I will say no to. So is he onto something that maybe the playoff games won't be quite as good? Maybe. They'll be pretty good. They'll be plenty good. I'll accept 18. I would also accept 20, but I don't think he has to worry about that.
Yeah, so the natural point of the more games you have, the more injuries you're going to have. That's true with every sport, especially true with football where the injury rate and the attrition rate is very high. But that also, when he says, yeah, teams are going to be beat up, you just described football. I mean, he even alluded to it. How many 16-game seasons ended with, well, this team's on their triple backup quarterback, and I got to watch T.J. Yates for Houston trot out there against Jay Gruden's Cincinnati Bengals teams. That's been time immemorial with the sport.
It happens. He's just saying it's going to happen more, which they should try to avoid.
In theory, it would. But I think no matter what you do, it's got to be done thoughtfully, and I'm hoping the NFL actually does. I'm opposed to 18, but 17 to me is perfect. But if you go 18, let's do the second
You're
bye.
opposed to 18?
Oh, yeah, 17 is perfect. I want an odd number. Winners and losers, no
But
ties.
you're not, to be clear, just for people listening, you're not opposed to 18 because it's more. You don't like even number seasons.
Right, I prefer 19 over 18, but 17 to me is the perfect spot. And I know it's on the way to 18, but the what they're going to do, hopefully, is add a second bye week and just be more thoughtful about rest and things like that, and then maybe make a player take a week off per season, which is a fun strategy thing. But yeah, there are ways to do it.
I think there's a better chance you get the player has to take a game off than a second bye week. Doesn't feel like we're headed toward that. I guess we'll see. Here's a clip from the Padres television broadcast, Major League Baseball. I think Don Orsillo is one of the great entertaining broadcasters in America right now. He is the perfect combination of energy, passion, love for what he's calling, but also still really good. A lot of times you have to trade one in for the other. You get someone who does this incredible call, very descriptive, but maybe they lack the energy, or you get the occasional broadcaster who's just screaming over the top, but maybe isn't the best actual play-by-play person. Orsillo does it all for the Padres. This was their 6-run comeback against the Mariners on Wednesday night.
Line to left, it is a fair ball! Down the left field line to the corner! Around from second base, Campusano. Laureano's coming around! Padres are walking off! Merrill Madness! Padres were down at one time 6 runs! Not anymore!
Watch the video. He's just loving life.
Yeah.
I mean, this grown adult is standing up screaming and chest bumping the guy next to him. Nobody's ever been happier about anything. Shout out Jackson Merrill, by the way, a Maryland native who's turned into a star player for the Padres. But I am so entertained by Orsillo.
Having the time of his life. Yeah, he's really good. And it also helps when your ball club's the hottest team in the universe, and Mason Miller has yet to be scored on in the year of our Lord 2026.
He only strikes guys out. It's not like, a fly out to left.
It's a little rude.
It's just strikeouts.
Yeah, like some guys should be allowed to hit the ball, not when he pitches.
There's 102.
Yeah.
I kind of think can happen. Speaking of baseball broadcasts this past week, the Pirates opened their Sunday broadcast this past weekend with a Masters-style open against the Cubs. This was really well done on Root Sports.
It's a tradition unlike any other. Welcome to the final round at the Wrigley. Conditions, well, we might see some high scores with the heavy winds, but they couldn't be better in what is sure to be one for the ages. And a great pairing for those of you watching and for the thousands of patrons on hand at this historic venue, the hallowed grounds of Wrigley Field. Check out the leaderboard. Pirates better than par, but the Reds, Cardinals, Brewers, and Cubs very much in the running. Hello, friends. Greg Brown, along with John Wayner, my partner, and Hannah Mears, will be providing some coverage greenside today.
I mean, what a bit. I thought that was a 10, and you can't see it, but the graphics that they chose, the all the little shots that they were using, everything was golfified. So, like, when they showed the standings, it showed -1, -2. Very well done.
The straight face doing it, too. Right? Or
bit.
however you want to say that. Like the leaning into it, actually doing it and not being like, we're just joking with you folks. Welcome to the ballpark. They just stayed right with it. He hello friends you. They went full Nance on it and just, they're talking about the leaderboard. That's really, really good. Tip of the cap.
Yeah, very well done. WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert got into a little bit of a controversy with an answer to a reporter's question this week. Here's what she said.
Adam Silver was asked last month about just your future as the commissioner of the WNBA, and he said he didn't know what you wanted to do. So I guess I'm just curious, like, how much do you want to stay the commissioner of the WNBA? How much longer do you anticipate to be in this role?
Well, thank you, Maddie. I do crack up how everybody's focused on me, and you should be focused on the hundreds of amazing women and thousands of women who run this league outside of myself. Our women owners, our women board of governors, our women GMs and women head coaches, and my whole team of diverse women and men who are working hard every day to get the 30th season tipped off by May 8th. But I appreciate that you're focused on me as well. I wonder whether you would ask that of a man, by the way. But I realize as women we get asked different questions than men do. But look, I'm so proud of this league.
She said, I wonder if you'd ask that question to a man. Roger Goodell, Gary Bettman, Adam Silver all get called out by the media constantly and have routinely been asked in some cases. Bettman, I feel like every time he talks, there's questions about his future as the commissioner. You hear the reporter there who forgive me, but I don't know exactly who it was, but I had read that, it's a well-respected, long-time reporter. You even heard called by name by the commissioner, so she knows who it is, a la, Roger Goodell talking to a national NFL reporter with some chops. But I just thought that was a weird answer because when you're in a job like that, if you're Kathy Engelbert, there's certainly things that women get asked that men don't. There are like sexist comments, and you hear this sometimes where it's like, would you ask a man why doesn't he smile or whatever? And like, there's probably workplaces where that's reasonable. That's a very normal question to ask a commissioner.
And to the reporter's credit, she said I would.
Yeah, nobody knows what your contract is. No one knows how much longer you're running this thing. And this is a person, I'm not an expert on the WNBA, who is not that highly thought of in terms of how she's run the WNBA. So it seems like it was a very reasonable question.
Yeah, and a chance to listen, she did her PR spin at first where it's like, don't pay much attention to me. It should be the focus on the players and the people running the leagues, which is, totally fine. It's, it's what the Goodell bot 3000 does, where he's like, that's a good question, and then goes through the recycled answers and whatever. But I thought that was unserious. I thought that was embarrassing, to be quite frank with you, to sort of turn a reasonable question about the boss when you are the big boss. Lots of eyes are upon you. Sorry, I know that you're in charge, and people would like to have some answers. If you were talking each and every day or weekly or whatever, maybe people wouldn't have those same kind of questions. But I thought that was embarrassing, to be frank with you. The idea that it turned into some sort of, like anti-woman witch hunt there. You're the commissioner of the league. How long do you plan to be commissioner of the league? That's not an unreasonable question, by the way, for anyone to have to ask.
Also, the league's getting more popular, more people care, more people are invested, so there's going to be some tougher questions and more coverage.
And that ain't one, by the way. That's not a tough one.
It's not at all.
That's an easy one.
For her, it's tough when someone basically is pointing out that you haven't done a great job, and are you going to continue to run this thing, I guess. But my point is, if you want the coverage and you want the interest, you're going to have to deal with some of those questions. This was pretty interesting, I think. Toby sent this into the chat this week and found this. Apparently there were two pilots that flew past each other and made dog and cat noises at one another that got interrupted by DCA air traffic control, reminding them why they haven't made the big leagues as pilots yet.
Meow. Meow. You guys, you need to be professional pilots. Meow, 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 meow. This is why you're still flying RJ.
What a zing. So we'll play it again because it's quick. But basically what happens is one guy's meowing at the other pilot as they're flying toward each other, I guess. The other guy is doing, like, cat noises at him. Then the dude in air traffic control is like, guys, please be serious. Like, there's hundreds of souls on board. Let's take this seriously. They keep doing it. And then he tells them, this is why you're still flying regional jets, which I guess is like that's like saying you play ball like a girl in the sandlot. It's probably the worst thing you can say to a pilot. You still fly a regional jet. This was the clip.
Meow. Meow. You guys, you need to be professional pilots. Meow, 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 meow. This is why you're still flying RJ.
That's a cut down.
You asked him to be professional. The response is more meowing. That's why you're still flying RJs.
It's like the Super Troopers bit, like
meow.
The meow game.
Yeah, who could say meow? Cat game?
Are you meowing at me right now?
Something funny here?
Right, meow? I'm not meowing at you.
Do it look like a cat to you, boy? Jumping around on nimbly bimly from tree to tree?
Last one, a whistling Hall of Famer whistled the national anthem at the Orioles game. This was incredible.
Four-time whistling champion and member of the Whistling Hall of Fame, Chris Ullman, who will now honor our nation with his rendition of our Star-Spangled Banner.
How good is that?
The different pitches in there.
He's pitching it up, pitching it down. There's pitchability here, like a crafty lefty. The national anthem in whistle form at Camden Yards. Let's go.
Now, a couple things. Hall of Fame? Where do I visit?
That's a great question.
Hall of Fame?
That's got to be like Boise, Idaho.
Like, are they doing Baseball Writers Association? He's not in. He would drink water right before he went out there, so he's got extra moisture.
One guy is not taking anyone from the era where people use steroids to whistle.
He PED'd, I don't know. Hall of Fame. And who's the guy that came in second? Damn it.
You think Lefty's in that Hall of Fame?
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
That's a deep cut. You got to be a real one to know that one. For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Our producer's working hard back in the studio on Half Street. Darius and Strobes out here in the heat at the Tana event. Toby and Metal Chris, thank you to everybody for working on the program today. We're back Monday at 2 as we get closer to the NFL draft. Enjoy your weekends.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the weekend.